knows I'm always behind you. It means confidence that I can deliver what I set out to.
My goal is for my son to grow into the best version of himself.
Friendship to me is so important.
They make me feel calm, secure, supported, motivated, and they encourage me to be the best person I can possibly be.
Having a team that supports you, commitment and hard work is the most important thing.
My goals are
giving them a safe space within their communities.
Like the drummer to the bass player, no worries, I'm always behind you.
No worries, I'm always behind you.
Always stick together, stay connected, have each other's back.
We have the best staffs, the best stadium.
With the best fans and community behind it.
그 모든 힘이 저희를 더 강하게 만들어줄 거라고 믿습니다. Nothing but respect, always like a wolf pack.
We know that for each second in esports, you are dedicated to winning. Over a decade, XL Series has evolved alongside with gamers. We strive to make every product detail perfect so that you can perform at your best. Elevate your skill and maximize your potential with the ultimate gaming monitor. Zowie. Strive for perfection. Focus on winning.
没事，2楼那个窗户，它这一侧就是。
走了，
来了还好，直接撞啊！
第一个过点，掉2枪去，哎呀，被打下来，
打下来了，
一换一，紧张了。
里面的一个横向拉枪，
打一个，
第一波投注6枚，
他甩着投掷，
你还想扔雷？哎呀，但是把中品岩炸补掉了，还行吧，能救人。这把牛哥很。
ยาวแน่นอนอย่างนี้อุ้ย
ไม่มีพี่เลยเหรอ
ไม่ใช่
อ๋อ
ไปครับมาแล้วนี่ไงกองฟางมันทะลุนะตรงนี้โคเน็กตี้เฟิร์ส
He's getting some support from that low side, though. Might not get here in time. Oh no, that's not what you want, Marcy. And he gets the nade himself as well, and now full of power.
哦，这边哎，怎么会像揉？
哦，痱子和天路要揉起来了，但是萨萨之后只有一把左轮手枪啊，先打有枪的，
子弹还在，
真受不了这把枪，全游戏最垃圾的枪 R1895，没有事。
信仰在啊。
He just headshot outside? There's no way. I saw him get a headshot outside, but that must have been someone else. Wait, what? Oh no! Didn't the last shoot code Marco? It kind of looked that way. These guys need to calm the hell.
这把想看看 PU 哥怎么选啊
？PU 哥好久没有声音了，今天。
PU 哥今天好像医学率挺高的，就是被医学率。
PGP。
哇！
Đến từ vị trí tài con không lộ bất cứ một thông tin nào ra cả. Bị nhìn thấy rồi tài con xả súng bắt đi được tên của Perfect. Còn một quả nết biết thông tin đối phương đằng đầu và tài trả lên rất đánh đá. Quả nết bắt đi được người đằng sau đó là Spyro phải ra đi. Chỉ là một người duy nhất đến từ Twisted Fire rồi và được bị trách ra được rồi. Đó là top 16 tại Twisted Fire.
That's got revived. He has to take time to get that first aid kit off, and the blue is at their back, and the grenade is at his feet. Wait, did he's still alive! What? He popped through the vehicles! He actually popped through those vehicles and can't do it again. Dynamo does remove.
Yeah, set me free and give me death, there ain't no other choices. When I lay down to go to sleep, I keep on hearing voices. Little whispers in my head, man, is you fake or loyal? buy no water, that designer, baby, pick your poison. These little demons living underneath my bed, creeping. Know the real monster lives above them all, sleeping. Thought you never see me again, looks can be deceiving. When they hear the sound of the drum, they'll be saying, oh Lord, here they come. Yeah, here we come. Here we come. Here we come. Here we come. I used to think that people die because they wicked. Nowadays, people want to see you dead because you gifted. So no matter what, I'm coming back and paying you a visit. Sorry. Yeah, here we come. Hey, here we come. Here we come. Here we come.
Improvements to the folded shield, some spawn rate adjustments for vehicles, and a collaboration with one of the best footballers in the world. All this and more as we dive into the Update 20.2 patch report. First up, the folded shield is getting a few changes based on community feedback. The inventory weight has been reduced, weapon durability increased for both guns and grenades, and it now installs in half the time. You'll also find it a bit harder to run over than before, with a vehicle now needing to be going at least 10 kilometers per hour, instead of the 1 kilometer per hour it was before. In addition, the shield can now be placed back into your inventory, and deployment can be cancelled before it finishes. Let us know what you think about these requested changes. Next up, vehicles in Erangel and Miramar are getting a slight adjustment, with some spawning more and less frequently. You'll now find more UAZs and Dacias on Erangel, and more Murados and pickups on Miramar. To contrast, we've lowered the amount of boats, buggies, and aqua rails on Erangel. And speaking of maps, this update's rotation will now include Erangel, Miramar, Tago, and Destin for all regions. Regions with map select enabled will also have the option of playing on Sanaa, while regions without will instead drop into Karakin. As usual, the ranked rotation will remain Erangel, Miramar, and Tago. This update also features a collaboration with one of the best footballers in the game, Neymar Jr. For a limited time, you can pick up several Neymar-themed items in the store. Gear up and score big. There's also a reduction in the number of multi-care packages on Tago, some MMR adjustments for normal games, new workshop skins, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 20.2 is here, so fold up your shield, pack up the Dacia, and go catch a ball game. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
My check. Let's get it on. Nào giờ đem lại. Áo đỏ, mình ghét. Good luck. Yeah. Nó dịch rồi mà em chào nó, đéo chào em đi tay nha.
我怎么103这玩意儿？我怎么112呀？我操！我平均的1比我90。
我多少？
我100。我100。你107、106，我102。
ก็ผมอยากพูดอย่างหนึ่งก็คือไอ้อะไรนิดๆหน่อยๆอ่ะเล่นให้เพื่อนได้หรือว่าให้เพื่อนเล่นให้เราได้อันเนี้ยพูดมาเยอะๆเว้ยแล้วก็เวลาเล่นอะไรเพื่อนได้ก็เล่นได้ให้เพื่อนเล่นให้เราได้ก็สั่ง
Okay, we need to have really good comms. Guys, if we can see that they're all going prison, like, nah, it's better just take cars. Yeah, just go for cars.
진짜 꼼꼼하게 해야 되고 뒤를 만약에 누가 보고 있어 그 사람 진짜 책임지고 끝까지 봐주는 것도 봐주는 건데 팀원들한테 위험한 거 인증해서 시켜야 된다.
Okay. They are fighting! That's a pretty decent playing path that we've got for game number 1.
Alright, 2 on me. The landing building 2.
2 on Tig. It's essential.
1 on Tig.
One's top floor.
The other who's the one to die.
Where is he? I haven't hit.
Oh no,
One is downstairs.
看个绕过去了一个，别绕。
好low 啊，
不行的话，你可以出来。对哦。
He moved back. He left the room. Push out. Let's go. Yeah.
隔壁两个，最后一楼。快了。还能上楼顶。我被抓了，快帮我。
他 flashing.
Where is he?
He's pushing inside. He's gonna push me.
Inside?
Yeah. Inside bottom.
Wow! Oh, for a second!
Nice.
Let's fucking go! You guys are so right!
Hey, you can run me inside.
New happy defending champions. They are very happy with this position.
떨어지는 걸 어쩔 수 없다. 그냥 갈게. 쭉 간다.
快员抓过来了吗？
对，这我放了那边的。
抓了吗？这不打了2个？
牛逼！最后一个了，还是最后一个了，都给他补了。啊，뚜껑 열려 있어가지고.
롤이还有啊。
哎，你待会儿我看能不能偷那把。
기다려봐 연막 칠게 차 터진다 차 터진다 차 터진다
BB 好了 BB 倒一个两边都倒了 가면 돼
가자
크게 들어
연막으로 간다
왼쪽이 다
야 이거
거기 없어
가자哎去这坑去右边那坑去右边那坑
全铲
哪一个
直接跪丢雷
找到一个
漂亮
耍又倒了一个
这还有一个我
在眼里边吗眼里我封个单
从烟出去杀了
我操被雷死了我操
杀完了没有你们追他
空投我操叫我脸上了
就那房子
And there's the quick kill from HS. New happy defending champions.
打了一枪走了
There's no way in hell.
哎我这来罗勇不让接包的哎打住那我接包没有
thiếu có này
bao người đây
Give 3 to 777. He doesn't miss a shot. Give him all 4.
đẩy lên đạn luôn thiếu đẩy lên rồi cho xe rồi có phải về ơi có chơi đâu bắn đi cái hồi đâu có được cho bên đôi tên chụp bóng đang ăn phải lá rồi lấy sai đi để lấy vào sang em lấy sang em á sang em chưa đến sang em đâu
đừng nhớ vào đừng
chụp bóng sẽ phải không ai phun đâu.
There you go around the side. Perfect off angle. 777.
Ra đi mày ơi. Anh làm hết rồi.
The issue becomes because so many teams can stay alive next to each other.
They have two anchors. 别停小心左边
Nice shots, 17. These guys in common have to do something on us. In these ridges, they're in this ridge here. We are gonna get
One's
naded.
1 HP. 我加不了了，毒要来了。
没事，你也可以下来。
你也可以下来。Tai Lu is spamming. We need to shoot back. We need to shoot back at Tai Lu. 左边破了。
头上。Let's smoke it. See if we can push this and kill this guy.
We need to smoke now.
They're running.
Enough one. One's running on the left. In the open push. It's one guy. 能拉。
小心头上。
毒要来了。
拉不了。
可以摸他一下吗
E United will bookend their day 1 with 2 wins.
In the bush to the left. Just don't die.
Let's go,
And Iron, it was only a duo down to us still standing.
계속 봐. 너도 세게 한번 해봐 이거. 여기 드라이브에다 싸고 있는 거. 오케이? 삐까이. 마크파. 이번 넉들.
더 달라.
찍었어.
나비둘.
얼른 하나 남아있다.
Это уже заказ тачкой, да. Хорош.
Сколько данава?
Надо выходить. Просто вместе втроем комом.
폭 하나 넘겨볼게. 오른쪽에 셋.
넘었어. Еще справа у тебя был. 2 твиста.
Сзади меня.
Подходи, быстрее, проходи.
Might be calling this. The grenade is in that direction. And it's right over his head.
어디 뭐야?
발소리가 요란했어.
Trying to deny anyone access. Speaking of,
I don't want to go in though. I'm knocked to him.
Nhà bên cạnh anh nè bên cạnh con nè hai được cặp
Careful.
In back.
có một rồi hai còn nhà bên kia đôi hàng đầu còn nhà cứ bên thôi
Okay, the circle gonna cut hard.
17 could be 3. Could be 3v3, v3, v4, v1.
他说罗打我们12人必须出手
2 active for 17.
모시를 세트를. LG. 안 보여. 로카크. 뭐야?
이번
Spot Luke 12, and Luke wins the game.
Or 17, yeah.
Nice, baby.
Let's go. That's dope. Oh my god.
What an incredible play from Luke 12, and look at him laughing.
Until you're dead and gone. Until you're dead and gone.
For the team. And that's with the Bolt. Ooh, come on, get him.
And as we're heading into phase 3, not a single death yet. I think this might be the first time in the winner's bracket. And might have just finished Sweatbar. It's 3 versus 3 currently with Zipier knocked down, so it is a fair fight here for Danoa. But I sense that they're going to need this first knock. Flash as Mingming's taken low.
Angle is held. That is good heads up, good game sense there to force Mingming away. He's down to essentially single-digit HP.
Sold off. He went for the flush. He'll get punished. HS gets both of them. Lambu can't answer back.
Full different fronts while New Happy can just sit and wait. They're able to get here first, cross the road, which I'm sure was a very dangerous move, but they're able to be surviving for now.
Is not going to help anyone for them. No.
They roll up.
This is rough for Kwangdong Freaks.
All in one vehicle. Akan tries to peek, but takes a lot more damage in return.
Well, Kwangdong Freaks have made it rough for Yahoo.
The Logos has dropped very, very low. Throws the frag grenade out, and the rest of 17 have followed up behind. They want this stack of buildings. Show with the knock on the CP.
New Happy didn't get much time. They got the revive off, but since then, 17 have got all 4 players at the position now. Nade in hand for Lil.
Now BBL pushing into Twisted Mind. Everyone's sending for each other. Logos pushes on it. He wants more.
Shotgun just goes into the back of the chair. Does not go. They are not going to go to the grand finals directly. Losers bracket will have to be their path for the defending champions. It's only HS that remains alive. 17 have been able to deal with them really quickly. They're gone. They're out.
자기소개도 하는 거예요?
So well. All right, Max. Get this off. The fact things are low.
Grenade is in that direction, and it's right over his head.
작년에 찍었던 밍밍 선수와 다시 찍을 것 같은데 밍밍 선수가 PCS7을 우승하면서 좀 어깨가 디귿자가 됐을 것 같은데 두고 봐야 될 것 같네요. 니하오 니하오 할로
Jibway's got to be again. Bigged up by one, but Ming Ming will shut down the solo player.
PCS7 winner congratulation. 3个。感觉他很帅气。我这个直播是阴阳怪气的。他이거 좀 한 방 먹었네요.
你好，安妞。
And same for Day Trade. They gonna.
Spray comes up. No range to fight the second knock. This could give them the opportunity for the revive.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too.
มิงมิงตัวสูงมาก
没关系，我长得也帅。
哦，ใช่ใช่ใช่
No 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 no. 1 2 3. No no no.
Let's go.
아 저부터요. 저는 03년생입니다.
ก็ปี02
我是01年。
รู้สึกว่าเหมือนเป็นพี่น้องมากกว่า
坐在他们面前，我感觉我变老了。 나이 든 거 맞아. 제일 젊지만 커리어가 없어서 아쉽고 젊음의 힘으로 밟아 나가야죠. 我觉得你们很快就能拿到属于你们的冠军。谢谢。 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 네, 我做这个视频看美颜了。 잘생겨 보여? 지극히 정상이야. 你有女朋友吗? 벌써 졌다. 작년부터 나를 공격했네. 如果向你介绍女朋友的话，你会不会接受？ 이쁘냐? 漂不漂亮我不知道啊。
ชอบแบบไหน
이쁘냐?
อะไรอ่ะไม่รู้จะถูกใจไหม
경기장에 못 온 게 좀 아쉽지 않나. 这个我们觉得非常的遗憾，没有机会和你睡觉。
ก็2คนเคยนอนด้วยกันเหรอ
今年还没有一起睡，我不能离开我的队友，我的队友会想我的。 저는 밍밍이가 원하면不，我不想要。다행이네요.
Each other while some gamers gonna have some vision inside of a new habit. Trainers get
뭐야?
Same position and being able to fight the first one.
빨리 가야 돼.
Almost got the second one.
This one out. Only 35 seconds
이거
left.
지렸지. 我觉得很好。
ก็ที่มิงมิงบอกว่าธรรมดานั้นส่วนตัวผมว่าไม่ธรรมดาแล้ว
这不是一些基本的操作吗? 난 이때까지 기본을 못했구나 싶네요.
2-on-1 and Glory's gets the down that they needed to
이것 때문에 거의 우승했던 것
does
같은데.
get the down onto Utah.
반응 속도가 진짜 빠르네.
Honestly, a god to win from here. He should get something. Hit off back up to 75. How Lawrence?
확실히 초탄의 중요성을 느끼는 것 같고 생방송으로 봤는데 거의 살짝 소리 지르면서 봤거든요.
ขอบคุณครับ ก็รู้สึกว่ายังโหดไม่เท่ามิงมิงเลยครับ
没关系，你本来就没有我强。
이거부터는 이제 살루트 선수님의 슈퍼 플레이 영상을 보도록 하겠습니다.
你还有精彩操作呢。뭐라고요? 아마 있지 싶다. 我想问史路特当时第一个片段的 SKS 那2枪是怎么打出来的？因为我们当时都挺惊讶的。 아니 이거 못해? 이게 진짜 기본인데.
Now, Salute gonna try and Molotov buys himself some time and able to get a lot of damage in, but he gets a lot more damage.
ก็ชอบช็อตแรกกับช็อตสุดท้ายมากครับแล้วก็รู้สึกว่าโซโลเต้เก่งมาก
Thank you.
ก็อยากถามว่าตอนที่ได้แชมป์ PGC 2021 รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
感觉肯定还是很开心，因为我们拿到的是世界冠军，然后都很开心吧，大家。
อยากได้มั่งจัง
有我，只要我们还在，那你就不用想了。딱 우승을 했는데 어떻게 우승을 했는지. PGC 拿到冠军就是有手就行。나 손이 없네. 게임 닉네임 밍밍이랑 너의 본명이랑 다른데 왜 밍밍으로 지었는지 궁금해. 我这个 ID 因为我们都是有那个小名的嘛，然后我家里就是我妈妈会叫我明明。 저희 엄마도 저한테 닉네임 지어줬으면 1등 하지 않았을까. 这个可能是天赋还是妈妈生的好。좀 슬픈데 이거 한국 정서랑 안 맞는데. 제 데이 트레이드가 우승을 여러 개 했는데 그 비결이 뭔지.
ส่วนลับไม่มีครับเพราะว่าเชื่อใจทีมมากกว่า
새겨 들어야겠구만. 你觉得我们是一个什么样的队伍？
ทีมไล่ฆ่าทุกทีม
谢谢. 혹시 여자친구가 있는지?
มีแล้วครับ
그는 이 촬영 못 하겠어요. 있는 사람 불렀어야 되는 거 아니에요?
PGC รอบที่แล้วโซโลเต้จำอะไรได้มากที่สุด
그랜드 파이널 제일 마지막 라운드에 우리가 3위권, 4위권까지 할 수 있는 기회가 있었는데 내가 그냥 시작하자마자 거의 너무 허무하게 죽어가지고 기억에 남아.
อาจจะเป็นเพราะนิวฮัปปี้นั้นเก่งมากๆแล้วก็กลัวนิวฮัปปี้หรือเปล่า
나 나와那么厉害还没有奖杯啊. 그 이유는 이제 첫 우승을 PGC로 장식하기 위해서 今年 PGC 的不用想了，还是我们的。 그러면 내년으로 미루도록 하겠습니다.
ปีหน้าเราจองเหมือนกัน
오, beautiful. 이번에는 꼭 이기고 싶습니다. 每次这次你还是赢不了.
ไม่อยากเต้นเหมือนโซโลเต้ครับ
우리 이제 당신의 미래야. 작년에는 쳤으니까 이번 연도는 구경하고 싶네요.
เต้นอีกรอบจะเป็นไรไหม ชัมชัมชัมชัมชัมชัมชัมชัมชัม
참참참 참참참. 할 수 있다 할 수 있다.
ชัมชัมชัมชัมชัมชัมชัมชัมชัมชัมชัม
오. 이번 연도는 구경하고 싶네요.
ไม่อยากเต้นเหมือนโซโลเต้
참참참. 참참참 참참참. 아, 누린지의 제로투 보겠네요. 밍밍 나와, 밍밍 나와. 위치가 바뀌어서 제가 앉아서 보고 있는 그런 상상 해봤는데 정말 재밌을 것 같네요. 没关系，我感觉这一次还是我看你. 참. 오케이. 참참참. 한 번만 피하자잉. 참. 밍밍의 엉덩이를 제가 보는 날에 참. 이번에는 꼭 이기고 싶습니다. 没关系，我感觉这一次还是我看你。참. 나이스! 很尴尬呀。唉。 좋다. 그림 좋아. 이 느낌이었구나, 밍밍아.
知道我很累呀。
너무 잘 치는데, 누린지? 아니, 누린즈, you dancing machine. 이번 PGC는 이제 작년보다 더 높은 순위 기록하는 것이고 최종 목표는 그 우승이죠.
ขอให้โชคดีกับการแข่งครับ ก็ระวังโดนเรายิงนะ
希望你们两个在现场见到我的时候不要手抖，一起加油吧
PGC 파이팅! 바이바이.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, the tournament rolls on and we are now into the next phase. We have ourselves the lower brackets to find out which teams get a few more opportunities at moving through into that grand final, because we already know 8 teams that have made it there. Joining me at the desk, myself, Kyle Laris, the host, we've got ourselves Cameron, we've got ourselves Xenox, and finally I've gotten rid of Avenger. It's been all year, guys. I've had to deal with the Danes. I can't believe it. Xenox, how are you feeling?
I'm not as tall or as handsome as Martin, but I'll do my best, that's for sure. And maybe at least just make you laugh a little bit. But I'm excited, of course. You know, we concluded winners bracket. We know at least some of the teams going to the grand final. As for these teams that are going to be playing in losers bracket 1, they don't get the luxury of getting to go straight there. They've got to start their gauntlet run here.
Definitely. Cameron, looking at it, it's going to be pretty grueling as well. The winners bracket was spicy, to say the least, but I think this one's going to be equally.
Yeah, especially considering that a lot of these teams here, one reason they're in the losers is because they were a little slower on adapting to the lobby, adapting to the different groups. So we'll see if there's how many adjustments we continue to see from these teams as they, again, start this grueling run to the finals.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, I think, it is fair to say. So let's take a look at how everything breaks down, because we have found ourselves now pretty much at the halfway point for all the proceedings that's going on. Today and tomorrow we will have lower bracket 1, and then we'll be playing that into lower bracket 2. Then we have grand survival and grand final coming up. If
For all of these teams, especially, you don't want to finish through 9th to 15th here, Xenox, because then you will be going straight to Grand Survival.
Yeah, obviously top 8 get to go to Losers Bracket 2, where they get to play against the bottom 8 from Winners Bracket. That actually has got a direct pathway into the Grand Finals. Top 4 will get to go through from there. I know it all looks a little bit messy, but as we progress, it will start to clear up a bit.
Yeah, so as you say, top 8 goes through to lower bracket 2. The next 7 teams go straight to Grand Survival, and one team in these next 2 days is completely eliminated, Cameron.
Yeah, that's the wild thing. We still have a number of different stages, another number of different opportunities, but if you're 16th at the end of these next 2 days, that's it, you're done. No opportunity, no chance, no grant, not even a grand survival for you.
Ain't nobody want to end up in that position, because that will be remembered, unfortunately. All right, well, let's take a look at how things are going to proceed here in our lower bracket. It's the same, technically, format-wise, as our winners bracket. We'll be playing 10 games across the 2 days, starting off with 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars, then going over to 3 Miramars, 2 Erangels here. We've seen quite the disparity between performances on some of these battlegrounds here, Xenox, but again, just a 10-game race to try and get yourself into top 8, most importantly, is quite challenging.
Yeah, it certainly is. The one benefit, at least for these teams in the losers bracket, is they got to watch that winners bracket through the 10 games and what that meta might look like for them. We know the sort of cutoff position will be around that sort of 60-point mark again for the top 8, but more importantly, it's about understanding how you need to start well. You need to start fast. Went back, looked at the VODs last night. After 2 matches, the top 8, 6 ended up going through from after 2 matches. It remained the same, only swapping 2 spots later on as we got into the second day. So, you know, evidently those that start well should be able to finish off in the top 8 after 10 matches.
I like that observation. Yeah, get the pace going fast and see how you end up in the finals. But we do have our 8 teams that are already, of course, in the finals. And we were saying at the end of yesterday here, Cameron, just a great distribution when it comes to the regions. Already made it through to the grand finals, which says, we've been constantly saying, any region can win this grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. What's also interesting, though, is that there's a number of teams that I personally didn't expect. TMA, and I'll be honest, even though they're from my region, Yoho, I didn't expect either of those 2 teams especially to be already in the grand finals. So going into the losers, I'm ready for more. I'm ready for more surprises. At this point, all the expectations that I had coming into the event day 1, I have to sort of keep them at arm's length.
Yeah, I think we're going to get it. I think we're going to get some surprises here across the board, because the teams are so fiercely stacked against one another, and the quality of play has been excellent here across all of PGC thus far, and thankfully we have a lot more game days to come. As it mentions here, we will have 4 advancing here from losers bracket 2, and then we will have 4 from Grand Survival, where if you don't know Grand Survival rules, guys, if you weren't here for 2021, you win 1 game and you're through.
Yeah.
So it's...
and only 4 matches played.
Yes.
So it's not like you get many opportunities, many chances either.
Yeah.
You got to win 1 from 4. Yeah, that is not a position that you want to find yourselves in, especially for the teams that maybe rely on points from kills, for example, and don't get chicken dinners on the regular. That's not going to be the playground where they're going to have much fun.
Well, I'm getting word, gentlemen, that we do have Sam ready for an interview with some of our victors moving through into the grand final.
You know, I can't handle the stress in the studio right now with the losers brackets going on. I don't handle it very well. So I thought, rather than be in the studio, I'm going to come here to this really cool building. It is the Dubai Square. I'm here right now. This definitely wasn't shot earlier in the day, but this is really cool. It's this big gold frame. You can go up to the top. And what's interesting is while I was hanging out here, absolute surprise, couldn't believe it, I spotted someone that you and I both know. I don't even know what he's doing here. This doesn't feel set up at all. I've spoken to him every day since I got here. I'm going to speak to him one more time. Uber from Navi, contemplating life, looking at the garden. Is this where you come up with all your best strats in games, sitting here in nature?
Yeah, I usually spend here like every day since I came here in Dubai. It makes my mind fresh before the game. So yeah, it's a nice place.
This is not the first time he's been here. Every day, that's when Uber hangs out here. Okay, serious conversation now. Grand finals coming up. You are probably one of the most experienced players that are going to be on that stage. Do you still get nervous when you go into game?
No, not at all. My pulse is around 20 when I'm playing the games. And like, yeah, I feel confident. We got here and we have to win the grand finals. So.
Do you think because you can stay calm, that's what gives you the edge in game, because you don't get too worried about all the noise that's going on around you?
I think so, but the minus is I'm getting like gray hairs, so it's like no bueno, not good.
So he does stress just a little bit. There's a lot of young talent that's here on LAN now. They all look up to you, but have you spotted any of these rising PUBG stars that you think we should keep an eye on?
I think it's like Shen from HGD probably, and from Cerebus Tycoon, like good potential. They're all like these little flowers growing in the garden, you know? And I'm like looking at them like as an experienced player. So yeah, I wish them best of luck. Hopefully see them in the grand finals. So.
They're the little flowers. You're like these massive palm trees, and ironically, there is another player hanging out here at the palm tree. So Uber, thank you. I'm going to leave you to your garden.
Yeah.
We'll see you soon. Yeah. But look at this, at one of the palm trees, because of course this is exactly where players like to hang out in their downtime. Sparking is here. Look at you just chilling in the sun. You're from Brazil, so you must be used to this heat.
Yeah, I'm used to this heat, but it's definitely more fresh in Brazil. So it's a little too hot for me, but I'm enjoying it. It's better than cold.
What exactly are you doing here though? Uber apparently comes here to come up with his strats, but why are you hanging out at the Dubai frame?
I like this palm tree. My neighborhood, it's called palm trees. So I want to feel home. I'm missing my family a little bit. So yeah, I'm chilling here. Beautiful place.
That's definitely why we're all here. So I'm curious, let's get into the game, because we talk a lot about preparation. We've got 6 days, but realistically, how much preparation can you do moving into the grand finals now, or has most of it been done already before you even get to the event?
I think we need to look to our winners bracket games to try to find our mistakes and fix them before the finals, and especially just like fix our zip shadow or whole things. We have 6 days off, so it's time to relax a little bit, take a day off. Was because this winners bracket was too stressy, especially then because we called in the last game. So yeah, we need to relax a little bit and focus and get back 100% to the games.
We talk a lot about preparation as a team. What is the team? How does the team prep? But I'm always curious, how does an individual player get ready for something as big as the PUBG Global Championship?
So as a player, my goal is always to be able to give my 100%. I want to know that I gave my 100%, I gave my best, and for that I try to have a good sleep, try to eat well, I try to drink a lot of water and have my mind relaxed. That's why I meditate and do yoga sometimes before the games. It helps me to stay with my feet on the ground, chilling, and being ready to help my team whenever they need me.
But you did wake up at 12 o'clock, and we're going to go and get milkshakes now, right?
Yeah, let's go. I'm down.
I'm going to leave you here so that I can say goodbye to everyone, but when I get back, we're going to head out and go get some junk food. Professional players right here. But follow me to the desk back there, working very hard. Sorry about that, friends, because look at this. I got all this lovely water. I got the beautiful scenery. I get to hang out with all of the pros, and you have to deal with the losers bracket. So good luck with that. I'm going to go and get shakes with the players.
Ah, yes, thank you, Sam, because we all know Kalaris is really into blazing heat. That is my favorite thing in the world. I'll stay in the air-conditioned hall, thank you very much. But anyway, let's move on. Good to hear from them all in all. Great to hear from Sparking, a really good interview with him and kind of seeing his mentality through it all.
Yeah, no, it's, you know, familiar with Sparking. Yeah. One of the up-and-coming superstars of our region. Who has sort of been in and out of the top sort of tier of Americas, but it's good to see them qualify to the grand finals either way.
All right, well, here's how everything shaped up for these teams trying to move on forwards, but unfortunately we're unable to. So these are the 16 teams that are going to be playing things out for this bracket. We have got ourselves quite the lineup. A lot of big names didn't really perform too well in their groups here, Xenox.
That's probably the biggest takeaway, isn't it? I think coming into the event, you would expect 2, 3, maybe 4 teams that you would not expect to be in this position, but I think there's more than that. I mean, Group B is probably the standout alone. Petrichor Road, Luminosity, Gen G, FaZe Clan, the list goes on. That's 4 teams alone just from Group B. Then you've obviously got some household names from Group A. Sonic's obviously towards the bottom, a big talking point throughout this tournament. So it's not going to be an easy losers bracket for those that maybe felt like they could just come in here, win against the teams that struggled in the group stage. It's not going to be easy.
I think for some of the teams that really sat on the cusp, I mean, of course, Petrichor Road, they had a disastrous few days, but then blasted in that last day, but it was just too late. And then GX on the other side, I was really impressed with them. It's just they fell out in an extremely tough group.
Yeah, I think GX, if I'm not mistaken, Tiamba as well, both had really good starts, both coming out with a win, but wasn't able to really keep the engine running, wasn't able to keep that consistency. But honestly, the name that you mentioned at the very beginning was Petrichor Road, and that's the team that I'm just going to be looking at, not only because do they have what looks to be like 15 points over the 9th spot from Group A. I mean, it's Petrichor Road, right? They're one of the strongest teams from their region. Their their disastrous beginning was a big shock, and I do think that their Day 2, Day 3 was a lot more of what to expect from them going forward.
Here are those top 2 teams, technically in 9th place, I guess, from the previous groups, but coming into this as, I guess you could call them #1 seeds per group, I guess. As, again, a lot of people look at Petrichor Road here, Xenox, as one of the big heavy hitters. Ixlef popped off in that last game, but again, not enough to be able to push them further.
Yeah, no, and I think their biggest weakness so far this tournament has actually been just their team fights. They're lacking a bit of firepower, 50 kills there. You know, you look at that in terms of a comparison point to the teams directly above them that ended up making top 8 from Group B, and the team directly above them in Wildcard had 62 alone, right?
Yes,
so
yes.
you can kind of gauge a bit of an idea there of where Petrichor Road has sort of let themselves down. Okay, they've been okay in terms of placement points, so you've got to start converting some of that survivability into a bit more firepower. So if you're surviving late game, try and get a couple more kills. That's just going to help out your point situation.
And again, GEX, I was very impressed with them to start things off in Group A, a group that was packed full of powerhouses here. And even when you look at them in Fantasy as well, a lot of them quite expensive coming into this. So there's a lot of justification to say maybe they're going to be able to take one of the top 8 spots.
Yeah, GEX is a weird one. I still am standing by my observation coming into this event that they're one of the weaker teams here. Definitely probably the weakest team you could argue regionally coming from Asia. But for some reason, whenever they hit global, they're always able to deliver. You can always expect them to have at least one high kill win. It's whether they can get a lot of points following up. That's the big question.
I'm going to ignore this for a moment. Any rebuttals on that, Xenox?
Oh, look, I just think GEX are a team that were, not unlucky to miss out on the top 8 from Group A. They were the closest though, right? But still, it was double digits, and it was a very top-heavy group. So I think that, by and large, should mean that there was a tough ask for them to get into that top 8, maybe compared to Group B, where Group B, the 3 teams that just missed out from top 8 were all like single digits away from wildcard.
For me, across all of our World Championships, because GX has been there all the time, basically, this is the strongest GX we've seen.
Yes.
Out of those World Championships.
Low bar.
Just say yes. Just say yes, Cameron. Come on.
Listen.
It's truth.
This is the global event. Like, as far as this tournament is concerned, they're one of the weaker regions. Like, definitely they perform well when you look at the qualification 2 here, but this is another level, and you can't, it's good for them to get here, but it is what it is.
We'll see. We will see. But now, once again, ladies and gentlemen, your virtual arms dealer, Carl Aris, is here to talk you through things. However, we're not going to be looking at weapons today, if I can click in the right spot. They made this miniature size for me. You might remember yesterday I was jumping around trying to reach things. Unfortunately, I was unable to do so. So we already showed you the winners bracket highlights, but let's take a look now at the lower bracket highlights from some of these teams, some of the teams that we actually want to focus on. So I want to click here and drag this on up, and we can take a little bit of a look at Sonics as well as Therodon 5 here, gentlemen. This Sonics is in particular, whilst we look at Therodon's 5. Let's start with Therodon 5 then, because obviously this is a team that I didn't come in with many expectations of Xenox, but I'm sure you can maybe show me up a little.
Yeah, understandably, I think. For Therodon 5 coming into this tournament, they were not necessarily a household name. They don't have that large global experience, either both as a team or individually. I think one thing that was very beneficial for them back in PCS 7 APAC was, and also PCS 6 for that matter, because they did play both, was their consistency. They have just not been able to bring that kind of level here at PGC because, honestly, the quality is just that much higher.
All right, and now it's your turn to sell here, Cameron, because there are so many people looking at Sonics, hoping that they get through. I hope they get into the grand final because they have such a cult following at this point. They're excellent in your region, but it's not hit home just yet here.
Yeah, unfortunately, just those hot drops don't work out, and the best team in the world, it's incredibly difficult to win a hot drop 100% of the time. The bigger concern for me was when they did make the decision, which I think was the correct decision, to leave the hot drop with SGD, is that they still struggled, and I think that just shows that their game plan throughout all the years that this roster has been together has always been from those central Picado, Pachinki positions, and having to move elsewhere has been slowing down their game.
Well, there's still a lot of faith of them in the Fantasy League by the looks of things, because of course, surprise, Ixlef is #1, but Tig and H-Win up here. H-Win was very cheap, I feel at least.
He is on my roster, and the reason is because he is cheap. His performance, his numbers were not that great from his group, but this is still the tenured team that is the Sonics, so I'm giving it the coin flip that they can reverse their fates.
I'm going to have double down. I'm just going Tickleton again. Captain, why not? It didn't work out last time. Whoa. Surely it'll work this time. And a reason for that as well, it's his birthday today, so happy birthday to Tig.
Yes.
Hopefully that might just give him some buffs.
Maybe. Let's take a look at some of our talents picks then. We have got probably a lot of captained Ikes lefts across the board here in the talent pool here.
I mean, it's a very, very good option. Again, like the day one, Petrichor Road, day one, Ikes left was not the player, not the team that we expected. I think it's a really, really good gamble. However, it's not the gamble that I made for my captain.
Ooh, we'll see in a bit then, I guess, for all of that. I mean, yeah, you've got other names over there like SGD Shen. That doesn't surprise us too much as well, I think, Xenox, when you look at how potentially he can play.
Maybe it does, though, because obviously for Shen and for SGD, a lot of their success came from those hot drop fights with the Sonics.
True.
That's not going to be replicated, so that's why I actually steered away from that one.
They didn't really get much more beyond that. You're right, once that actually subsided. I mean, they didn't get top 8, did they? Okay, I'll justify my picks for a moment. I picked teams I think are going to do well instead of the player. So went middle of the road and went for teams that I think may do well, and then these team players get enabled to be in good positions.
The problem is that doesn't really utilize the captain.
No, it doesn't.
I think
it's too strong.
I made that mistake the last two days on winners. Here though, I went with a full hard carry that is Luke 12. He doesn't get the same number of kills. I don't think he's the kill leader. I think Alo is that for the squad, but he is the Lanimal, and he is always going to be delivering that damage.
Xenox, your team.
Look, as I said, double down on Tickleton. Why not? It didn't work out in the group stage. Can't get worse than that, right? So only way but up there for him, and obviously being a really, really solid pick there too. When I saw that he was available, I was laughing.
I will say I was much more confident in my Group A picks, because the example's really good, than, winners picks, because the example's really good, than lower picks. So anyway, so Pick'em Challenge at the moment in-game. Has that slightly slipped for New Happy? I think it was maybe 0.5% higher.
Maybe.
I think we've been up 49% before.
Which is weird because how many people out there
are picking now?
Picking in the middle of the event. I understand if you get like really excited and you choose your pick before realizing that you can wait until the grand finals are confirmed, but then now they're doing it only after, it's a weird timing, I think.
I genuinely would wait. That is maybe like desk certified advice. Yes. Are we all in agreement?
Yes. I mean, the entire top 4 not in the grand finals, right? So obviously all still having a long road to go if they are to get there in the first place. If I had to take, honestly, some kind of advice, I'd say maybe 17 or E United. Both obviously in that grand final position already. Both have shown they've got capabilities. Those would kind of probably be the picks I'd be leaning towards at the moment.
Fair. That was really good as well. But I already said it on desk yesterday. We always see, these teams, they win themselves the earlier stages, but they never go on to win the tournament here on the, in the grand finals.
Yet.
Yeah, it could happen. You're right.
Could happen.
You're right. Especially because it's Europe and EMEA. But anyway, there's lots of other stuff. No. There's lots of other stuff going on, ladies and gentlemen. Whilst you're watching at home, we've got the Twitch drops going on. We've got the Pick'em Challenge that we have just alluded to before. There's also the Pick and Go, which is the bingo that will match you up against random players from that Twitch chat, and you can win yourself some EP as well. Guys, before we actually get in, final thoughts before we move into our first games?
I'm excited, but also kind of worried to see what these first initial rounds are going to look like. I'm talking to a number of the teams, a number of the players, and it seems that even today, even this afternoon, teams are still adjusting their drop spots, figuring out where they want to go. I think the fact that these are sort of the run to the litter as far as Groups A and Group B, people are still trying to figure out what their plan is.
I've been speaking to some of the coaches. They don't want to put too much emphasis on starting well, because if you then start poorly, it may affect the team mentally. But the truth of it is, you do have to start well, especially the first 2-3 games. Get off to a good start, build from that. It's not going to be a guarantee, but it is at least really, when we look at it statistically and historically, it is the best case for teams going through in top 8.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time now to head over to the commentary team here for the first time today to bring you all the action from the lower bracket. It is very vital you do not finish in 16th place here across the next 2 days.
That's going to be the end of their group stage experience.
The end of their chances of making the winners bracket.
You control your fate.
Worst case scenario, not where we expected to see them.
If you're not moving forward, you're falling behind.
That was just a mess the whole way through. It is again falling apart.
This is a test of their mental. We'll see how they bounce back after this.
Do you fear criticism?
And they haven't really been able to show the strength that they showed.
Do you lament your failures?
That is a wipe onto Bagapa.
Are you held back by doubt, letting only your mistakes define you? Limitations are like chains. If you constantly improve, those chains can never bind you.
Get into lower bracket. The tournament is far from over.
So advance, hunger for the taste of victory,
PGC champion Gen G!
and move forward undefeated. Your confidence can push you to your limits.
一次的失败绝对不会让我们退步。Then there's no way that we don't make it to the grand finals. 지금 여기서 제 한계를 뛰어넘어 오겠습니다.
If you're not moving forward, you're falling behind. The real victory is when you exceed them.
Hello, everybody, and I gotta tell you, Toby, I had this whole intro planned, but I don't know how I'm supposed to follow that. That was intense, man.
If you didn't get motivated, whether you're a player or a viewer out there after what we just saw, I don't know what can do it. That was phenomenal. I didn't know that was coming at all.
I didn't either. That was pretty cool. Well, you know what? It didn't lie either. These guys have a lot of pressure on their shoulders, and how they respond today is going to determine not only how they finish in this tournament, but you got to figure for a lot of these teams how they're going to be in the coming years.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough for them. Some of these guys are playing at the biggest stage ever. This might be the final time to do so. Again, depending on the results. We heard it from the desk as well. If you finish 16th after tomorrow, you are the first team eliminated from PGC. So this is going to be a tough one. Pressure is on. It's all down to the wire.
Yes, indeed. And there's a lot of teams over there that I know particularly have faced this kind of pressure before. But, I mean, it's still not MC. First of all, it's not MC, but it's still a lot of pressure here. And, you know, starting off 3 games on Erangel, they've got 10 games to do it. They got to sit there for the last couple of days and really kind of go over what went wrong during the group stages, got to see how the winners brackets team kind of responded as well. So I expect great things coming out from all these squads.
I do too, but as I heard on the desk as well, Cam said, some of these teams haven't quite figured out who's going to drop yet, so we'll have to wait and see. But fortunately, not for much longer.
Not for much longer indeed. There you go, nice little overview of this beautiful city of Dubai. And there is our plane cutting right across the middle yet again, northwest to southeast. But again, North George is in.
This time around we get it, but again, I mean, I suppose for the first game of a group stage of a best of 10, you couldn't really ask for a more fair plane than this. Pretty much everything is up for grabs unless if you're a hard-committed Kameshki-looting team, but then I think you got problems of your own that you probably need to deal with. So in this case, the plane path as good as can be, but this is where we see if anyone do opt to jump on one another.
Looks like SGD should be okay. Should have Pachinki for themselves, which I think we're pretty much all planning on there. Tiamba and Polish Power, we were a little bit concerned about them in North George during the Group B days, Toby, but that never really manifested into anything, mostly because we just never got the planes for it. But this time they get a little bit close. They didn't still opt to not going for it. So looks like so far so good.
Yeah.
As far as early game goes.
Striker doing able to spread out, take full control of Pachinki here, as well as Sonics has opted to go over towards Shelter. Having said that, we are seeing GEX and Sonics kind of crossing paths mid-air, so a few disagreements, and you know what? Why not go back to the same old at this point? We've been north so many times over the course of this tournament, so why not just head on up there once more?
I think for you and I, this might be our 5th game.
We have had more games in north than we have anywhere else in Erangel.
I feel cursed at this point, Toby. I'm not sure if it's you. I'm not sure if it's me. Either way, one of us needs to go see a priest, because this is just
I'll let you do the priest thing.
Okay, that's fine. I'll take one on the chin. Well, let's take a look at the roster changes. Taman in for 2 hard. How do you feel about that?
I'm not sure. I mean, again, in a situation for Bagapa where they really have not gotten anything going at all, Whether it's desperation play, whether it's an agreement between the team, there are some of these rosters that kind of have a 5-man stack and they can swap back and forth between different players whenever need be. If that's what they need, again, this could potentially be the last chance they get at getting anything done at all. If you want to try and change things up, now it's the time. And they're not the only team, because as you see here, Smell taking over for Ninja 2K as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, we can be as honest as we want to be about the Expendables. They had a fantastic performance, but most of that was lying on the back of 777. So having a little bit of a mix-up there, see if they can maybe find another little spark would be good. There's Checksang back in after Godmeow filled out the last day of the group stages. I guess they didn't really like what they saw there, although I gotta say, I thought Burr started showing a little bit of signs of life there at the last day. But this is where they decided to go. Reasoning
behind some of these decisions, it's always awkward because I like to go up and talk to the teams, talk to the players, and go, hey, so why do you do this? Why do you do that? But when you have, especially when it comes to substitutions, you don't go up to the player and go, hey, so why did they sub you in? You know what I mean?
Why'd you get benched?
When you're already in the losers bracket, there's no need for the caster to come up and try and just add more fuel to a potential fire, because because it ain't always easy being the one that has to accept that they're being benched for games that they probably want to play.
Yeah, certainly not. Although with Begopa, I gotta say, this feels like they're picking on the Boomer. Honestly, too hard.
He's the oldest player in the tournament.
Oldest player in the tournament, too hard.
Yeah.
And my fellow Boomer man gets kicked to the curb. Hate to see it. Well, Petrichor Road finishing up looting over by school. They do have USG Jonuts just off to the north of them. LG and Yaznaya right now, but it looks like they've got plenty of time. They're already in vehicles. Nobody really coming from the south just yet that should run into them. So the question is, how many teams are going to be just sending it across the river to the north? I mean, given how the circles have been going, Toby, you got to figure most of them, right?
You might as well. The only issue is there are so many teams south. And this is, again, an advocate. I say it all the time, but I'll gladly say it here again. If you don't already, make sure, or if you haven't already, I should say, make sure to also have the map stream open. Even if you don't have two monitors, if you have one of those gamer kits that can do that, have both of the both the main feed and the map feed open. I'm sure someone right now is writing !map in the Twitch chat. Get the map up, have it on the next tab. That way, when these teams are rotating, if you don't want to just look at these fancy cars and the nice scenery, you can look at the map and see exactly what's going on. Because you will then see, as I'm seeing right now, there's a lot of teams down towards that southern side of the main island, all having to find their way, finding a way to maneuver up towards the north. And they couldn't have done this if it hadn't been because your Rostock teams and all these others had already gone north.
Yeah, this is also one of those weird circles where I feel like the late rotating teams that like to play the edge don't get as much of a benefit out of it. But we'll see what happens here. Bunyo getting real close to Gen G. Shots come through. Get him down to about half HP. Is going to go down. Immediately run over by Marcelic, and Polish Power pick up the first point.
And now last time Polish Power was in this exact spot, they opted to stop their vehicles over by what actually just drove past now. No, actually, as I say that, I believe Marcelic has stopped. They lost 3 players pretty much in an instant to Petrichor. This time around, the Petrichor ain't around. Ivers, though, is down by gas station, so Polish Power run into trouble here. There.
Okay, there you go. It looks like Polish Power, we're considering it, but they heard the vehicle of Ivers, and now a few more shots in the back will discourage them a little bit more. Ooh, that one hits. Get the knock, though. As, Entropic will take ownership of the gas station, and they'll just go ahead and rejoin Marcelic over at the shacks. Meanwhile, Sonic's getting close to Gex on the top of Stalber.
They're going to hear the vehicles, at least the one from Shannon here as well. I'm sure that Shrimpsy's car was hurt too, though. So both teams alert and aware that their opponent's nearby. Shrimpsy with a mutant in hand. Not exactly the optimal DMR for a battle like this, and I think that, if not the mutant being the reason, then they've read it. There's no reason for us to sit up here and have another team nearby. Why take the close quarter fight this early on in it?
Sure.
When we can just back off and play the safe down the hillside.
Well, and this has kind of been one of the things that Sonic's been having issues with during the group stages, where they were in these 3-1s. They had 3 high, 1 low in this particular instance. H1 already downhill scouting for the next spot. Sonics would try to take those fights during the group stages, and they would end up losing 1 or 2, and end up being, or they would end up calling the guy back. So this time instead, they just see it, they move on, they go on to the next scouting side. So that's a good sign here early for Sonics.
And I think for Sonics, I mean, a team who's been losing players early, regardless of whether it be on hot drops or like some early rotation situations, get some minutes into the game.
Sure.
You know, get some minutes. It's the first day. It's a stage of the tournament where I'm sure they feel like they're one of the top teams performing here. Get some minutes and don't go for those YOLO fights early on where you potentially lose a player, because it's just going to cause some of these frustrated situations. Just fall back a little and then take your first fight later, especially, I mean, now where you have a chance to back off.
Exactly. And right now, honestly, a lot easier because they're coming in clean slate, right?
Yeah.
Whereas last time they took a day going for the hot drops with SGD, then all of a sudden the next 2 days they're feeling like they got to play catch up, they got to go for kills, they got to go for points, take every fight they did. They don't need to do that right now. So no team needs to do that right now, as a matter of fact. So they'll be fine right now. Checking in with Bego Pa. They do have Song Yang on the top of Everest. Who would have thought? Looks like
well, it ain't Pio.
It ain't Pio this time.
Yeah.
Pio sent one early. It's going to be Song Yang.
Making their way north, and in ex-Gen G current Bego Pa fashion, not exactly in a hurry to go anywhere. In the meantime, Donuts, well, they're spread quite thinly, but fortunately within the same area, and no one in between them. So Korn able to regroup. They do have Shiva further towards the north, but they're going to up to try and maintain this 2-1-1 split, which for now works out perfectly. But should the next circle come towards them, you'd have to imagine that they got to group up.
Yeah, that's an audacious split from USG. They've left Shiva in the gas station, so no real backup or support going to be coming from anybody if anybody decides to crash onto them. But that being said, there's still only really 1-2 teams that are fully south of the river. SGD is San Sofia on the north side. Expendables and BGP, the only one still south. Meanwhile, Buriram coming in just on the north side of Stalbert, taking a few shots from looks like FaZe's direction.
Am I seeing a red dot Mosin
Red dot
fix?
Mosin fix.
Everyone with Fex on their fantasy team right now going, what the? What,
yeah,
what,
me.
what
Me. I'm the one with Fex on my fantasy team going, what the heck? But you know what? It's Fex. I fully believe.
I don't think he's a red dot bolt action main. I think
if he thinks he is, then I'm happy with him and I'll take it.
But I think it's a testament to the fact that these teams are rotating early. They've rotated very early, especially the southern side ones, to get up here as early as can be. Luminosity, we're seeing in the compound this time around. Wildcard ain't around to kill them, so they have that one for themselves. They are split 2-2 though, and I think once Entropic catches that there's not a whole lot of activity going on here, they might actually want to push on this.
Yeah, this LG split is...
It's dangerous. Entropic is going to get there before the remaining two players, Purdy and Alo,
yeah,
if it goes there.
Look at them. I mean, I don't know how Alo and Purdy ended up at the gas station. They're just way off in the distance. It's not even the gas station.
There's a compound even east of
it's,
that. Yeah.
It's just so far split, man. How are you supposed to get right back together on that? Well, I guess having two on the north side. Ooh. That's a shift, Toby.
Yeah.
Goodness.
It's not one I'm against, though. A lot of teams already in this area. Issue is for all the teams we're seeing now down towards the southwest, which all are starting their rotations. Where do you go from here? When you're already in phase 2, forced to play some of these more scuffed positions where usually that would be phase 4, phase 5 real estate. These teams are going to have to commit to it early because soon they'll realize that pretty much everything center circle here is already taken.
I mean, and the other part, the other half of that, or I guess side of that coin really is all these teams that are inside the circle that were doing those splits.
Yeah.
Like, how do you get back together knowing that you have all these teams coming from the southwest? Meanwhile, Buriram getting a little close to Sonics. Pero just off to the west of Sonics. They're downhill, so out of sight, out of mind for the time being. FaZe just uphill. So it looks like Buriram should be okay. Meanwhile, Shangdui right on top of 22. Haven getting knocked low, but not going down just yet. Haze 10 going to be low as well. Jervis will be the one that puts the final bullet into Haven as he gets picked out of the ride.
Shen able to find the flush with the suppressed MK as well. Kills coming through for Schweigedui as they try to stop rotations coming up towards the north. And this circle is interesting too because as we see, again, for those of you guys watching the map, you can't really, there's no one sitting north of Stalber. So even though there's already very limited space to work with, half the space that would be available isn't being used at all because no one's up there to do that far, like east wrap around Stalber altogether.
That would be indeed a long wrap, but
a worthwhile
like you
one.
said, it would pay off huge dividends. But I mean, it's like you said, we got the eye in the sky. We know that it's open. There's How many other people do? 22 for their part. The fact that they only lose 1 off of that rotation, actually not too shabby for them. Begopah starting to make their way in. Taman still by himself. I mean, they're still doing this. You know, credit to them. Begopah, they are going down with the same exact play style that they have been trying to force to work. And it hasn't worked so far, but by God, they'll stick with it till the death.
It's interesting having, I mean, Gen G doing this pretty much every game. And then you have Begopah doing the exact same thing, and despite that, they pretty much never run into each other. This time around, Gen G forced to play, not forced to, but playing the Granny Compound, Junkyard, whatever you want to call it, further on the southern side of the warehouses. In the meantime, 22 still trying to get a foot in the circle, but they're constantly being met by teams this time around. Oh! It's Ming. Falls down, but Ike's left instantly there to trade.
I mean, Hazeton taking that one is pretty good. Ming gonna go down. A nice spray from Gizero will find Long, and 22 knocking on Petrichor's door. Petrichor finally starting to answer. Vinny gonna go down. Gizera now the last one up. A few shots from Ike's left will get him low. Doesn't get the knock just yet. We'll see if Gizera can actually get out of this and survive and keep 22 a little bit in this game a little bit longer.
It's not easy with Luminosity on one side, with Sonic sitting up on the hill above, and you have Burham towards the north. Kill is stolen. The way of Penta. We've seen, I mean, tournament after tournament, how much these kill steals can impact the overall leaderboard.
Oh,
so
huge,
good for Penta. So able to snack one from afar. Let's see next circle. Should we go up towards that northeast, where there's literally no one set right now? This would be chaos for many, but nope, not gonna happen. We are benefiting the big bunch here by pretty much having the circle that includes the most teams possible.
Yeah, we'll see what some of these teams decide to do that are still in these splits. Still looking at LG on that edge. Looks like they're going to spend Luke and Penta back to the north. Begopah. Shot from Leo coming through. Nothing really hitting though, unfortunately. He's all by himself there. He's got Jervis and Shen with some Overwatch support, and Shen's going to find Songyang. Knock shots.
Crucial not coming through here, because Leo is sat all alone. Unfortunately, he will fall. A little too much for him to handle. The cavalry is arriving though, to some extent. Jervis though falls to his own death as it tries to make its way down the hillside. DG98 finds second. Now, Taman looking for Shin, but can't find it. Sophia is still behind, and Pio might just be seen there. He is indeed caught off guard, taken down instantly.
Nice work from Sophia. And the Expendables actually starting to make their way down here to see if they can third party this. You can see them just on your mini-map off to the east. Guys and 777 getting there. Sophia, well, looks like Jervis will get flushed out. Shen has now been spotted out by 777, and they are back on the move once again. Remember, Expendables playing with that new player in Smell.
This is just from one fight straight to another. Gen G, here's the commotion. They run up the hillside. They didn't want to sit all four down below. Smart play from Meta and Anonyx to go up and actively try and see if they can get a piece of the pie, and indeed they do.
Well,
and a free car.
3 kills on their way out, so at least SGD getting a few points before being dispatched from the lobby. Still 53 alive. DG98 that replay there on the push once again.
Double headshot from Shen as well. That is crucial. Again, didn't amount to much in the end, but gave me some fantasy points, and it gave them a little bit of hope that they would stay put. But DG98, solid double coming through.
Gotta tell you, man, Shen was one of the players that I was most excited to see on the international stage coming into this, and it was actually almost a shame that they got locked up into the hot drop battle with Sonics, at least for the first day, because we didn't get to see a whole lot of Shen. And then once Sonics decided to leave Pachinko Mikado, SGD really didn't capitalize off of it that much. So it's kind of one of those, like, okay, you win the battle, but who's winning the war at the end here?
Yeah, I mean, with so limited playtime on the server, because I mean, when you're coming into every game, even if you win against Sonics, when you're coming into every game with 2 alive, or 1 alive for that matter, you don't really get to play a game. You know, you don't get those rotations, and you don't get to kind of get a feel of what are these teams doing, what's the flow of the lobby. So they were getting started when, well, the group stages were getting ended. Renba? Okay, I see you. Taman, bye-bye.
Job, and Nonix cleaning that one up as well, because, I mean, shoot these guys out in the middle of that open field, that just feels like a lost point. I'm going to be the one that does it. Pong.
Casa, not a safe place to be.
Yeah, I mean, they really aren't, man. And you got all this rooftops, everything's available. 51 alive, actually, you know, it's a lot for this little small area of the map here. Remba's still trying to get that Bolty to work for him.
It is. I mean, it is more than usual. The thing is, no one right now, as we can see it, are opting to split. Everyone knowing the importance of staying alive and winning this one. Nice shot from Remba. Knowing the importance of winning this one, as we see, I can only imagine one going down. Yep, and the flush to follow. Because Kasera is just going to get everything he can with it. Closes the loop, back in he goes.
That's unfortunate for Yanli.
No one's daring to play 2 split right now. In the area of map that we're in, and the importance of getting these points. Like, no one's opting to do anything aggressive here.
Nope. He's gonna make it, yeah. Nope, Adder, don't go prone.
That's not exactly the position to do this in. I don't think he realized that he was on the roof. When he found out it was a little bit too late. Molly comes through, not gonna do much. Kaisera, nice attempt. Jumping out of the window, trying to get the off angle, but SSR is ready for it.
Man, Kaisera, the young superstar from America's had just a highlight reel of a PCS 7, and it has just not been kicking off just yet for them. We'll see if they can find their footing here in the coming days. Tong, meanwhile, just kind of out in the middle of the open.
Yeah, I mean,
why not?
Tiamba, they're aware that they have Gen G. As long as they can contain the 2 players that went into the shack. I mean, they have 2 players still trying to deal with expendables on the other side. I think now it's just kind of testing his boundaries. That Nate, a little bit too far to make it up towards the window. 777 will have heard Anonix. He might have seen him. I'm not sure. No, he's still looking towards the car. Now he spots him. That should be an easy one. Yep, 77 doesn't miss those.
There you go. One of the new crop of Apex superstars. We got to witness Tycon for the last 2 days over in the winners bracket. 777's been putting on a show for the Expendables here for quite some time. Just missing out from that Group B. Along with several other teams, really. LG just falling short as well in that group.
Spirit pulling up on Petra.
Yeah, they want some of this. Edie, a few shots in, will get Isolev very low, but doesn't get the knock.
That Nate could be absolutely brutal because he will have all the Petra cores set very close to one another. Nates are coming in return no long. There to do damage. More utility being used now. 1 falls, 2 falls, 3 falls. And Spurram, now you can only imagine they're going to continue to push forward.
They got to. She's checking down right now, but the push coming in from Canaxi. He's going to find another one. And now it's all down to 1 for Petrichor Road. They get dispatched by Bury Round. What a push.
Yep. They commit to it. They fully make it on through. Utility works in their favor. They lose 1. But in a situation like this, and with this circle to follow, you've got to be satisfied with that engagement.
More Donuts getting dead center circle this time, but that is a dangerous little spot to hold. That's the trenches over there. I did want to point out that 777 did get a knock onto 7-7 from Tiamba.
Oh no, we have them in the same lobby now.
We do. So the thing that I was worried the most about has finally come true.
Get away from them. Go the other way. We don't need all these 7s.
So many 7s.
There you go.
So many. Oh,
there you go.
Tong's going to be the one that gets him this time. And we'll see if Savior can actually get the flush. Yep, he's going to creep on up. And there you go.
Sometimes it's a caster curse, sometimes it's a caster blessing. Gustav down now for the 2nd time. Don't assume that he's going to get back on his feet. These are all the teams currently outside the circle trying to wrap their way on in. Diggory, sat by himself, has Fex further up the hillside, but really limited what he can do again. I mean, I think for Scar L, Mosin, it goes to show again how early these teams have been rotating. Just no loot, no proper loot for half of these teams that have been forced to make the move so early. Still got the red dot Mosin for Fex.
Well, you got Diggory's got a Mosin as well, so it's this is. Oh, he just missed out on getting a Gustav.
Did he at least get a scope from Gustav then? Maybe he just waited for him to bleed out. So oh no! Oh, sorry. Oh, he had a scope. Oh.
Lime's pushing out. We want a piece of this. He spots Fex, gets the head, but just able to dip under the line of sight as Tickleton can't find the grenade. Oh, just off.
Yeah, can't overcommit to the angle too early. Now, nail up. That's elsewhere on the map towards the north. Finds one. Diggory does get one with the bolt in return. Finds the flush onto Shannon as well. Has one more nut play on Xavier, but I think he's going to be shooting through the backpack for a little while with that angle. He's going to aggressively now go for the 2nd. I think you can see him looking down towards SSR on the left side. He has Fex making the play forward as well. That is a nice off-angle push. Might catch him off guard. Spots him. Takes him out as well. And that's GEX out in 12th.
GEX out in 12th. And Fex surviving. just a little bit longer. FaZe surviving a little bit longer as Sonics, as you said, they're creeping out. They have that high ground. They want to hold on to it as long as they can. They don't want to push down in to clean up. But Diggory actually going to sneak back up here. End up in a 1v1 here versus Mime. Mime definitely hears that Mosin shot.
Yeah, I don't think he has any clue, Diggory that is, that Mime is sat just on the other hill, on the side of the rock there. Unfortunately for Mime, Connexy does. Vex will fall. And we saw Polish Power just before. I think he just crossed it single-handedly, took out the entirety. Then maybe we'll get a replay of it later. In the meantime, Diggory trying to make his way across the ridgeline. Not exactly an easy endeavor to have to go through as a solo player.
Oh, he's struggling right now, man. He's going to survive, though.
Yeah, say that.
Well, I spoke too soon. H-Win will be the one to take him down. Meanwhile, LG getting cleaned up by Entropic on the north side. So LG going to go out in 9th place. Entropic looks like they'll lose one and now take another knock as QBE is going to get knocked down.
Yeah, now is the time they have to try and make a play down the hill with Entropic having one down. I mean, curious, I was going to say, Noadra now pushing up the hillside. Curious to see if they were going to make an active play up the hill to get these flushes. I'm loving this aggressiveness that we're seeing from Burham. First they take the fight to Petrichor, and now they're coming up the road here as well. That nade is going to be just short. We'll throw one more a few meters further up the hillside. You might find yourself a triple kill.
They're so close, and Buriram reading this situation very, very nicely. They know exactly where the Sonics boys are. The utility just not hitting. That one might be close enough, as it's going to bounce. Oh, just shy.
I mean, it's
stopped down by the vehicle.
Even if they take out the vehicle here, that'd be perfect. The issue is, as you can see here as well, Entropic applying so much pressure towards Edie from behind, so they have to go back and fortify the position.
Buriram, I mean, they immediately turn tail and head back to pay a little bit more attention towards EIQ. They're back in the hard cover, I think, realizing that, you know what, Sonics, they're going to have to come to us eventually. We might as well wait for them to get out of the smoke. H-Win will go down to Lucarux. You can see just how much damage that blue is doing. Yeah. Tegleton's going to go down to one bullet from Smell. And Shrimsy now the last one alive for Sonics.
It is so insane to me how safe everyone is playing. I mean, really, other than Burham right now, after having gotten that position, everyone is playing it so careful, knowing how much is at stake, knowing how much is on the line. 24 alive in an incredibly open ending in halfway through Phase 6. That is something we never see here.
Brutal stuff there. Sonics will go down in 8th place. Tiamba now working their way back up that eastern side, going to take a knock onto the Expendables. Levi's will immediately turn it back onto Tang. Gets the knock, gets the flush. Duckshoe's now down, so it's down to just Levi's and Smell as Buriram pushing out from their compound, but immediately going to lose one to Chewy to 71.
Americano and USG now finally in position from where they can start shooting at teams as well. There was nice spotting Canaxi there, prone in the open. You see 6 bullets left on him though, so not a whole hell of a lot to work with. Edie in the meantime backs off. 3 HP is what he has to work with, but able to stay alive for now.
Well, USG just gets to sit right dead center. I don't think they've gotten a single. Okay, they've got 1 kill. They've just got picked up their 2nd kill, so nobody getting anywhere near them. Somehow, Toby, Gen G, that was hiding in a shack all by themselves, all off on the west side, have managed to creep in, backfill behind everything that's going on to the south, and still alive with Adder and Remba.
The thing with the teams alive on the west side, no one can really take the fight to them. So, well, they just wait it out. They'll be all right. 3 kills on the side of Gen G as they make their way on forward. The double bolt action. I don't know if we're just in the bolt action meta luppy here, or if people have just been really, really unlucky with their loot situation, because we are seeing, I think, on the likes of 6 or 7 bolt players, which I would not normally expect to see. Circle, oh my god, actually keeps the hillside in.
Okay, that's an interesting shift there. T5 has some decision making to do. All 4 alive there.
Yeah.
On that north side, and they've gotten 8 kills, Toby. They have just been picking up. I haven't seen them really push into anybody, but it feels like they're just kind of third-partying, maybe picking off knocks and stuff. They're just being very, very opportunistic. This is great play coming out from T5.
Well, they held their fire for a little while, but they knew when to push out. They took out the entirety of Polish Power. I believe X-Cross actually took out 3 of the 4 there. Saw it in the replay just before, and now solid push up the ridgeline, forcing Lucarux down. And, well, I mean, for now, if they can maintain control here, they're going to be all good, and there's no reason for them to go any further. Rossited still up on the north hillside, will have to make a move eventually, but not just yet. The more info they're gathering now, the better they're going to be off in the late game. So if they clear the hilltop now, they know, well, just got to fight the trenches.
Yeah, this is, I think this is probably the best position that T5 can really look to work with here. If they can get Rossited over there, they'll be fine. They don't really need to clean up or take the risk of clearing out Lucarux or the Expendables there on the top of that hill. Gen G, they are still kind of pinned with their backs up against the wall here. They got to start doing something here shortly.
They need to find a knock. They have a Mosin adder. It's on you to take one from Expendables.
Mosin boys here.
You got to find one adder to try and make a play. Shot fired and missed. As the smoke's now being deployed on the push on forward, but as you can see as well, Adder finally finds it. Lewis will fall. The rest will have to come through, and now is their chance to push forward. Broken vest, no helmet. Gen G has been fighting their way through this one, and now they're going to try and see if they can make their way even further forward.
Yeah, it truly doesn't even matter that they don't get the flush onto that knock. That just opened the door for them to run underneath. The Expendables here. Smell should be able to get the res on the Levi's, but Levi's was in a bad way as well. I mean, he had less than 10 rounds left in that mini. Is Remba going to get right underneath their doorstep, toss the grenades, hope for the best? Levi's does get flushed out by Excrozit, and Smell going to take a lot of damage there. Going to spot out Remba. They're not looking.
The timing, Smell, you got to hit those. Keen is actually going to be the one to find the first. The nade from Adder over the ridgeline, finds the second. Able to stay alive, takes out Expendables, and we now find ourselves with just 4 teams left alive.
They're going to spot him out. Oh my goodness, that was almost a beautifully timed flashbang from Lucarux, as he will end up going down. So T5 has that high ground, and now USG starting to leave their little trenches here. Adder's still alive, that third-party wild card factor of Adder, but I think everybody should know exactly where he is.
They're not going to be too fussed about it. The thing is, for me here, and I'm going to be completely honest, I consider 3rd and 5 and Donuts the 2 weakest team even in this lobby. So this is, with only this being a best of 10, this is going to cause a massive upset pretty much regardless of how it goes down. If 3rd wins this, they're looking at a 20-plus kill game or 20-plus point game. And, I mean, this would be absolutely huge for both these teams to come off to such a good start.
I mean, 10 kills in game 1 for 3rd on 5. I mean, that's just huge coming out from that squad. Now, USG, they're still only sitting on 3, and, oh, Shiva taking some big shots there from Ranger X. But, I mean, this is the situation that they're in, right? Like, I mean, 3rd and 5.
They still have smokes.
They have to. I feel like they have to get knocks here.
Yeah.
And then at least 2 to try to make a push.
The thing is, the game is ending outside. They just only have 1.5 car. One of them was completely, I mean, almost blown up. And they need the knock to then apply the smoke wall to then push down the hillside. You can see Kane still looking for the last. Exrozit is going to be able to find it. That's one falls now. Korn finds one more. It's been a quiet game for Donuts. They hard committed to this position. They drove through 3 teams to get here without taking casualties, and sure as hell, it has benefited from them.
Sure did, and I mean, oh no, here it comes. They took the knock. They immediately get all into the Dacia, and they're making the send. One going to go down to Americano. Americano sends the rest of that magazine in. Not going to find it. Exrozit will go down. I believe it's just one left. The grenade will do it from Shiva as USG Donuts get the first win.
What an ending. I did not expect to see them fully commit to the drive on down, especially considering that they still had smokes to be able to set up a short play. But nope, not going to happen. They fully commit. They die because of it. And Donuts gets themselves the win in game number 1.
I mean, well earned, you got to say. They held their ground, but it was definitely a compound win, for sure.
It's one of those positions where you can't really do too much until the very end game. But in the end game, you're still going to be the team with the lower ground, so you have to make sure that you don't get knocked, and they did that really, really well.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, we talk about it all the time, the importance of playing your life, right? Is not taking that knock whenever you can't really afford to, and this time definitely plays out nicely for USG. But I got to say, man, 3rd on 5. That is so impressive coming from this team that, like you said, I mean, I think most of us kind of had them written off a little bit.
3rd on 5 in the end game, Buram in the mid game as well. Very few teams daring to go aggressive, but these two, they knew exactly what their game plan was, and they executed it to perfection.
Absolutely. Well, I'm excited to hear what the analyst desk has to say about that first game, especially Xenox. I want to know. Tell us more about 3rd on 5, Xenox.
And there you have it. Donuts get themselves the victory here to seal the deal for game number 1. They were dunking in the trenches. The cheeky Donuts here living things out. You know what? Let's go straight to Xenox. What do you think about this game? Yeah.
I was about maybe, what, the 20-minute mark, and I said, hey, guys, we're sitting there watching top 3, all APAC. All APAC.
Yeah, good job, yeah.
Really good start, obviously, from T5, and liked the way that they were able to have confidence in their ability to sweep the edges, take those fights. More importantly, they're winning those fights with 4 alive as well. Look, obviously, we'll get to Donuts. Big win, but they got hard fed.
Hard fed.
Yeah, they were chilling there for a while. Not too many kills going their way, but you know that's a nice position to have during that game.
Yeah, and honestly, with only 10 rounds to play, we were just talking about this. One win could very well almost guarantee you going into the top 8, and at the very least, it keeps you from going last.
Yeah, almost certainly. Yeah, it's going to be difficult to have a complete, absolute collapse after something like that. So it's a nice start to be able to make sure you're avoiding that very last spot. But looking at how this game played out here, Xenox, as we look at the highlights overall, another North Circle team trying to battle for position.
Another one.
Another one.
Another one.
I thought we maybe would leave that behind in the winners bracket, get something a bit different here in the losers bracket. Not to be. And look, the way that the teams played it out as well, they prioritized that center position, especially phase 2 when we got that first shift. And from there, everyone was actually pretty even throughout the lobby. The kill proportions were, I think almost every team had like 2-3 kills themselves. In this position here, of course, we were talking about that off-air position that Petrichor Road were holding. We knew that they were obviously going to feel that pressure at some point, but Burrep so clean.
Yeah. I mean, just to your point about kills being pretty well distributed, I think is going to be a good thing for a number of the teams that might have gone out early, is the fact that there is no one team. It's not like USG with their win. It's not like they got 20 points, 20 kills alongside their win to really jump ahead. T5 had a good number of kills themselves going out in 2nd place, but other than that, it's pretty even across the board.
The other part of it as well is the position that Donuts actually found themselves in early in the trenches. We thought potentially there was a chance that teams could push on them, throw those nades, and that is sometimes a position that is susceptible to that kind of attack, but no one could necessarily get into a position in the first place that was close enough to really get those nades going.
22 were in position, but they elected to not take that fight.
They did. And they'll end up in last place for this game. We've got ourselves Donuts in 3rd on 5, getting themselves plenty of points, with Genji and Entropic coming in 3rd and 4th. You know what? For Genji and Entropic, who did not have a good start to this tournament, that's not that bad point.
I do have a Xenox fun fact here, though, very quickly. When we started winners bracket, it was Cerberus with a 7-kill win. They did not make the top 8. We now start losers bracket with Donuts, 7-kill win. Maybe a bit of bad juju there. Could be on the cards.
Maybe. I mean, yeah, you're right in the sense that it is absolutely not certain even getting themselves a victory here on the board. But yeah, so looking down here as well as we figure out exactly how these teams have performed, with Donuts taking the top spot. They didn't have to do too much for it. They defended themselves well, and towards the end, good kind of solid position.
And that's the real thing, that it's not so much that they didn't do anything, it's just they didn't have to.
Right.
So they didn't hide, they didn't wait, they didn't slow crawl behind another team and then find an opportunity to take the rug out from under them. So you can make the argument that these guys could have gotten kills if more came their way.
The funny thing is, the game I think would have been even easier for them had we not had one of the hardest ease shifts we had to then still have that high ground in play for as long as it was here, Xenox.
And then also kind of took the attention of Theraton 5 over to said high ground too. So that made it a little bit easier for USG, because that's one less team pushing directly onto them. And then by the time that T5 had to make their way down from that high ground position, we saw them in the vehicle, of course, get lit up. So, I mean, that was really one of the strengths, I think, from USG. They trusted their position. They didn't spread out. I was questioning maybe should have they tried to take a little bit of space position away from the trenches, push out a little bit towards the end, but they just held firm. They knew that no one could really push onto them, held their position, waited till the end. 7-kill win. You'll take it. 17 points.
Yeah, not too bad at all. Good points to start things off here in the lower bracket. And, I mean, Cameron, when you were looking at this game and as all these teams are collapsing down, who else did you have your eyes on, be it impressed or disappointed?
Ooh, Luminosity I was quite disappointed with. I think they may have got a couple of kills, but the thing that worried me, Luke as my captain fantasy aside, was the fact that they were coming in on the edge with the blue at their back with no real way to get into the circle. And as someone who's been an LG watcher for quite a while, that looks like an LG that is struggling to figure out how to break into a circle. If they have that step to get inside, then they look good, then they look strong. but I'm worried that this is the start of a potentially crumbling.
Yeah, I think my worry is sort of what we were speaking about the pre-show. For me, at least, Petrichor Road, their inability to win those team fights. It's stark there again, right? They lost out pretty comfortably to Buram.
Yeah.
Yes, they were getting pressured from above, and obviously Sonics could peek over. But yeah, it's another fight, James, where Petrichor just don't have that firepower.
I oftentimes feel, though, where Petrichor took up residency, that compound is barely even a compound, right?
Yeah.
It's just some shacks spread out in a small area. Those shacks, once you kind of take cover in one, it's very predictable exactly where you are. You can't really take decent off angles. You're relying on all of your team trying to cover you, right?
Yeah, honestly, if 22 had 4 up when they made that send to Petrichor, we probably could have seen Petrichor gone out earlier because of those angles that you're talking about.
All right, let's get into it then. Erangel again, no North Circle, please, as we head over to the commentators here for our second game of the lower bracket.
Thank you very much, James. And yes, we may be the kings of the North, Toby, but God, can we please anywhere, just anywhere else, no more North, as we see Third on 5 get that first big win.
I feel like we deserve to expand our rule at this point, because I don't only want to be the king of Stalber, I also want to be the king of, I don't know, like
Zarki.
Yeah, that would be kind of cool.
That would be kind of
king of Zarki.
Why not a logging king? I never thought I would say myself like desperately wanting a Milta Power circle or like a quarry circle.
I've had enough Milta Power circles lately. The thing is, when you reach a point where you can't even come up with which circle you would rather have, that's when you know that you've been through some brutal ones over the time. But regardless, this is what we're given. A pretty straightforward plane, again, somewhat diagonal towards the east, but everyone should be able to go pretty much where they want to, which is why Oro and I have been allowed to talk about nonsense for the first 1 minute and 8 seconds of the game.
You actually wait to be allowed to talk about nonsense, because I just kind of do it.
I managed to get it. You know, I don't like put down the whole bunch at the same time. I kind of just I kind of squeeze it in mid cast every now and again.
Ask forgiveness, not permission. That's
the way of the caster.
That is the way of, well, it's at least the way of the Boro here is.
The worst thing is, everyone hates military circles, but I think all viewers right now are seeing. Can we? Okay, viewers, imagine this.
Give me your.
Imagine your North endings here were military endings, and how much you would have disliked seeing this many of them in a row. I'm just inserting that into your brains, because this is getting out of hand. At least, though, Boro, if there was ever a dip that hasn't been found yet, or a ruck that hasn't been driven into by these players yet on the north side of this map, they would know at this point, because they have done nothing but being up towards Stalber and Severny.
These teams are going to know exactly how every single team in the world likes to rotate
Coming
to
into
circles.
Tomorrow, they will be dreaming of Stalber tonight. And all the rotations they're going to be doing. Here we're seeing the top 5 killers of the previous game. Extra set, of course, getting 3 of those kills on a Polish Power who were trying to sort of rotate out of a tough situation. So getting 3, I don't want to say easy ones, but 3 kills on players that weren't shooting back. But then the pull-up. Further later down the line, up on the hillside, smart execution on the side of T5, which led to them getting a solid 17-point game.
Yeah, definitely not the way Polish Power wanted to start things off again. It's, I mean, essentially more of the same, isn't it? I mean, the rotations have just been the absolute Achilles heel of this team, and we really we haven't gotten to see what they can do in late game type situations with 4 up, because it's just they're constantly losing 1 or losing 2 in these rotations, these mid game plays.
One thing that I am kind of curious to see here, though, is now that we're taking a look at FaZe, we saw Skiles, we saw Mosins.
We did.
We didn't see VSSs, but I feel like we could have.
Oh, imagine.
Last game, all teams, or pretty much all teams, other than Bekopa, rotated very early for position.
Yes.
Right now, I'm only seeing Crunio on the instant rotation to try and claim real estate early on here. Which means I think teams realize, you know what? That Mosin red dot thing, it didn't really work out for me, so I know we could get a compound early, but how about if I find a gun I can actually get kills with? That way, maybe we will come out victorious in more fights than we did last game.
And I think, you know, when you think back to how the rotations worked out last game, right? How many teams did we even see try to send it around the east side of Stalber? I don't think.
We had, well, two
Maybe
teams. Two teams did it, like on the first circle.
Sure.
But then the 4 teams that were sat south come second hard shift. No one did it. Everyone opted to go. I mean, the furthest east rotation was up via Yasnaya around the river bend towards Nolene compound. So that was really it. No one took the hard drive around. And of course, the players, the coaches, hopefully sat out back will have watched and heard that.
Sure.
The issue now is, if we look at the map again, we have 6 teams currently like south or east of Yasnaya. I'm not sure what Xiaoyang is doing.
Falling out.
Yeah, but we have 6 teams sat down there, and if they're all trying to do that now, it's gonna be a cluster towards Stolper.
Yeah, I mean, I'm look, I get the rotations if you're on that.
Out of a US?
He must have. I mean, I get the rotations on the east side, then cutting up north of Yasnaya, cutting by Nolene and sending it right for the plains. That's fine, but it just seems everybody's doing it right now. So if you're a coach sitting there watching, I think maybe, taking that information and coming over, especially considering how many northeastern circles we've seen now, just saying like, hey, that Kameshki Stalber kind of thing is pretty open. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road, they're going to get a little bit close to a Gen G duo. That one's going to be one down in long. Remba immediately back into the top floor. Got the grenade ready too. Oh, Renba! He's going to go down eventually to Ming rather. But Petrichor Road, what is going on?
That double kill was illegal. That was absolutely insane, and here comes Therodon 5, ready to reap the rewards of the work of Renba.
Oh no, and now Ming's gonna find an Onyx, immediately gets flushed out by Ranger X. Ming still having to dance around. He's got 2 teammates on the first floor. There's no way, Toby, is there? He doesn't get both of them.
I mean, right now we do have... The thing is, Rosset is playing behind, and Polish Power
and
are currently...
leaving.
Polish Power are pulling up on Rosset's position. They have to fortify. He can't get out of it. Macronio spot in the middle of the open. Barrel against M4. M4 wins these, at least this time around. And here comes the rest of Extrasit. It's going to be caught in the middle of the open, because here comes the Cabby from the other side. Cabby finds one, goes down instantly. Norgis finds the second, so to trade 2 for 2, make it a 2 for 3. As Marsalek now the solo player left alive for Polish Power.
Oh man, how many times have we had to say this? The solo player left for Polish Power, dancing around on a grenade, goes down.
Took out all of them.
And Theraton 5, Rossiter Jr. collecting some points. And now, wouldn't you know it, let's get another one up here at the warehouse. Why not? Sophia gonna get spotted out by Rossiter as he's going for the res.
I think... Okay, Sophia, I don't know, but Sophia must have imagined that they were fighting inside the warehouse. Because of all the kills going through as fast as they did, that's what they must have thought. The kills will come through in the end of it. Of course, they saw knocks on both sides, kills on one. But they, a little bit of a misplay pulling up on that one. I mean, as much as I said Therodon 5, we're going to benefit off of Remba's work. As you were saying before, Petrichor now have the center compound, and they're back to 3 alive.
What the hell is going on?
This ain't even game 5.
We're down to 52
Guys,
already, just like that.
Calm down. I think it was because last game I said everyone was playing so passive. They're like, no, Toby, we're not passive. We'll show you. And then they just suicide.
Well, you know what? Okay. Well, we're down 1 Theraton 5. Now, that being said, they did get 5 kills on their way out. Polish Power, meanwhile, well, that's unfortunate. Gen G did lose 2, but they keep 2 alive. So that's the good news for them, as unfortunately... Well, that's kind of how they played most of their game 1, isn't it? Just down to 2. Now this time around they lose 2. They pick up 2 points for their troubles, so they're still sitting in 3rd place here as we get a replay. Well, one of what could have been many replays. So.
Yeah, it was a pretty hectic one, Leo. Does connect a double headshot. Ixlef falls to the knees, but again, not expecting to see any swift reactions off of that. Striker will spend the time kind of repositioning the vehicles. Should someone else up to come towards the position they're currently finding themselves in.
I will say, and this is breaking the 4th wall a little bit here, but we have SGD sitting right behind us. They are the closest to our desk, and whenever Sophia went down, I heard him screaming for the rest of his team to get there because he knew it was one guy, and they just needed to find out where he was. And once they did, easy peasy, clean it up.
Maybe you shouldn't have YOLO pulled up on a bike alone to a fight that had just finished. But then again, that's just my take.
There's information gathering, and then there's information gathering with high testosterone, and that's what he decided to do.
While we've been talking, Buram has been running into the trap that is the Sonic setup here. No knocks coming through just yet, but the trap has indeed been sprung. H-Win is up close. Will have heard the nades from the other side. Spots one, Tiggleton finds one, H-Win finds the other. And all of a sudden it's looking ugly for Buram because Chexing now falls as Xavier gets one. A very wide split GEX with Xavier up close towards the northern side.
I mean, look, that paid off huge for Xavier coming all the way up here. He's going to find that 1 point, that 1 kill. Tig will clean up Edie. But now Sonics has to be worried. They see the GEX showing up in the kill feed. Do they know that it's just a solo player? There's no way they could. They're going to see Canaxi try to run away. H-Win has a little bit of an angle here. Spots a little head out. Trying to take a few shots, but Canaxi will survive for the time being. Now Xavier got to be careful with this, though, doesn't he?
Yeah, let's see. 2 players are coming around. Strimsy, H-Win trying to catch the last remaining player. Circle is going full Stalbot, so this sure is beneficial for Sonics. The fact that they now get to clear it before the circle pops, the new circle pops, boom, we got it all to ourselves.
All Stalbot, baby, and BGP right on the south side of Severny. A few shots coming in from Chui will land, not get the knock, but fortunately for BGP, it looks like they're just far enough behind the rest of Tiambo, the rest of Petrichor Road.
Yeah.
SGD off to their south. They've actually got a pretty free rotation.
I mean, Bagopar, they called the timing perfectly in this one. New circle pops there already. I mean, obviously coming all the way down from Primorsk. They had a pretty far journey up here, but nice timing on the approach. This one already full speed, managing to beat at least 1.5 team on the rotation. So I could do it now, trying to make their way up the hillside here too. Should be able to do just that. The issue is now with Stalbot being the center top position, as we're seeing Ada getting shot at by Petrichor. This one can go downhill on either side, and obviously with the mountain being in the middle of everything, it's so damn difficult to really get info, like to scout forward on the other side when there's a mountain blocking off all vision. So I think from here on out, everyone's going to be playing very slow regardless of where the next circle is going to take us.
Everybody getting real close together on this western side here. Purdy Curdy, the rest of LG set up. They see people making rotations just underneath them, but they're losing the line of sight. Sir will get picked off by Pio, so Petrichor Road won't get the credit for that point. That'll instead go into the bag of Bagopod. Now they have pretty much downhill, pretty clean, but Luke 12 gonna get spotted out by Xavier once again. Xavier, the rest of his team just hanging out in warehouses, and he's just playing the solo snake, just going out there and finding people, aggressive.
Sneaking around, enjoying the fact that all these other teams are coming up in that direction and forcing the nearby teams to look the other direction, at least for a little while, but that's long enough for him to find a knock here and there, and that's kill number 2 for GX.
He's just John Wicking it out here. He's all by himself, just all hiding behind trees, finding points, finding kills. QBE.
Are they pulling up on this?
A few shots at Petrichor. They're still trying to find somewhere to go, man. Mill gets picked out of that backseat. QBE will find that kill as well as Ike's left. Now the last one left with Ming. Now, fortunately, there's just nothing on this north side, Tobes.
Nope, it's very empty. There are some compounds far up towards the northern side. Pio in the meantime now trying to scout further forward, trying to see where Bagopar can move. Add up, solo player left alive for his team, whiffing a few bullets there. And then some more. So Sophia gets to stay alive, and add up, well, it really limited where you can go from here, buddy.
And then some more.
Yeah. I tried to be nice to him.
Well, you did. You
he didn't make it easy.
You tried. Well, that should be avoid the shots from Chewy. But you can see SGD, they're really thinking about kind of pushing down here, but then I think maybe thinking the better of it. Shen getting called back, and that should be okay for the time being. Yeah, it's not worth it. They got a nice little spot there. Everybody inside Circle 4, the most part. FaZe has really nice control over the southwest of this thing. I mean, you can see how split out they are. The Expendables might be a thorn in their side here shortly, though. They are rolling together as a death ball, and we've seen how effective they can be at it.
And the fact that FaZe gets all these compounds, I was just going to say if the circle goes towards him too, that is amazing. They knew off of last game, not a lot of teams did that Eastern wraparound. If they come in as the last one, they can just go one compound at a time. Well, this ain't taken. Well, this ain't taken. Well, this ain't taken. And then with all the teams coming in from the hot west side, having rotated further around there, I mean, they're blessed right now with what they got available. Issue is, eventually, teams will come to try and claim some of that real estate, and they've got to be ready for that.
Yep, they got to have their Their volumes turned all the way up here as Diggory and AT will share one compound. I think Gustav's job is to make sure that keep an eye on everything coming in from the north, while Fex is looking for anything wrapping from the south. We'll see if they spot anything out. As 22 is going to try to make their run up the mountain. They've got SGD split up right here. This is a bad wrap here for 22, trying to go uphill, especially knowing that you got the full 4-man squad of SGD looking right down on you.
They sure are running the gauntlet, sending it straight through the middle, trying to get their way further. And I'm seeing on the kill feed now that Fex falls. That's actually 777, a wise flank around the southern side, catching one of the phase members off. I mean, it was really Lewis and Smell kind of baiting the attention of him. And just like we're seeing here, as PO spots Tang, can only imagine 777, caught Fex standing right out in the open.
That's unfortunate. I mean, we've seen it so many times how these guys that play the anchor positions for their team, the information gathering spots, it is, you just get punished so much quicker in these lobbies than you may in your own regional lobbies. And unfortunately, they're finding out the hard way. PO will find Tian as nine rather. Tong still kind of back there, down to about half HP with 777, but this is all happening right on the edge. SGD start to creep up to the north to see if they can maybe third party this.
Yeah, Luminosity eliminated as we speak. 22 Esports got the better of them, and now, again, you can see here the three-way fight continues. Shen finds the first one. Jervis, they're trying to kind of bag up the position, but they're now starting to fall back as well. It's a nice disengage on their part here. They know that there's two teams in the vicinity. They don't have all the info to go off of. No reason to risk too much. There could be teams backfilling us. We got one kill. Let's back off, see what happens, and then play from there.
Oh, nice spray from Tong. We'll get Songjong out. That was a little bit ambitious on his part. They know exactly where these two guys are. Songjong just kind of sending it. DG98 will win the fight with 7-7, but he leaves with just 1 HP left. Song now the last one up. We'll find Pio as Tiamba. They are dug into these rocks and just not going down easily.
Yep, not at all. Tank, solo player left alive. Trying to stay put, but Taman and DG not making it easy for him.
Oh,
Pio able to feed some info across as well here. And I'm liking the push now again from Schweigedui coming up from behind here. They've managed to fall back. They fend off. I mean, they anticipate the push from Donuts. They take down 2 on the side. Now they come back north once more. But Adder, I don't think they're aware of Adder. Circle shifts away from them. And now it's time for Schweigedui to decide, do we want to stick around here and take the fight, knowing we're going to be late to it? Or should we just leave here and try and make a play for the circle?
Yeah, they know they've just got them pinned right up against the blue here. A few grenades left for Sophia and Shen. It's going to be really tough to hit these as DG98 will just pull away. They've got the US. They'll just dip on out of here, it looks like, as Leo's trying to rush it on over. Might be able to find a spray if they're lucky. Damon gets knocked very low here. More shot might be the one that does it, and Leo going to hit it. Nicely placed bullet there. But DG98 will escape for the time being. And Adder, oh Adder, you sneaky boy.
Well, it's a salvage game. Let's see how much you can salvage. The spots too. They haven't seen anything. Now the shots come through. Adder, you don't want to whiff those. That's your element of surprise completely down the drain. He does manage to find Leo, but here comes the push over the hillside from Shen.
No grenades either. You got to imagine he would have loved to have one to throw back there. Is a little bit closer range, but that's going to be the AUG every day of the week. 2 HP for Shen. He's going to go down to the blue.
Yep, he's dead.
And all of a sudden, Adder, the sneaky snake, he may not have gotten a lot of kills off it, but he definitely might have thrown a wrench into SGD's game plan here.
Sure did. And Sonic's going to be the ones to reap the rewards off of it. They see the knocks and the kill feed. They heard the shots. When did he not see him? Oh, maybe he just wanted to give the point to see. That is fair.
Fair enough.
I'm over here. Shoot at me. Shoot at me.
Tig's the captain on his fantasy squad. He's just feeding that over there. That's understandable. Well, we still have Jervis alive for SGD. DG98 did escape. He's on the north side of Stalbury. He's still running. He's got some work left to do. Shiva getting picked out by Jan Lee as Gex have control over this western side. Savior still on the lookout for anything he can find.
Seeing the replay there, elimination of Luminosity as well. Jarvis just trying to make its way on through, and somehow, well, he made it into the circle, but I'm not sure how much further it's going to get from there, because I think half the server is alerted to its awareness.
Well, absolutely. It is, unfortunately, H-Win will spot out Savior. So the John Wick gets John Wicked by H-Win as They spot him out on that north side. They're going to hold on to that north side, however. They're unfortunately not going to be able to flush the kill out. They're just going to look instead at where they want to play the rest of this game from. SGD does get eliminated in the end, as now Donuts starting to pull in from the south side. They're running into the south side split of the Expendables here. Smell goes down.
Just to make a comparison to the last game when I said we had many alive, there were 2 more players alive last game, 3 circles from where we are now. I mean, that kind of goes to show the situation that we had then. Now, 777, able to find one. Perfect shots coming through. Nade, a lot of damage done as well, but not enough to find Americano. Second time around, though, Lewis will find it, and that's Donuts out and out.
Look at this circle. Ming just smiling and grinning as Gex taking a long-range shot here at Expendables. Yanli getting the kill steal, I think, on the Duck Juice. Still 2 up here for the Expendables. 777 Levi's on the south side. FaZe, despite losing Fex, they have phenomenal position here. But Sonics, oh no, DG98, the snake in the grass, will strike.
He says, as he continues on forward, and now all of Sonics come up here. They got their spike boots on. They got their forks out. They're ready for the kill. Question is, how much damage is DG gonna do before they take him down? First one spotted, finds one, doesn't get more of it. So the kill will be confirmed the other way around. And as far as I can see on the map and the minimap, no one's trying to punish Sonics off of that push. So, well, fortunately they lose one, but they get a kill in return.
Yep. Yeah, it always sucks to lose one to a snake, but they are able to clean it up, as you said. 6 kills now for Sonic, so looking pretty good here. Playing down from the top of Stalber. They still got some work cut out for him. Meanwhile, Ming, as we saw, was in dead center circle, but unfortunately, it looks like the Expendables spotted him out.
Sometimes it's nice to be center circle. When you're a solo little player and a crate lands right next to you, you go, a little too much attention towards me right now.
I'm getting too much good luck right now. Let's dial it back on the good luck.
Can we save that for next game when we're all alive, maybe?
Exactly. Well, Jobic's still alive. They still got 3 up. Only 1 kill so far, but they have pretty much the entire southeastern side of this circle now. See if they can spot out the situation, spot out what's going on the south side. Meanwhile, Tig, the rest of the boys, they've got 22 right in their sights, but 22 have a nice little ridge line that they can work with. Here's Mime. I'll try to pull a little bit closer.
I would love to see Entropic try and wrap further south on this one backfill towards Expendables. Because if they take them out, I mean, they're going to be playing in essentially exactly the way that Entropic usually play good games. Full edge control and just blasting the way through from there. But too many times, it's less, especially as of late, we've seen them miss that 1 or 2 players on the edge, then becomes their downfall. So do it smart, wrap around that southern side, take out Expendables, and then push in from there.
Always got to be on the lookout for Vipers in the long grass, because the ones on this lobby are particularly deadly, as Levi's has a inkling on where Ming might be.
That was a good throw.
A little bit overcooked, and that might have been it. Okay, Levi's will do it with the M4, and they'll blow up the vehicle. As
good mission.
Just
in case.
Cool guys don't look at explosions; they make them happen.
They die to them. Ming said as he blew up.
Well, 5 kills for the Expendables now, as they are being very active as a duo. They've definitely decided to take their action into their own hands. Levi's will get spotted out by Nalip, though.
That's the backstab.
Now Entropic, they have been playing it pretty quiet, but 8C going to spot out Lucarux, and that was the north end there.
It really was, and Lucarux cannot afford to go down. Look at how exposed he is on that open ridge line. That is
You hate to see that. You always hate to see your anchor, your guy that's basically there to make sure that you don't get backfilled, get spotted out like that and just taken down, because it's always going to be an instant knock, instant flush, and it just kind of ruins your whole game plan from that point on.
You see, actually, Gustav pushed up towards the rock really close, but the downhill momentum works in favor of Sonics. They were past Gustav before he even realized they were coming.
Oh, these guys are speed. Lightning McQueen coming out here for Sonics as they get 2 up on a rock, and Shrimsy hovering around 1 of 2 crates. Jan Lee, meanwhile, will spot out Levi. 777. Might not be much longer for this world. He's got the smoke going, but GEX starting to really get aggressive here in the late game. 6 kills for them so far.
Oh, Nalo finds it. I was going to say it's either going to be one or the other. It's going to go in the way of Entropic as they finally get things going. It's been a quiet game for them, but at least just, again, I mean, staying alive a little longer on the server. In Nalop's case, he has been the one to go down in the early game through group stage, so good for him that he's getting a little more play time, you know, getting warmer, a little more confidence coming in here in the losers bracket.
Love to see it. Yeah, he's hitting those shots immediately upon the peak coming through on the tree. Is QBE just sending bullets into the smoke, hoping for the best, not going to find it. Sonic's starting to creep down here a little bit. Maybe get involved in that fight as now 22 and FaZe try to wrap around on the north side. The grenade's coming through. They're doing some damage on Vinny. Vinny going to have to hop out. AC spots him, but doesn't get the knock. Has to pull back down again. The flashbang's coming, though. Will kind of put this FaZe push on pause.
Ghost up. Oftentimes the flank player, the off angle that they aren't anticipating will be this time as well. Can't quite find the first, finally able to get it, but instantly traded. Has the nice 180 return fire coming through. Now Diggory, 8C up close trying to find the player in the smoke. The solo player left alive as Tickleton found Haston. It's just Haven here left alive trying to make his way around. Now Diggory has heard the footsteps though. They know exactly where they have him, and Diggory able to take him down.
Really nicely done by FaZe there, and they should be able to get that res back up. Sonics meanwhile are crashing this as quickly as they can. 8C on the clock now, has to prevent this and slow this down long enough. Gustav gets back on his feet. Can he get the heal off? This is good position for FaZe to have, but Sonics, they're liking this. They like the push. They like the opportunity for maybe dropping some utility. 8C gonna go down to Tickleton. As Tickleton keep repeaking, Diggory gonna go down as well. Gustav's down to 1 HP, just off on the outside, hiding behind the Dacia. Can Tickleton get another one? Gustav will trade him. Okay, instantly down there is Shrimsy. Good push from Sonics, something that we have not seen all tournament.
Solid push from Sonics, but also credit to 8C for trying to buy as much time as he could, lobbing those flashes, constantly trying to be a nuisance for Sonics, trying to make them second guess this push. But, well, as you said, they commit to a decision, Sonics, and they go through with it. Full speed up the hill, they take down FaZe, and now, in Tropic, they only opponents left alive.
I mean, I think if FaZe had an opportunity to maybe just stop down long enough to set that smoke wall up before Sonics was able to get in there, they might have had a shot, but just Sonics was just there so quickly that, and maybe the utility was just not there for them to set it up and slow it down a little bit.
The thing is, for Sonics as well, they knew they had to commit to it because they knew Entropic was down the ridge line, and if they get stopped halfway up that ridge, they get shot in the back by Nailep, by QBE as well, and they could not have that happen. So fully committed decision. I'm loving that that they didn't halter, even though 8C did everything he could to try and prevent them.
He sure did. And then on the other side, on the south side of this, Entropic making short work of GEX. They actually cleaned that fight up very, very quickly. And obviously, Sonics using that as a distraction to push up into FaZe, but really well played there by EIQ. 5 kills now. We'll see if they can maybe pull off the 2v3 chicken dinner here in game number 2.
While the group stage performance for either of these two teams is nothing to write home about, on behalf of EMEA, I can say that Entropic, when it comes to, like, when they're feeling it, when they're playing well, there's a reason they were, for a while, in EMEA this year, one of the teams that were, are these guys actually better than Twisted Minds? Are they going to be the new kings of Europe? They turned out not to be. Because then Twisted Minds, whenever someone doubted them, they just came back and said, nah, it's still ours. Yeah. But even the fact that they were up there but for a moment and people were starting to consider them, they are incredibly deadly. So I'm respecting Sonics, not just running full speed into it because they know what they're up against.
It's a very interesting terrain for this one to play out there. As Tick's going to spot out Nailep. He'll hit those every day. Nailep going down, and now it is just a 3v1 versus QBE, and they know exactly where he is. He has been taking shots over towards Mime. Tickleton going to send the long-range Molotov before flushing out Nailep.
He took the car back up the hillside as well. That was the perfect bait. They sent 2 players down. It takes the car up again. That makes Nailep push up the hillside to go, they left. Now we have them cornered up, but Tickleton stayed behind. That is an absolutely perfect bait setup now for QB. Spots 1 damage comes through, and the first damage on the second as well, but not enough. He needs the knocks. He desperately needs them. Has the level 3 gear, but it ain't gonna matter in a 1v3.
24 HP left. He'll get that heal off. Try to re-peek this tree, but he is getting peeked from all angles here as now the U.S. slowly riding by. Mime desperately wants to get this kill, but he's going to go down. QBE holding his ground as the Molotovs keep landing on his tree. Respect to him for not going out into the blue and giving that point away. Shrimsy will be the one to clean it up, and Sonics fans rejoice. You finally got a win.
Finally something going the way of the Sonics, and for Entropic really as well, and for FaZe Clan as well. 3 teams who have not been delivering in terms of what people were expecting from them coming into this tournament. Finally, well, if there's any way to do it, might as well get things going in the losers bracket.
Absolutely. I mean, in Tropic, they did a great job of kind of clearing out everything. And FaZe, man, it looked like they were just in beautiful position for that fight for the late game early on there. But losing Fex early, still holding on to that high ground. It took a fantastic push from Sonics to really take that
And
out.
I feel like had Lukarooks not gone down on the east side of that one, they would have had a much better shot setting on the southern side. They're ready for the ambush coming down the hills.
Well, there you go. Let's throw it over to our analyst desk to hear what they had to say about game number 2.
Thank you, boys. They're back. We've got Sonics with the victory here up on Stalba. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. No more North Circle, please.
Jeez. At least this was the opposite side of Stalba. It's mixing it up a little bit.
Yeah, at least it was. You're right. It was a bit more even. But let's take a look at the highlights here from this game. Xenox and Sonics look good.
A lot more fighting, wasn't there, in the early game here for Erangel number 2 compared to Erangel number 1, despite, you know, both of them being that sort of northern circle. We saw Gen G, Pero, T5, Polish Power, all fighting early on. And then, of course, we started to turn our attention over towards Stalba. I got to say, though, I think I'm a little bit more impressed there from Petricor, along with the Sonics, of course, off the back of that win. So a couple of teams that I was maybe down upon going into today, starting to show here in the second match that they still got it.
I mean, it definitely needs to be recognized that this part of Stalba, this angle of that mountain, is a lot easier to take isolated engagements. Definitely game number 1 saw a lot more openness and forced rotations into essentially a crossfire. And this allowed teams to have better performance playing on foot, not just the Sonics. FaZe then, I would have wanted to see them do a little bit more from this position. They didn't have to move that much in this circle, and they weren't really given a lot of shots to hold on to it.
Yeah, really good utility of the Molotov. I think you actually brought it up, Cameron, when we were sort of watching off air and that fight happened. The push from Sonics really well timed, but the Molotov that they threw actually denying FaZe from being able to push out, get onto that ridge and actually peek into the Sonics. That meant that they were further back and it allowed Sonics to push up the hill.
That was actually a James observation. My observation is that I actually like the fact that Sonics made the push onto FaZe in the first place. It looked a little weird at first glance, but with Entropic just south of them, having won that fight against GEX, who placed in 4th, they needed to take a fight without getting squashed in between 2 opposite teams.
It's big points though for Sonics coming in 21 off of the back of that. That's gonna, as we kind of say, we feel like these kinds of moments are gonna keep you from getting that 30-second spot, and that's absolutely imperative here. So good for them to be avoiding that, and this is a great start for them to push up to that top 8.
It's a good confidence builder, isn't it? Right? I mean, obviously the success from their fighting towards the end onto FaZe, it's not like they just got a win from sitting still, getting fed a couple of circles. They actually had to push, fight. We saw the rotations and some smart plays as well. The end with that UAZ, the push, they had the 2-1 split. They were moving around. They were proactive. They were doing things.
Yeah, and the scary thing of watching the Sonics, I think I said this at the top of the show, is that when they did move from the SGD hot drop, they still looked a little disjointed. Here, they looked like the Sonics that we know from our region, the super team, the super aggressive, just oppressive force. And so it's really glad to see that come out. Hopefully they can maintain this recovery of their form going into the rest of this tournament.
I would agree. They have to deal with FaZe to make sure that they can then deal with the threats to the south, right? So that is super important for them to make sure that they don't get pincered or kind of caught in a disgruntled position there. But they take number 1 spot for our top 8 so far. And Theraphon, as well as Entropic, actually moving up to 3rd place. Here's Xenox.
Well, I'm going to shift my eyes towards the bottom end of these standings. I know it's only 2 matches gone, but Petricor Road, Tiamba, Luminosity, some absolute gigantic names in PUBG region. I mean, that is a very stacked bottom 4. Polish Power in 16th position. I can't help but feel, James, it's not looking good for them.
What are you trying to say?
I'm just trying to say they're in 16. They might stay there.
Cameron.
Listen, any of the 2, 3, 3. Well, I'm not saying anything. That's not but to his point, these teams need to start getting points. Very around Petricor, Tiamba, Luminosity, Polish Power. They can't be sitting in the double digits for too long. We don't want to see any of these teams in a QM situation where they had 5 points after
5 games.
5 games.
Yes.
Like, that's going to be absolute devastation, absolute defeat.
There's a lot of names down there that you wouldn't expect to be there, but it's only 2 games out of the 10. So thank you very much, gents. We're going to go to a short break here at PGC 2022. And when we return, we have more on the way here from the lower bracket. See you in a few.
没事，2楼那个窗户，它这一侧就是
走了，
来了还好，直接撞。
第一个破点，掉2枪血，哎呀，被打下来，
打下来了，
1换1，紧张了。
里面的一个横向拉枪，
打一个，
第一波投注
他甩着投掷，我
还想扔雷，而且是把整体岩炸补掉了，还行吧，能救人。这把牛哥很。
ยาวแน่นอนอย่างนี้
อุ้ยไม่มีพี่เลยเหรอ
ไม่ใช่
อ๋อ
ไปขับมาแล้วนี่ไงกองฟ้ามันทะลุนะตรงนี้
โหแน็กซี่เฟิร์ส
He's getting some support from that low side, though. Might not get here in time. Oh no, that's not what you want, Marcy. And he gets the nade himself as well, and now full of power.
哦，这边哎，怎么会像揉？
哦，痱子和天路要揉起来了，但是萨萨之后只有一把左轮手枪啊，先打有枪的，
子弹还在。
我真受不了这把枪，全游戏最垃圾的枪 R1895，没有事。
信仰在哪？
He just headshot outside? There's no way. I saw him get an headshot outside, but that must have been from someone else. Wait, what?
Oh no!
Vindalust? Shoot code Marco?
It kind of looked that way.
These guys need to calm the hell.
这把想看看 PU 哥怎么选啊
？PU 哥好久没有声音了，今天。
彪哥今天好像医血率挺高的，就是被医血率。
BGP。
哇！
哎呦！
Đến từ vị trí tài con không lộ bất cứ một thông tin nào ra cả. Bị nhìn thấy rồi tài con xả súng bắt đi được tên của Perfect. Còn một quả nết biết thông tin đối phương đang đâu và tài trả lên rất đánh đá. Quả nết bắt đi được người đằng sau đó là Spyro phải ra đi. Chỉ còn lại một người duy nhất đến từ Twisted Fire rồi và được bị check ra được rồi. Đó là top 16 tại của Twisted Fire.
That's got revived. He has to take time to get that first aid kit off, and the blue is at their back, and the grenade is at his feet. Wait, did he's still alive! What? He popped through the vehicles! He actually popped through those vehicles and can't do it again. Dynamo does remove.
number 1 of the losers bracket, or as I like to call it, Toby, the lovers bracket. We have 2 games in the book. Sonics finally get their win, and it couldn't be a happier birthday present for Mr. Tiggleton is to get that final ever elusive victory, Toby.
I guess the happiest birthday present would have been being in grand finals.
I mean, yes, that is true. But you know what? This is the present he's got, and he's going to be thankful for it, as we all are. But again, I don't want to talk about the area of the map. I think we don't want to curse ourselves any more than we already have, right? But we saw something that I wasn't expecting for sure, and that is a lot of early game action.
It was insane. But then again, when we have a game where we go essentially to the exact same place back to back, first one, they come out, they see, okay, we got to go even earlier because we tried to go early last game. The positions were already taken. Now we got to fully commit to it. And this time around, well, chaos ensued and half the teams were dead by the halfway mark.
A lot of chaos ensued. Half the teams were APAC teams too. So
yeah,
always that third-party wild card variable. You never know. As soon as an APAC team sees a knock, if they think they can get there within 20 seconds, they're going to be there.
As much as it was chaos, though, we did also see some really good things. I love trying to do his control plays on the left side both. I mean, Addo did kind of get the better of them in the end of it, but managing to kind of continuously take fights in 2 fronts, saying we got to push up now, great, but now we got to go back and make sure the Donuts don't backstab us. Come back, take a knock, then go back up north again, like constantly back and forth, trying to maintain control on the west, and then same thing on the east side. The way that in Tropic, while it was kind of slow play to begin with, the way that they maneuvered their way in, spread out on the edge, take control, force Space Clan to make the play up the hill as opposed to coming down towards them. I really loved seeing some of these teams that we haven't seen a lot from manage to take this much control.
Yeah, I mean, and personally, one of the ones that stuck out to me, Savior from GEX, that roaming guy, picked up 2 points from them just by roaming around and taking advantageous shots at guys that just had no idea. And in the end, Gex actually kind of made it to the late game where we're looking pretty good.
It's one of those where, well, this is an open area. Obviously, no one's going to be here, so we're even going to bother looking for someone here. And that's where Savior was just lurking around on the hillside because he had his teammates further down the ridge, kind of playing the big brother, the Overwatch protector of him. He was able to roam the hills freely and found himself some kills onto players who, as you're saying as well, were like, wait, where the hell did GX come from?
Exactly. He made 1 Gek feel like 100 Geks, Toby.
Don't know that joke, but I'll let you have it.
See, all my Zoomer fam in chat, they're gonna love it. Take a look at the FaZe boys. You did bring it up. I mean, they had phenomenal control over that southeastern area. Now, one thing is a little bit disappointing. Fex going down like that. I mean, this guy is he's one of the most experienced players, one of the best players. I mean, going back to Nations Cup UK, damn near carried him, and it's different.
It's one of 2 things, right? Because one thing is, should Fex ever be in a position from where he's that exposed towards one side? Maybe not. But another thing is 777's push around the ridge. I mean, you got to give credit to Expendables in setting that play up to begin with as well. Sure, Fex is kind of caught on the ridge line there, but 777, the fact that he can have his entire team go, hey, we're over here, and then have him kind of swing around the bottom side, catch him in the open. Sure, Fex should never have stayed there for that long, but he knew which role he was filling for his team. You have to play the south side contain. Unfortunately, overstepping the boundaries just a little bit.
He definitely fell for it, hook, line, and sinker that time around. But, you know, again, the Expendables sticking with the style that's got them here, that very aggressive style of kind of finding people out, pinning them out, and going for the kills, not trying to find a compound to play for late game. I mean, this has got to be Twitch chat's favorite team, right? There's no way you could ever accuse the Expendables of being rats.
No, it's one of those, if they go down and fight. We are seeing right now that there are some tech things. We saw Fex standing up just before waving to the camera. They are working on getting the PC fixed here. They are, again, working as fast as they can to get the games ready to go.
Man, I need to get my hands on some of them gold FaZe jerseys. Look at that. Those are clean. Fex didn't get his gold jersey, I guess.
I was gonna say they look white to me, but now I'm seeing the logo on the shoulder. Yep. I'm seeing what you're seeing. Maybe they were saving them for grand finals. Now they're like, gotta bring them out now, boys. But after that last game, I wouldn't be too scared if I'm a FaZe fan. Again, as you were saying, solid control play. Issue is when you have these control game situations, if they don't get the kills to follow, same with the Donuts win. They did get the kills in the end of it, but when you play these positions where you know you're not going to get a lot of action your way, when you then also don't get the kills when you leave that position, all of a sudden you're looking at a 4th place with 1 kill. It's like, well, that's a 5-point game we could have had anywhere.
Well, I mean, to be fair to FaZe, though, they pushed on Burr. It was clean. It was really, really clean.
Nothing on that. It was just to say that when you play those control plays, they usually don't amount to big games if you don't also get the win. But for them, they take out Burr, they sit up on the hilltop for a while. Unfortunately for them, despite a heroic effort from 80 to try and contain, Sonics had a plan, and they just weren't giving up on it.
It was a super unfortunate timing for FaZe on that regard, but also just a very good play calling on the part of Sonics to realize that Entropic was wrapped up in the fight with Gex on the south side. So that just opened up the immediate, like, they had a choice there, right? They had the choice to either push down in third party that Entropic fight or push up in third party the FaZe fight, knowing that FaZe had that high ground. Definitely the right decision made on the part of Sonics.
For sure. If you get a chance to say, do we take out 3-man FaZe on the high ground, or do we run down the bottom of the hill to try and fight Entropic and then get backstep by FaZe? Which one do we take? Let's see some highlights here. That hip fire double AK knock was absolutely filthy, and should have never happened in the first place. But kudos to Renba for making it happen. Again, some of the early game chaos that we saw in that previous one.
We talk about young Rossidid, man. He has just been showing up today. Now, unfortunately, Theraton 5, after winning game 1, they do go out here early in game 2, a part of that whole nonsense going on with the big crash. But 5 kills, so they add another 5 points. So, you know, I mean, we've seen some teams make it all the way to the very end of the game and not get 5 points. So, you know, they just got theirs done quickly.
They sure did. And Sonics, despite the fact that there's a DG snake in the grass here, they do manage, of course, to come out victorious in the end of it. It's these North Circles, I gotta say it. These North Circles.
Dude, yeah.
At least this game we went east of Salva, so a little bit of variety.
Yeah.
But then again, I mean, there are a lot of areas of the map that are also interesting.
It's played out.
If we could go there a little bit.
It's played out. I don't want to see it again. I'm done with it.
I guess the final thing to break down from the previous game, I kind of tried to do so in the game itself, but obviously with a lot going on, we didn't really have the time to. The bait, and I think it was intentional bait, and it worked out perfectly because it caught Naleb off guard. They sent 2 down the ridge line in a vehicle. They sit around for a while, and then when the blue is starting to push in, all Naleb appears, the car is going back to the high ground again. Naleb was great, that's them leaving. We gotta push forward to claim some real estate here. He pushes up to the ridge line. Little does he know, they've left Tiggleton behind. So Naleb is caught completely backs turned, smoke in hand, no vision at all. Tiggleton finds the first, and at that point, I mean, when your QB sat alone further down the ridge line, then you're pretty much done for. So not only do we see Sonics commit to aggressive plays, successfully pull off aggressive plays, but also set up some of these kind of let me mess with your mind bait plays.
Sure.
And when we see a team, at least in my opinion, when I see a team that are willing in hectic situations like that with everything on the line to go out and do some of these ballsy plays, it means comms on point, it means players are dialed on in, and they're here to win it.
Yeah, a lot of really good play calling there. Well, finally we got Fex's issues sorted out, so we are getting ready to head into our third game, our final game on Erangel tonight before we switch over to Miramar. Hopefully, fingers crossed, Obi, we get to see someone else on this map.
It's so interesting. I'm always the type of person that wish for circles. I never really wish against circles. It's rare that I don't want to see a circle go somewhere. Play math, well, it can still go anywhere. We are flying straight over Savernia and Stalpa though, but all the way down to Prim, the plane will take us. And in about 1 minute's time, we will see where the battlefield will stand for these 64 players, as you said, for the final Erangel of the day.
Rossidid over a leading damage right now through 2 games. And exquisite on the number 2. That boy Tiggleton finally up at the top. God, seems like it's been since I was back stateside that I saw that.
It's almost as if when you don't hot drop teams, you tend to do all right.
Well, they had 10 games of not hot dropping teams that didn't go that great.
Disagree with me. Paul, Here I am trying to make your NA teams look good, and you're just bashing them.
Oh, no, I'm not bashing them. I'm just, look, hey, it is what it is, right? They did the hot drop thing, and then they had to play from behind, and, you know, that kind of messes with your mental. But good, fortunately, given the great structure of this tournament, they've had plenty of time to kind of sit around and figure things out. And where are we gonna go? Hey! South of the river, boys. We take that.
This is also not that great, but it's better.
Well, we get to see what SGD does with a Pachinki center circle as we check in with
Never have I cheered over south of Pachinki circle before.
The most basic vanilla circle.
Well, you say that in before we're ending on Millie.
Well, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Now the hardship's about to hit. God, I hope so. That'd be so. Anyway, Expendables. They are stretching out, starting to get a little bit close to 22 here. Looks like Haven was on top of that hill, just keeping eyes on if anybody did decide to come that way. So it's more information gathering than anything. Sonics, meanwhile, they have, I mean, everything. They have everything off to the east, and they should know it. They shouldn't have seen any shoots.
It's one of those where they will only rotate 8 minutes in because there's too much loot. I need all of it. When you have Milta Power, Farm, Prison, Shelter, Mansion, Heaven, Lipovka, I can continue. Snake Compound, Liquid Compound, Yellows, J Compound. When you have all that available towards the east, you might see yourself blind on loot. For Sonic's case, I hope they don't.
I was blinded by the Kill Top 5's mega biceps. So many biceps there, and then Alo looks like he wants to take me for a round of old-timey fisticuffs. Meanwhile, Luminosity, it hadn't been a great day so far, Toby. It's 2 games, but haven't really found anything to go in their favor just
correct
yet.
me if you think I'm wrong, because obviously you are the NA expert of the two of us.
Okay.
I like to think while all players, of course, can get tilted because of various different things happening.
Sure.
I like to think that Luminosity, even when games go against them, are one of those teams that are better at bouncing back. They're one of those teams that are better at not letting the bad games get to them. Whether that be, of course, the coach being a helpful factor in that, or just them as a team being maybe that much more mature and knowing how to deal with it. Correct me if you think I'm wrong here, but I like to think that they're one of the teams that their mental is pretty good on an average.
Absolutely. No, I think you hit every point there, hitting the nail on the head.
I know my NA teams.
I know. Look at you. Look at you.
Everyone in chat going Toby's wrong. Why are you agreeing with him, Pro? He doesn't even know what he's talking about.
No. The LG boys have been around for a very, very long time, and they've got a lot of leadership in terms of, like you said, coaching, but also in their IGL, Purdy Curdy. It's just not a lot of tilt, and if there is, they shake it off pretty quickly.
Go next.
Yep, GG go next. Meanwhile, Gen G in the south side of Severny, they've shown some stuff today. They've actually, I would argue, had kind of a bad day. They've lost guys early. They've been playing late game as a duo, but they're still sitting in 7th place.
I mean, they did manage to. I mean, Adder and Anonix did manage to kind of crawl their way to a 3rd place in that first game, which I don't think they came by in the fashion they were probably looking to. And then game 2, of course, with Renback, sure he gets the double knock, but they kind of got caught off guard up towards the north, despite being the one team that was actually up there early. This time around, I'm assuming or expecting to see them slow things down. I'm expecting to see them play in similar fashion to what we've seen from Begopar so far, in a little more control play it on the edge. And that actually goes against, funnily enough, what I said I hoped to see from them in the group stages, because they're good fraggers. Ada can do it.
Oh, absolutely.
Anonix can do it. Renba showed us just last game that he can do it. Azura can do it too. Maybe not the fragger on the team Azura, but still, they're good fraggers. And we've seen what they do as 4, but I'm expecting to see them try and slow things down and play in late on the edge.
All things considered, I think, getting 4 up and keeping 4 up to the late game obviously would be hugely beneficial. But all that being said, the fact that the first 2 games have gone poorly, the fact that they are sitting dead in the middle of the leaderboard, I think you're happy with that. You take that every time because that gives you something to build off of rather than sitting towards the bottom where the Polish Powers, the LG, the Tianbazo, Petrichor Road. I thought they had turned the corner, Toby, but it's been a slow start here so far today for Pero.
It's 2 games.
It is. And again, you don't obviously want to make any long-term meta implications about the team.
I mean, we say it's 2 games, but that's 20% of the games. So
it's true.
2 games is quite a lot when you're only playing a best of 10.
Also fair.
Yeah.
But let's not write them off just yet.
Oh, no, I wouldn't. I mean, again, when it's a best of 10, we've saw, what was it, 59 points in the winners bracket. That was the cutoff. Here, I'm expecting it to be a bit lower, given that I'm expecting more top teams to kind of be able to sponge up points. So, I mean, a couple of back-to-back good games could completely upset the leaderboard.
FaZe, at least 8C, getting a little bit close to LG there on the 360. There's a couple of FaZe guys on Millie. Gustav's still in Milta, and 8C sending it over towards the bridge. So FaZe They are all over the place right now.
What do you call a pub shove it when you do it with a buggy? I'm not sure.
You call it whatever you want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? You
come up with a name. It's never been done before.
You say a pop shove it?
You don't know your skate tricks?
We're breaking out
breaking out the Tony Hawk
All right,
tricks?
you know what? Hotel lobby, you, me, tonight, Tony Hawk, Pro Skater 3. We're going to have a contest, and we're going to see who comes out on top.
You don't want to do this.
You don't want
to
this
yourself.
smoke. You really
You don't want to do this.
I've already gotten roasted by Martin in some soccer game that wasn't FIFA. Hayes 10 getting a little... Actually, P.O., the rest of the Big Pop boys, he actually knew he was there. P.O., eyes in the back of his head. P.O., how did he spot him?
I think he saw him early, and then obviously when the smoke's being thrown, that's kind of the dead giveaway. So an early catch, an early pick, and that's 22 Esports down 1. And worse for wear is that Vinny is kind of isolated from his teammates. I could only imagine that he'll try and regroup with them one way or another, but I'm not sure. I think Haston was the one that kind of had the vehicle access on the team at the time, so he's a little stuck in the forest. I'm seeing Gosera on the map, kind of trying to go over and regroup and maybe just pick him up. Fortunate that they do have a player in the area that can come around and do just that. In the meantime, Gen G, again, slow playing from the north, kind of as expected. This time around sat together though, but now I would assume that as they've made landfall on southern side towards Rostock, they're now going to try and spread out and find that perfect entry to phase 2.
Yeah, everything kind of slowing down here a little bit. Obviously, again, not that hard northern circle shift, so we got a lot more playable area. Or well, I mean, maybe not as much playable area, but a lot more dead center area that these guys. There's plenty of power positions. Okay, Marcelic, there you go. Polish Power. They needed something to start going their way. That's a good way to start it.
Greedy is he for the flush? Nope, goes to the flush.
Extremely greedy.
It is Marcelic. I mean, but he's got a bike. You know what? I like you. You're on my fantasy team. The nade is close. The nade is good. Marcelic finds one more. Again, I'm going to ask the question, how greedy are you for it? Because all of a sudden, you got 3 teams looking your way. Marcelic, you're alone on a hill. You got a bike, and he's going to leave.
I mean, I think that's the play. You got confirmation on your 1 kill. You're getting shot at in the back by Tiamba. I think, yeah, just dip on out of there. But nicely done there by Marcelic.
He's not done yet. He's not done. He's coming back for it.
Oh, of course he. Okay, now maybe we're getting a little greedy.
Again, it is Marcelic.
He's just shooting into the smoke, not knowing that they carried this man out of here weeks ago.
I guess credit where credit's due. Nice attempt. Now, for 2 teams that are not hot dropping each other, but still very close to one another. Shen has heard H-Win at this point. H-Win has heard Shen as well. Shots come through. Double headshot connected. And H-Win falls once more.
And Asia, I think he heard it at the last second. Yeah, and tried to run back to the cover of the tree, but just a little bit peeking wide. Does do some damage, but unfortunately will go down. So H-Win, that was your westernmost scout there for Sonics. Circle will pop and center back up again. So Sonics play this one out as 3.
I'm loving the full bridge control from phase here, saying all the bridges ours. They should have had one up in Rostock, just for the sake of it. Just one player, wrap all the way around to Rostock, going, now we have all the bridges. But no, they will take control of the west side. 1 instant is sending Fex and Diggory over across to secure a landfall for 8 and Gustav. Here they come. Would not imagine that they're going to go a whole lot further forward than where they are now. Because again, they haven't scouted anything. In the meantime, Polish Power, Donuts as well. Full speed forward they go, trying to make their way into the next circle.
A little jousting just off the side of Potato Mountain. Copy, going to find one. Shen. Oh no, Shen steals it before he can run him over.
Right before the run over comes through. That is a fantasy point for me. I'll take it.
Boy, oh boy, Polish Power getting their pockets picked. As, too many P's in that sentence. USG just going to send it towards Pachinki to see if they can find something now. Unfortunately for them, SGD in a little bit of a 2-2 split here. Jervis already looking, going to take some shots over towards Corn, letting the rest of Donuts know that this space is occupied, so USG just breeze on through. Gen G, though, right behind them.
Yep, coming in right on through. They're just kind of following the same exact path that they're seeing USG go on. I can only imagine they're going to stop eventually USG, though, and at that point, what do you do if you're Gen G? Now they're trying to make the turn on off. They saw them out the vehicle. Smart reaction play from Gen G, but limited, really, in where they can go from here.
SGD doing a really good job of flexing out of Pachinki. And Norkis is ready and waiting. He's going to find an Onyx and immediately gets traded down by Adder. Adder and Crunio both about half HP. All of this getting third-partied from afar by LG. Sonic's looking over here as well. Copy has the grenade in hand. Adder just going to go ahead and pull on out, but it's not going to matter. The grenade will land from Copy.
And Leo steals it. That's
Polish,
what you're doing.
They are getting robbed blind.
They are not letting Polish Power get away with anything today.
Goodness.
Wow. I had a chat with Cappy. He was already in group stage tilted about how many kills they were getting stolen. This game, he has got to be fuming.
I mean, I can't say I blame him. SGD has just been robbing these guys. Now, that being said, going back to group stages, the most kills stolen away was for Twisted Minds. They stole 3. They had 16 kills stolen away from them, Toby. They were minus 13 points just based off of other people stealing their kills. Absolutely insane.
And it goes to show, I mean, we talk about different metas in game. Kill steal meta.
Yeah.
I mean, it's I would say it's almost a thing with how good all these players are. It's insane to imagine, but you need to try and put yourself in a position from where you don't have to take those fights, but from where you can get the flushes. That's why, I mean, if you go way back in the day, back when Uber was on FaZe, he was the master of getting up on a hillside, sitting with the 8X Mini, and just, without any risk involved on himself, just going, oh, there's a fight there. Boop, that's a flush.
Yeah.
Boop, that's a flush. And they would get like 3-4 kills before the game had even started, before FaZe had even gone into their first fight. They would already come into that with 3 kills. So even if it's a bad game, they've already salvaged it, quote unquote, by getting these kills completely uncontested early on. So believe me, it really is a skill.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, points come at such an absolute premium here in international play. They are so difficult to get that anytime you can sneak one away, you got to do it. What is that circle shift? Okay.
I was going to mention, I was going to do this whole thing about how few teams there were in the western side and how much of a cluster there was towards the east. Did not foresee the half water circle coming through. We know this next one is going to take us right out into the open. Where 22 are going for right now could be the winning position. Issue is this winning position is going to be overlooked by so many teams coming this way. We're going to have essentially half the server having to make their way in and through this field. This is going to be a bloodbath for the next 3 minutes.
It is just, it's so hard to defend this
There's
early on.
nothing you can do.
With 57 alive, and I think 22 realizing that they're not going to try to take too much. They'll just kind of hang out on that side and see if they can maybe just force people away. They'll start off with Tiamu, who will head up towards the top of the hill. Now Donuts operating inside the valley. They know that Polish Power is up at the top. We'll see if SGD can steal away any more Polish Power kills here.
Wait, was it Luminosity who got the knock onto Expendables? I didn't catch that, but I think it was because they're pulling up on it now. They caught them in the split. They saw them transition over to get the res. Now on the other side of things, up towards the hillside. Masterdeck here ready and waiting for the push to come on through. First one falls, second one does as well. As Polish Power finally getting things going their way.
Oh, SGD not taking any of those away. Is now 7-7 the last one up, and here we go. That was the push that you were talking about. LG on the south side is immediately going to lose 2, as Smell will find 2. Groze in hand. They know exactly where Penta and Alo are as well. They've got them pinned into one building. Unfortunately, LGD, they got the knock. They made the push, but the res came through too quickly. And now, there you go. Penta will find 7-7-7. Can he get the flush as well? Indeed, he can.
Yep, a lot of good weaponry. No, Penta, he's dead because of it too. That's him down to his own molly. If it wasn't because Doc Juice found him, Nailem does find Cabby as well. Fights, as I said before, brewing absolutely everywhere as this circle forces down towards the southern side. Alo now trying to find one more solo player left alive for his team, trying to anticipate some of these angles being pushed on through, but nothing's happening off it. He can't commit to the resistance on anyone here either. That's a good nade gone through.
They've got to be careful too, because Bagopaz now started to creep up on this hill. And you see PO just holding off 22 off on the western side of this, but DG98 is the one that has angle. There you go. You see the shots come through. Levi's will spot one. Doesn't get the knock. There you go. He's cleaning up. Smells and Duck Q's will be the one to do it. And Expendables clean up LG.
What a fight, and can only imagine more teams will follow. Issue is literally everyone except for Petrichor are fighting right now. It's rare that we in phase 3 see 14 teams fighting, but that is exactly what's happening right now. Polish Power, you steal our kills, we'll take your team out in the end of it.
Sweet revenge, although Polish Power now knocked down to just Marcelic, who's holding on to the top of that hill for dear life. Sonic's trying to see if they can keep everybody coming from the north side pinned down. Chewy 7-1 all by himself. Remba has been spotted out by Tiggleton. I'm not sure if they know where Chewy is. Canaxi will spot out the last player from T5 as well. It's Chewy and the grenades in. They've got, oh no, two.
Remba is still alive as well. Remba is still alive behind all of these players. Mime down to low HP. It's going to be the flush through.
Shrimsy,
nice off angle. Kane now. I mean, again, you're only hidden from so many angles when set in there. And here comes the push on forward from Lukarux. Does he expect Shrimsy around the corner? He'd have to imagine. But Remba from miles out in the blue takes down Lukarux, and once again the flanker falls.
I mean, Remba has just been staying alive forever right now. Shrimsy still into it, still alive. Looks like the rest of Entropic not even sending one down to Lukarux. They've got Ivus in vehicle, and there's just no time really to go for the res, so they'll see if they can maybe just pick the point off of Remba. Meanwhile, south side, it looks like most of our crash fights have cleared up, although FaZe starting to push onto Begopav's compound in the 12-pack.
Oh, that is a nade and a half, Marcelic. From all the way up the hill. Hail Mary toss downhill, finds Toop, gets elimination, and now actually, speaking of Marcelic, has managed to find his way into the Wizard Tower on the other side of the Expendables compound, so maybe just placement points to come. Still 13 teams alive, though, as both Shrimsy and Remba have to, well, eventually, you'd imagine, make their way outside of the blue. Remba will be the first one to fall. Mime does as well. And now Shrimsy, with the one first aid left, can start making the appearingly impossible journey towards the circle.
Yeah, they ain't looking good. And there you go. Lukarux will go down as well as the first aids. Looks like the rest of the Sonics boys in here dropped their first aids for Shrimsy to just easily pick up.
I mean,
and he's got 7 of them.
If Shrimsy is fortunate here, Petrichor makes the aggressive play uphill towards Entropic, and that's going to allow for him to make the push on through. And actually, shots already now being fired from Mill. The circle is, of course, still closing in, so Petrichor has to commit to a play that didn't fight the knock, and I think that's going to force him to make the wrap on south.
Okay. So after a lot of fighting there in the last couple of zones, we kind of calmed down a little bit, mostly because we're down to 34 in phase 4, Toby.
We did say half the server was going to die, so it was pretty 2 players off.
You're not too far off there. Begopah holding on to the north end of this 12-pack. phase on the south side. Petrichor Road will hold the cliffs.
I like this play for Petrichor.
Do it for the south here, and then everything off to the north separated by this hill. Buriram looks like they might be trying to send it into GEX right now. After taking a few shots, they had them pinned up against the wall.
2 players down, get within nade range. Get safe down behind cover. As I say that, Nodra is actually sprinting out in the open. That nade could be absolutely lethal. It's going to be close. It's going to find 3. Just one more player left alive. Nodra wants all of them. Gets the damage done towards Savior as well, but forced to go back.
1 left alive is Savior. Holding the line, another grenade coming in from Cheksing, and now he's going to go down to Gustav. And just like that, all of the hard work from Naraja, the beautiful nade, it might be all for nothing.
Oh my lord, the 3-piece, but can't claim anything off of it. The rests might just come through here as well. Noadra will fall, Swimsy will as well, so that's going to be Sonics out, and now face off the commotion heard on the west side of the circle, fully committing to it despite the circle going the other way.
Oh man, they want this so bad. I mean, that's free kills, isn't it? Gustav just gonna run right into him. He'll find Yan Lee immediately now. Savior just gonna go prone as the grenade's falling just off to the side. Savior somehow manages to avoid the tires and stays alive in the smoke wall. Edie will pick Vex out of the seat. Gustav will return the favor.
They were running shoulder to shoulder and never caught one another. Savior has been able to backfill this. Gustav, though, spots him from afar. Oh my lord, that could have gone much, much worse for them, but now as I say that, they still lose 2 Diggory. Solo player left alive on the side of the face will find the final kill, but you can only imagine with 1 HP left that the flushes will come through on the other side. Extras, it finds 1. Will he get Diggory as well?
Oh my god, FaZe had to have thought that they were going to have that pretty easy, but Canaxi and the rest of Buriram and GEX just not going down easy. Haven now getting pushed on by BagelPod. DG98 immediately goes down to Vinny. Another grenade ready from Haven, although Songyang's starting to look from the side. Petrichor Road starting to make a wrap behind as well. They need to be quick about this, but it's not going well for BagelPod.
The more damage coming through on BagelPod here, the harder it's going to be once the boys in blue make the wrap around from the backside. You can see them there already now. They're going to be coming up close. Pio is going to hear them in a second as well. Nate's now already cooked, primed, and ready to be thrown on forward. I think Pio did spot one. Yes, indeed he did. But kills now coming through as Ixlex finds the first two.
Ming ready with the grenades, dropped down there, looking on the low side of this hill. They haven't been able to spot out Songyang or Pio just yet. They're using the smoke wall to great effect. There you go. Songyang will find the first knock with that grenade.
One down, but Petrichor has slowed things down as well. Songyang forced to prone down and heal Pio on a solo push on forward. Those managed to find Mill. Long not in the position to fortify just yet, but now up close. Songyang, though, has healed up as well, so he's going to be able to make the flank around the other side.
Mill's still bleeding out, but has not been taken out just yet. So Petrichor could get this wrapped up and get back up to full strength. Songyang will get spotted out by Long. Now it's just up to Pio, hiding within the smoke wall. You can see Marcelic going to get taken out in the kill feed. Pio, he spots him. The shots come through, but he can't get the knock. Now he's going to have to escape.
Oh, but escape where? All of Expendables will see you eventually, and if not, then Petrichor will get the angle on you. He's going to make it into the ball, but you can see both Ming and Ixleft sprinting to try and find him, and Ixleft will take him down in the end of it. So Petrichor, great timing on the push on through. Ming went down, but he's back on his feet. 4v3, v3, v-diggery.
Keeping all four alive there for Petrichor Road. Absolutely huge.
I think QB knows where he is.
I think he might.
He's even with that, Ibis clearly doesn't. Oh, well, there you go.
There we go. So he's at the tree. Well, there's 3 trees. Which tree? Oh, that tree. Okay, there we go. Now we know which tree. And there QBE will come up over the top as Long actually spots out Ibis. And QBE now might be in trouble as well as Ming's landing some nice shots.
Yeah, aggressive push across the ridge line. Wanted to do it quiet as well. So the car is parked in the open. Long saying thank you. I'll take that one out. And now a lot of smokes will have to be invested in order for QB to make his way back towards his teammates.
It's a tough decision here for Expendables. What do you do in this situation? You know exactly where everybody is, but you've got this hard cover of the compound. Do you run the risk of staying in there too late, maybe?
As long as Petrichor has full control of the ridge line and haven't made an aggressive move towards Entropic, you just chill. You play 2 in the same building so that you can rest in case anyone pushes through. The issue is Expendables can't see all of Entropic, so they have to be worried still that a push could come down from the northeast side. That's why you're seeing Lewis play the backside compound, because if not, like if they were aware of exactly where Entropic are positioned right now, they might just play all 3 in the compounds furthest towards Petrichor so they could see them. But again, we're seeing now QB, as you can see in the minimap as well, push over the hilltop. They have to be ready for the push through from Expendables. The same thing the other way. So therefore, it's only really Petrichor who can aggress right now, and that's exactly what they're doing.
There you go. Expendables in a very difficult position here while Petrichor spot out and nail it with the knock at the flush. Joy to all your Ixleft fantasy owners.
Yay!
Me being
Captain, my captain!
Half of our casting team being one of them here as Ibis will hear the push coming in, has grenade prepped and ready to go. Will fall just shy of Ming, go just a little bit too long.
Oh, QB. The overhelp support for Ivers. Does he spot build? I mean, I'm sure Ivers heard him, and now more players will be spotted instantly. Attack comes through. Exactly what we want to happen. But again, as you can see here, as long as this fight is happening on the other side, and that's why Petrichor is taking it here. They know that there's no third-party opportunity for Expendables, but now is when I would start pushing out on that hillside if I'm Expendables.
Oh, that's an easy grenade. Just throw it right by the tree and hope for the best. But QBE landing the big shots on Ixleft. That should be a fairly easy res here, but QBE immediately in the car, sending it in.
No.
They want this.
They sure do. He's got 4 mollies. He's the one with the lethal utility. He has a nade to work with as well. Not opting to lob it forward just yet. They'll mill. Off angle position around the side. A lot of damage done, but can't find the knock.
I may have been hoping for a lot there. Is Mill going to land the last shot as he's blind, and Ixlef will clean it up as now the Expendables, they sent Levi's out, but immediately they left Long behind to make sure that that push never came through, and Long doing his job well.
Exactly. Not only is he kind of the backfield protector for the three that pushed up close towards Entropic, but he was also the one to make sure that in case Expendables opt to make an aggressive play up the hillside, that info has to be fed across instantly, and it sure as hell did. And now we're in that situation they were just talking about. Did they stay there for too long? And well, I mean, Long, the denier of access, would be the hero in this, because as much as they wanted to leave, he prevented them from doing so.
Well, Levi's still managed to get on back over to his spot, despite the fact that he got knocked a little bit low. Duckshoes will spot out Ming at the crate, but unfortunately for them, that Ming now has level 3 helmet, level 3 vest. So the Expendables, despite, again, another really, really nice game for them. 7 kills, good for second place right now overall. And look at Entropic in first.
Yeah.
What?
And keep in mind as well here that Expendables, while they've been sat in the compound for a while, they used pretty much all their lethal utility and taking out Luminosity on that push earlier.
Yeah.
And they haven't been outside the compound since. So I would not imagine that they have a whole lot of utility. Smokes, they should be fine on, because, I mean, you don't use too many smokes in a compound fight. But all the mollies, all the flashes, potentially too, and nades, I could only imagine that they've used, if not all, you can see 9 smokes and nothing else for Levi's there. But that's what they need right now. They need to make this crossing happen. Long is once again the contained player on the southern side. But the foothold, the control, is in the hands of Petrichor. Issue is, the final circle has yet to be revealed. So if we arch in south here, it could be Petrichor that has to peek over the ridge line. And in that case, if you commit too early, if you're Expendables, you might die because of it.
That's interesting. It looks like the Smell was thinking about taking the Dacia across, but instead decided to leave it behind. Let Duckjuice hold on to that high ground for as long as he can. Let's Levi's and Smell work the anchor positions right up top. Duckjuice trying his best to give as much overwatch and much information as he can, but unfortunately for them, Petrichor is just all over. But they do get a little bit of circle luck here now. Petrichor Road, I think that circle is past the highest point of the hills here.
You say a little bit. This is the exact circle that Expendables needed, because we are going to force Petrichor to make the move over the ridge. That's why we're seeing the smokes being used now. But keep in mind how many smokes Petrichor used on that previous play against Entropic. They're going to be low on smokes here. Lewis, Smells, the ones up close, ready for this fight. 1 nade now for Levi's, as Smells shared his utility with him. But Duckjuice on that hill, on the rooftop, he needs to find the knock, but most importantly, he cannot go down in this position, because he's all the info. And look at the amount of lethal utility that he sat back there with, wishing it was on either Levi's or Smell.
I mean, Duckjuice doing a tremendous job right now of playing his life, taking those shots, holding on to that high ground spot, giving that information over to the rest of the boys. Petrichor Road doing their best to start creeping up a little bit now. This spot where Ixlef is just inside circle, and there you go, Duckjuice to pull back Bandy up a little bit there after a couple of good shots from Long.
Every second that he's not peeking, every bit of damage that Petrichor does to him, that's them knowing, great, now we can push for info, now we can try and make a play on forward. But they cannot fully commit until the knock comes through. None of them are inside the circle just yet. They are literally 3 meters off. They should be able to stay prone inside the circle, but once they go up on their knees, Duckjuice will see them. So it's going to be a Duckjuice versus Petrichor fight for now, until Smell or Levi's opts to peek on over.
Ixlef creeping up a little bit more.
This is a good isolation play.
Oh, there you go. Huge shots from Duckjuice, and now Levi's creeping up. He's going to spot out ahead, take a few shots at Ixlef. Will get him, does go down. But huge shots from Duckjuice as he is holding the entirety of Petrichor Road. He's got Long spotted out. Big shots come through, get him down to about half HP. Long is not a part of this fight. And Smell is, I think, going for the res onto Levi's after throwing a few well-placed grenades. That's going to be enough to get the 2 knocks.
Petrichor is setting up the perfect play here. Use the smoke wall to deny the vision from Duckjuice, but a little bit of a gap in the smoke allows him to find the knock on the tree, and all of a sudden we're at a 3v2. That nade though is close, but the level 3 gear somehow keeps him alive. 99 damage done with the nade. And now Dark Juice, well, your time is out, but he finds the knock on too long.
And the flashbang is perfect. They find Ming. They get him down to about half HP. Levi's does it out of nowhere. The Expendables, how do they win that game?
We've been praising 777 for heroic one-man plays, but this was an all-team effort from start to finish. What a game for Expendables.
Duck Juice.
That is the hero, like that is the person you want to have looking over your shoulder.
Absolute
Holy
hero
swear
play.
was he finding all the shots needed in order to win. Then honestly, if you're Petrichor, you can't even be mad because they had one chance. They did exactly what they had to do. Set up that smoke wall, isolate the person on the roof and take the 3v2 fight. But Dark Juice was hitting absolutely every shot needed in order to sway that battle in their favor.
Toby, we've been talking a lot about 777 and for great reason, but the Expendables are so much more. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to talk about that big win.
That was something else. We've got Expendables getting themselves the victory against Petrichor Road, no less. And what was that, nade? That was... anyway, let's talk about that overall, because Expendables held that down well, Cameron.
Like, even within the concept of this being the losers bracket, I feel like this round in particular was the round of underdogs. We saw Polish Power come up huge, and Tropic come up huge, and then the Expendables coming out with that ridiculous win at the end there, which, Petrichor Road had such a heavy advantage.
Yeah. I think that one thing that I found interesting in this game was that phase 3 circle shift onto the cliffs. Finally, something a bit different. We've had all those northern boring circles, and it really did create a lot of that chaos. But I know obviously there's going to be a lot of talking points about the Expendables, etc. But I really want to just touch on the struggles here for LG. Again, another game, 4 points from 3 games with Erica. That's not going to be enough to get you into the next stage of the losers bracket too. And honestly, it's kind of on track for last.
No, it's a tough situation for some of these teams, but again, trying to deal with a circle like this, a little bit treacherous as well. A lot of open areas towards the end. You're seeing here as they're trying to even deal with just one Rich. That's all these teams have at that point.
Yeah, thankfully there are the number of hills, like the fights that we're seeing these last few moments, to keep third-party action from affecting it too much, but we did see a lot of engagements of teams essentially feeling forced to just rush it down onto the opponent. The Entropic final fight against Petrichor Road was, I think, probably the biggest one of that. But Expendables, 11-kill win there. Yes, they didn't have to move that much from their position, but they had to defend it against a crash from Luminosity, and despite, wiping it pretty solidly, wasn't the cleanest defense.
Across the roads took out Marsalek as well, and the Expendables here will get a boatload of points, pushing them into a position of power here. But there are other positions of power being trifled for. We have ourselves Petrichor Road, Entropic, and Polish Power all getting double digits here, Xenox, for some good stuff.
Yeah, but I do want to go back to Expendables because Cameron obviously brought out the point that they were in that building, they're in that compound, you get fed, but even still walking away with 11 kills from that scenario, you have to remember, this is a team that had the most amount of kills from Group B in the bottom 8. So they are a team that is very good at fighting, and we saw that again. I thought they played a really smart finish towards that fight against a very formidable opponent in Petrichor Road. This is a team that is obviously looking like they've got the capabilities to get into the next bracket.
And don't forget, they swapped a player. They removed Ninja 2K and brought Smell in, and boy, did the competition smell him.
Well, Smell's been part of this core roster for a very long time. Ninja 2K is the one that is, of course, the recent addition. And it's not like Ninja 2K was really playing all that poorly. Smell obviously just comes in, picks up 4 kills, and is slotted straight back in. Not really a surprise considering he is a player that has been around for a very long time, very prestiged in the Vietnamese region. This is a very strong team. They can have some ups that are very high, but they can have some low lows. It's just about being able to find a bit more consistency. But when it's only 10 matches, James, you don't have to be too consistent. Just pop off for a couple of big games.
Let's take a look at the leaderboards then here, Cameron.
It's only 3 games. Obviously, the numbers can still be moved quite heavily in one way or another, but the fact that I'm already seeing a gap being drawn from 14th to 15th place of 5 points, leaving Tiamba and Luminosity at 6 and 4 points respectively, they are lagging behind where the rest of the competition is pretty close until you get into the 4 and above.
I think the cool thing about this game, where you were saying that this is the game of the players or teams that haven't done so well in the first 2, now able to get a few points on the board. That's actually it's the perfect time for them in this 10 games here, Xenox, to be able to give themselves some steam and make this even more competitive. Because sometimes we see these teams have a bad start and it just never ends. But for some of the teams in this game, this is the kick in the right direction.
Yeah, and look, obviously there are some worrying signs there for Tiamba and Luminosity. We cannot avoid that. They're both still in single digits. Even more concerning is the fact that Luminosity don't even have a single placement point. So they're just not surviving. They're not winning their fight. They're not looking aggressive. It has to switch. It has to change up on Miramar.
Well, we're looking at Entropic here, a far cry away from their group performance here so far, Cameron.
Yeah. And also their regional performance in general after PCS6.
Yeah,
they weren't even okay, fine. We're not going to talk about that. But you did bring up a really interesting point that affects Entropic as well as a number of different teams. There are a lot of players here, sometimes even full rosters, like I think Entropic is one of those, that just don't have a lot of experience on LAN.
Pretty much.
So if you are going to huff that hopium, if you want to call it that, and say that, oh, Entropic, they are a really good team, they just needed a couple of days to get used to this environment and get this experience, I mean, this is on track for that being the case.
Korea is one that has a lot of experience in internationals, I suppose, or just big marquee matches. And for them, going out in this game, got to sting a little bit, especially with a nade like that, landing as well as it does and not getting yourself the kill.
It feels like it's Axelef though, right? And again, that was the kind of game where it was all up to Axelef. He's picking up 5+ kills, and he's the one that's making it all work. They need to be a little bit more team-orientated if they're going to find more success.
This is the thing. You can't build a World Championship roster on one player, it feels like, Cameron. And right now, as much as Petrichor Road looks as one of those hopefuls to be a world champion, with just Ixlef popping off at the moment, I don't think that's going to cut the mustard.
Same thing with SGD as well. Shen is often the player that we're looking at for this roster. But we still haven't seen too much from Sophia Jervis or Leo. There's a couple of games that one or two of them will get a few kills here and there. There'll be like a 2K or a 3K every once in a while. But we need more consistency by the rest of the roster for Petrichor Road, SGD, a number of rosters here.
All right, time to change battleground. We are heading to the desert here to get things going. That's 3 games down. We have 2 more to go. Let's head over to the commentators for PGC and all the action.
So much, James and the desk. Oh my lord. Have Erangel been giving us action galore for the first 3 games here today, Paul? What the hell have we been witnessing? Try to break it down with one word. One word. Go for it.
Zany.
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 I guess I can add that one to my vocabulary now. Yeah, it's been wild. We had a little chat with some of the players as they walked on past our booth here coming in, so they've been as befuddled as we've been, because really has been high pace from start to finish in the last at least 2 matches here. We'll see if Miramar is going to give us the same playing path. A little southern, but overall pretty easy to work with for pretty much everyone.
Oh yeah. Yeah, plenty of room, and you know what? At least we don't get a Stalber circle on Miramar. I think we can all be thankful for that.
In before we get Crater Fields. That would be the Stalber.
In before that. Shout out to Entropic, man. Right now, obviously, for a second before the Expendables ended up getting that big win, Entropic was holding on to first place in the lobby. They've got QBE at the top in damage and kills right now, as we got a hot drop between Donuts and Theraton 5 Americano rushing into the...
Get a gun! Get a gun!
Can I get it?
Reload! Reload!
Send it! Okay. Oh, Shava!
Shava is here as well. It's not over just yet.
With the M16.
With the M16, but there's a shotgun. And that's GG. And also the circle went to where the least players were, as we are headed down towards the south. This one looks on paper to be a pretty straightforward one, but if you look at Los Leones and how big a portion of Phase 1, or Circle 1, it kind of eliminates in terms of rotation paths coming through. Trying to make your way into this circle, we're going to be seeing so many of those northeastern teams having to wrap all the way south around and then come in. I would not be surprised to see a massive bottleneck of teams like in and around Puerto Paraíso and Los Leones. Like, it's going to be hell on earth for the teams trying to wrap down there late on in the game.
Yeah, I mean, like the southern side of this circle seems so nice, and you love being able to play this from south to north as the circles progress. But yeah, as you said, I mean... It depending on when these teams decide to wrap up their looting and how long it takes them to kind of roll around on that eastern side, they could definitely run into each other and bottleneck things up, and we may see a couple more early deaths here as we check in with the Sonics. Sitting in 3rd place right now overall, finally get that win. Got caught up in some zaniness on the edge of Pachinki that time, but we'll see if they can rally here.
Yeah, well, again, despite a hot drop coming through, things have slowed down just a little bit.
Love that they're taking the E-United drop spot here, by the way.
I mean, if it's not contested again, Cam mentioned on the desk coming into it, it was pretty much at game start, teams going great. So where are we dropping, boys? Because we're not quite sure yet. But despite that, only one team kind of stumbling over one another early on. Other than that, teams have, for the most part, figured out who goes where and what not. So I could only imagine that that Donuts will not opt to hot drop that position come next game.
Probably not. Probably
Or
not.
T5 might just want to not go there at all, because they're actually making their way all the way up to Oasis right now. So I'm not sure exactly what the thought process
fully
behind
sending
that
it out to the north there.
Maybe we should tell them that it's not a north circle, guys. I know we've been used to that all day, but it's not north. It's south this time around.
Make sure you check the map. You can't just assume, right? Although, well, on Erangel you maybe can assume. Once you get to Miramar, then it gets a little bit, little switch up here. Checking in with those Entropic boys. They finished up looting in Los Leones. Now they do have 2 off to the south, 2 off to the north, getting a little bit close to SGD, and Shen immediately spots out Nalep. And he's going to go down, although Jervis now in his own little 1v1 with 777.
And this is off of a perfect setup from them. 777 is going to fall as well. All of this is Leo. You have you actually have a 2-1-1 split. I believe it was Ivers and Nalep pushing up for info to try and scout forward. We heard the shots land next to the players from afar. Leo sits on the other side of that valley and goes, guys, there's 2 players looking towards your compound. Then he shoots at them. As soon as they turn around and start running for the cars, he goes, 3, 2, 1. Now they're out of audio range. Run up that hillside and get those kills. I mean, Shen couldn't have had it any easier. Nalep, not an easy player to take down in a proper 1v1 fight, but their back turn, perfect setup and perfect info fed across from Leo in order for that to happen.
Great breakdown there, but SGD, we want to just put it simply, they just seem to be everywhere in the early games here so far, picking up kills where you least expect them to be. And Expendables do lose out on 777, but once again, gotta give credit to the play of Duck Cheese from that last game. I mean, holding that roof is such a hard job, and especially against a team like Petrichor freaking Road. I mean, one of the best teams in the world, and Duck Cheese managed to play his life so perfectly, ends up getting 3 knocks, winning the game essentially for that squad.
It's the stars that align, right? Because not only does he hit every shot that he has to it in order to make that happen, but the nade from Petrichor down to 1 HP. On Levi's. That's one thing. The smoke thrown, I'm not sure if it was actually a random headshot through the smoke or if there was just a sliver of a gap between the smoke and the tree there, but he finds one on the tree. That sets up the nade to follow to get the second knock. I mean, everything went perfectly for Expendables, and everything that could go against Petrichor went against them.
Yeah.
No, Lewis, what are you doing?
Yeah. Oh,
no.
Shen.
Sophia! I want -3. Yes.
The problem with being everywhere is that when you're everywhere, when all the teams start crashing on top of you, you may get caught off guard.
Sophia,
it looks like
Sophia.
Shen will get finished off by Levi's. Trade comes through, though. Sophia will spot him out. And, of course, it's APAC on APAC. Now, I know your fantasy team's in shambles right now. It's fine.
I mean, I have Master League, and my last game was pretty good.
Well, there you go. Okay.
I'll take it. It's okay. -3, and he already had 1 kill, so it's all right. Now more teams starting to shoot up on the open. Who would have thought that?
Oh, no!
No.
No, not like this.
No. I was gonna say, who would have thought that when you're running around on the open hillside in the center of the circle, that teams would be shooting at you? Well, Leo, you've been doing some phenomenal things so far. Great info gathering early on, but Tickleton actually taken out now by Jervis. So, again, I mean, these boys are looking out for one another.
Sure are, and A-Twin taking about 5 HP here is Jervis. That SKS.
He ain't letting them get that flush.
Yeah, he said, you know what, I'm in a position to maybe defend my boys here, and I will do so with extreme prejudice. And there you go. The res will come through. SGD gets away free and clear, although they do lose Shen, but 3 up, 3 kills. You're feeling pretty good.
I mean, even if it was a salvage situation now, 3-point game ain't the worst. Currently sat in 8th, of course not where they want to finish off the day. But 3 points to kick things off. Sure, they lose 1, but good center position at least for now. Should have them pretty satisfied. Maybe not completely, but it's all right. Could be worse.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to do. Sonic's starting to creep up a little bit on that western side of Los Leones. Now, they were just hanging out off to the north, I think maybe getting crept on a little bit by 22 SGD. They're starting to look and see if the city might hold something a little bit better. Here's Tiamba. They've got 777 just on the south side of this Luminosity split. Now, It's a 2-2 split for Luminosity, both on both sides of the road. Now, this is actually, they can kind of defend each other from these compounds, though, so anybody who decides to push on LG going to have to be real careful about how they want to do it.
I'm not sure what Lucarux is doing up on this roof,
Rooftop
but he's there, and, well, now he's alerted to the fact that SSR is right down below him.
This does not smell right at all for SSR.
This is too
He's like,
free.
something stinks in here.
And there he is, set on an extra helmet in case this one's taken off his head. Again, not sure exactly. I mean, it must be because the pull-up came through and he was halfway through looting the roof, and now he's just, as you can see here, just waiting for SSR to leave. Issue is with the car being parked here, I think it's gonna be a little while, Lucarux, before he leaves.
You know, he's actually positioned really nicely. He's got to keep still, but
he can't sit completely still because then he's going to get bolted from Nadia.
Well, that's the thing. Like, if he was a little bit closer towards the wall there, I think if GEX figures this out, they have Savior up on the top of the hill. Look at this. Oh no, SSR.
If QP Esports, I mean, no, he shouldn't be able to have that angle. Never mind. But if stand up for a second and you'll see open player.
Oh, he's being so
There's a manager set out back right now going, Lucarux, come on, man, peek.
Oh, they have no idea. Yeah,
Neither of them do. Neither of them do.
Yeah, Lucarux is just perfectly content to just sit here. SSR looking over in.
I mean, if QP spots this at some point, that's a free kill. But again, I mean, we're a pixel off the angle being there. New circle pops. We're headed over to Chumacera now. Lucarux gets on his feet, and of course, that's just exactly when you saw the rich. And now, though, spotted once more, 6-6 in hand. You'd have to imagine this is a freebie for Lucarux if he opts to go for the shot, because now more and more GEX players are coming into this area.
I mean, he's hearing all these engines rolling by, and I think the second they roll past, he'll watch them go, and he's expecting SSR to just kind of stand there. He's scouting out where the rest of the team is going to go, so SSR now all by himself, and this is just the easiest kill for Lucarux. Take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. Thank God. This is the longest payoff
One kill
in the history of ever. for Lucarux. But he gets it, and that's a point in the bag of Entropic. And now in Onyx, well, they've got a Theraton 5 problem that they've got to deal with.
So we're able to find him in the vehicle. Nice split setup they've got going. There should be no exit for Theraton 5 in this one. Remba forced to reload. We'll see if he can take one more player out midst rotation. And Onyx, though, not quite having the angle, because Petrichor now have made their way up towards the east side of Chumacero as well. Actually forcing them off the angle there.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming through. At least they'll manage to pick up 2 kills off of that. Thompong will be okay for right now. Ranger X, they'll just regroup. And I think Polish Power may have heard the vehicles just above them, but no shot really that anybody's going to come back down onto PP's compound for the time being. Meanwhile,
we can't call them PP.
I'm calling them PP. That's the letters, Toby. That is the letters. I am an adult, and I will call them PP. Vinny getting a little bit close to Petrichor's 2-2 here, calling for. I'm not sure if he's calling for backup or. Are they just hanging out? I don't. Do they don't know?
I feel like
I don't think they know he's there.
I mean, the thing is, right now, Mill and
oh, they do know.
And the thing is, right now, Mill and Long are hoping that 22 leaves, which is actually exactly what happened. Vex trying to be the same Jaws that Lucarux was. So it's unfortunate for Lucarux, despite a tire now missing on his bike, he's able to, well, at least make it towards the compound, but it's not exactly going to be the easiest journey for him.
Little slow. Maybe we pull that out. We'll go ahead and get the full heal. Actually, no, it pulls him off of the full heal. Is Lucarux. He's feeling scared right now.
I mean, they need to rotate anyway. It's one of those where when you get that free play on someone else, you're going to be looking over your shoulder for the rest of that game, because you know Karma is coming to find you.
It's like Karma's going to come bite me in the butt at any moment now, and somehow I just not only got the freest kill on Earth.
He ain't going to open the door in any compound. Like, there's someone waiting with the shotgun around every corner.
I also survived a full mag spray from Fex at short range, or mid range rather, and somehow it's final destination at this point for Lucarux. He should have been gone by now.
It really is, but well, able to live to see another fight. LG currently sat pretty send up. Poison Luminosity in a decent position here. Trying to spot what's available for them. A pretty wide split with the remaining Expendables players sat in between them. We'll see now if this split pays off as the new circle's about to pop.
I'm curious about the loot for LG. Oh, there you go.
Kind of.
Hard shift off to
the
west. Alo and Penta are going to have to send it over. But yeah, you saw Penta with a bolty. You saw Alo with a 6x M16. Maybe a little bit of a poverty loot situation here for LG.
We are forcing so many players off that east side of the circle. And look what they're coming into from the east side. Open fields, open hillsides. If you want to do anything, if you want to contest any position here, you have to wrap hard south around coming over towards the west side. We're already seeing that being done by 2 teams. Everyone coming in late, which is going to be half the server, are going to have to commit to either Chuma or full speed sending into a compound they can only expect it's already occupied by another team. We're already now seeing 5 teams try and wrap south around, and it really is the only play they can set up for here.
Yep, watching LG try to set, well, I guess reset a new 2-2 split. I'm not sure if they're trying to get over to the rest of the boys. It looks like they might have been trying, but Pino going to pick Penta right out of the front seat. And now Alo, fortunately, has the Murado, so he's getting a little bit more protection as more shots coming in from Bagel Pie and Polish Power, but he's staying alive. But the problem is the other duo is now getting crashed on by 22.
Tried to recoup, but weren't fast enough at doing so. Purdy, the first responders, this one alongside Luke here, ready and waiting. Luke's gonna lob on Ada Nova. That's gonna alert Haston to their presence. Actually, no, ups to go away from it. Again, I like this because again, no reason to give up the info, to give up the angle before you know you have a kill at your right. Now shots being fired. Luke maybe a bit too early in that one too. Because again, now they're alert. Now they know there's someone here.
Yeah, I think they heard the vehicle of Alo pull up, and they tried to send Gizero up there for the off angle, and immediately spotted out by Luke. No, not coming through, and now it's just trading utility back and forth over these hills. But as you see, the terrain just that's tough throwable range right there.
And as soon as a team comes up, like the only reason they're alive in this position right now is, as we said before, everyone rotating into this circle was coming in from the east.
Yeah.
The only reason they're alive is because there's not a team set up on that west side hill yet, because then they would have been essentially prone in the middle of the open.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Buram have the compound, but they don't really have a reason to peek out onto this. So LG and 22 right now, just unkind neighbors for the time being. Sonics, meanwhile, eating a little bit of blue damage on this northeastern side. Now, Expendables have Smell and Duck Juice in perfect position to do a little bit of gatekeeping here as Solos, and he's just going to follow Shrimzy all the way down. He'll find 1, he'll find 2. Smell in a perfect spot.
I think someone's scratching his head saying, why is Smell still sat in this compound outside the circle, just there ready and waiting? 8 bullets left to work with 30 HP and a hope, and he finds Mime as well. Tiggles and will stay alive, but at the loss of his entire team.
That is going to drive Sonics absolutely crazy. Once again. Yeah, I mean, it's a fair question. Why the hell are those guys there? Solos hiding on the side of the road,
but and again,
completely silent.
When we see what they had to rotate into, they were coming in late as well, and they're in a position where they go, we're not going to get anything here. It's already a salvage 2v4 game, so we might as well get what we can. In the meantime, the push comes through from Korn. Makes his way on in, finds an Onyx, takes him down. Flush yet to come through. Oh, there you go. Ada finds 1. So damage done towards Denji as Korn now a new kind of burden for Denji to deal with in the company.
And once again, all credit towards Smell and the rest of the Expendables. They are getting their points, man. No matter how they got to get them, they are getting them.
Not perfectly carved that one. Second time around. Good to get the third vehicle to back up the position. Add up down to literally 1 HP. That's what the M4 will do to you. Renba finds Korn. Complete and utter smothering. Korn takes some bullets.
Uh-oh. Gets him to 1 HP. He's going to get spotted by DG98. Okay.
That's enough opponents that can spot you to that.
That's all right, though. Hey, the
Still
Expendables.
Smiling.
Yeah, I mean, why not? You're smiling. You're 41 points. You're in first place. You're feeling pretty damn good about yourself here with 1 game remaining in day number 1. And Tropic, meanwhile, I think they read the knocks on to 22. Oh, 22. Just go down like that is
And they get the position for free. They knew who they were. They knew where they were. They're shooting through this, but they go, oh, well, this was the dead team, so I guess we just take this position for free.
Indeed, indeed. Well, Fortunately, LG was able to pull away from that. They'll have a little bit of a compound for themselves. We'll see if Buriram now, what can you do to Entropic? They still have guys on the high ground, but they've sent Edie and Chexing down here. Maybe were sent to try to kill off what was left of 22, but now they've got Entropic sitting there in the ditch. Naradra feeding that intel over the rest of his team.
It's one of those 1 or 2 nades
areas,
and they already have the first nade being
it's so
primed.
juicy.
Ready and waiting. First one up, second one up. That's where lots of damage coming through, but no knocks to be found. QB does fall in the end of it now. Chexing, second time around, peeks over once more.
They got the first knock. Chexing.
They gotta commit to this fight though, because there's multiple angles from where they're being seen too. All this flash is being thrown forward, but no push to follow. It doesn't really help them out at all.
Yep, that's the issue. The smoke wall trying to slow things down here for Entropic, and it's actually going to force Buriram to pull off, and especially when they're a little bit more concerned about Tiamba coming in from the side. So Edie, Chexing had to push off. They're getting that intel from Canaxi, but Naradra has been picked out. So they're down to 3. Chexing not expecting the push there from Lucarux. Nicely done from Entropic, and now Edie gonna go down as well. It's all down to Canaxi, who is still on the high ground, and he's just gonna send it on out.
You have the angle, you have the knock, you have to make the aggressive play when you have the upper hand, and not, I mean, I know that having Tiamba nearby is a dangerous situation, but in this situation in particular, you gotta make the aggressive play, hope that you can get one fight done with before the other one becomes a factor. They were simply too hesitant, and that's the downfall of them.
Gotta be quick, gotta be fast in your decision making, and Tiamba doing that just right now as they'll push up. Ibis will find one, Ibis will go down, and Tom, oh no, Tom gonna find Chewy as a little bit of Molotov damage.
That's all right.
Should be able to get these reses up, but Canaxi looking off in that distance. He might be able to spot him out. Ooh, through the smoke wall, sees the fire guy, but doesn't see the near guys.
There should be no way. That's way too short, right? Yes, it is. Okay, I got nervous for a second. Has one more, though. He knows exactly where to throw it. They're marking it as best as they can. They know there are knocks down there.
No.
Here comes the hailstorm, full speed forward. Unfortunately, the nades don't fly as fast as you thought they would. And actually does get one with the nade, but no more to follow. Still got one to work with, but they're doing everything they can to get the players out of nade range.
Oh my God.
One nade here.
He's trying his hardest.
It's short.
Yeah, 9 was basically... Okay, I know you said it was short, but I was like, maybe?
Yeah,
maybe the bounce will get it.
While all this has happened, and while we're seeing this fight go on too, I just want to spend like a half second saying this circle is wild.
It is.
Compounds or death, it's a situation we're in, because if you ain't got one of them, you're most likely going to be in trouble, and that's why we're seeing the likes of FaZe now fall short, because they were coming in on the southern side, they were battling with Entropic for position earlier, and now they're both out because of it.
Yeah, FaZe just kind of left in a tough spot, and I mean, LG just firing down onto them, eventually do get them. But Tiamba will reset here. They haven't... Oh no, Canaxi. You can't do it to him again, can you? He's going to get the vehicles on fire. Luke 12 actually finds Tom. Canaxi will get another one.
Down to blue.
Oh, no Marcelic.
Down to blue, and Marcelic finds him from afar. The rest won't come through, but point denied at least. Purdy now, I mean, again, Luminosity has been sat in the open for a while, but with little to, I don't want to say no threats, because Begopar has been looking that direction, but now, with Champa coming down towards him, they have to realize, which I'm sure they do, that this up-close threat is their main priority.
7-7, not even thinking to pre-molly the shack here. Alo just being super sneaky. Chewy pushing right past. Alo will find it. He'll take... What?
The 180! The 180, and Alo gets demolished!
Oh my...
That's a drop shot. We don't see those too often.
It wasn't even a drop shot. The man was already laying down. He dropped in spin. He was breakdancing on him. Okay, well, I guess RIP Alo. They at her now. We'll spot out Mill. Oh, gets him so low. Petrichor Road. They're creeping over, trying to force Gen G into a position where they want to fight, but this is, I mean, this is really tough terrain to fight around here, Toby.
For both the teams, too, especially with the circle to follow, not making things any easier. Kui finds one more. Purdy in trouble. I don't assume there's going to be a rest to follow, and they know exactly where they have Luke as well. He is currently isolated by the smokes, but once they fade away, either Begopar should be able to find him, or Tiamba is going to peek on over. 2v1, you'd have to imagine that's the kill of him. We're seeing the replay here with Luke. Purdy taking out FaZe. They had a shack, but no space to maneuver.
A little bit more solo performance here as Tiggleton still alive. Trying to find some way to get in here. Luke 12 not going down easy, though. The Molotov will burn. As you can see him just kind of hanging out on that smoke wall. We'll pull out. We'll find one. 7-7 will find a lot of damage onto him. There you go, Chewy. We'll clean him up, and Luminosity is now out in 9th place.
And here comes Polish Power. They've heard the action on the southern side, and they want to clear the angle, and indeed they do. Luke is gifted one of the kills, but they will fall in the end of it. Smart play from Polish Power. On the top of the things now, as we go towards Gen G and Petrichor, it's been going on for a little while now, and it's been all in favor of Petrichor up until now. 4 versus 2. Long still playing the backfill position further towards the north. But they've up close threat. Sykes left, able to find one.
I mean, this is all just really, really well done by Petrichor Road. There wasn't anything Gen G could do. Pero was just forcing them into poor positions and forcing them over to the side, forcing the fight that they wanted, and they'll take them out. Adder will be the last one to go down. Gen G out in 6th place. Now Petrichor Road up to, I'm not sure how many kills. There you go, 4 kills. It's actually going to be all Gen G, and they have the high ground still.
Yep. This is the Petrichor we're used to seeing. The well-planned, the well-synergized, up-close threat. They demolish Gen G. Now, well, Longest inside the circle, and if they kind of fortify his position, they will all be for a little while, but they'll quickly learn that there's one compound in play, and then there are car forces. And that's really what we've got to work with. And GX on the southern side has a shack. So
yeah.
Which do you fight? Because that's really all the positions you can try and claim in this one.
Yeah, it's really not great. I mean, GEX, they're alive just based off of Providence from the circle here so far. I mean, as soon as this thing pulls away from them,
there's a reason they have one kill.
Omega screwed. Yeah, they're in some big trouble. BGP, meanwhile, Begopah, nice little spot here for themselves. They've got, I think, 1 or 2 kills right now, but this is late game Begopah, man. We have not seen this in quite some time.
It is rare. It is very rare indeed, and for now, well, Polish Power ain't really posing a threat towards him.
Where is it?
It's landing over by Begopah.
Okay,
it's just the shadow debating us for a second.
Well, it's actually landing kind of between.
That's the cover Petrichor needed.
There you go.
Just gonna full speed send it to the crate. Nah, I don't think that's gonna be everyone. Right now, everyone, exactly. Everyone's waiting for the new circle to pop. Where is it gonna take us north? Long stays in, and I could only imagine all of Petrichor is gonna go up on that hilltop. And well, right now they're set at 4 kills. I would not be surprised to see them finish with a win in double digits.
Polish Powers, man, they've got.
They have to go south or into Begopah.
Yeah, they've. I mean, it's pretty much the only thing they could do, can it? I mean, you've got
and even then like Petrichor's just gonna backfill them and take them out. So it's kind of a pest or cholera situation, but you got to pick one.
They're definitely looking right now. So Petrichor, I mean, they realize the Polish Power could decide to come up that way. They've got to keep a group of guys over there keeping eyes on it. But yeah, there you go. Polish Power going to go ahead and send it just to the south of Begopah. They're going to try for the seat swap, but it's not happening. Damon and DG98 will clean that up clean as you like. So now Norcus and Marcelic, the last 2 up. And they will just kind of see if they can maybe find one of these Peril boys.
Why? I don't like this. Why send 2? When you know you have to make the play. I think what they tried to do is see if they could catch one of the Petrichor players off guard now. I mean, GX dying, that was kind of bound to happen.
Yeah.
But I don't get why Polish Power sent 2 down. There's no way that Marcelic or Norgis can really help them up the ridge line there. So might as well either send all to the rock and then hope for the best, or commit to a 4-man late play. They have the smokes to play out of the compound late. They can play the southern side and not be really ambitious to Petrichor early on. And even now, you see them coming down the hillside. They could have waited for this to try to make a play. Instead, they send 2 to their own death with nothing really to gain.
Well, it's the heat of the moment. You make decisions. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. This time, it's not going to work out. We'll see if Marcelic and Norcus can pull off something magical here. It's 2 guys that have been playing together for a very, very, very long time, even back to the Americas days, if anybody remembers any trolls in the chat.
There's no way Pio is allowed up this hillside.
Of course. It's Pio, man.
Leo is chilling. They have the angle on him. And Pio is allowed to crab walk his way up a mountain. You see, this is the play I like to see. Off angle from Petrichor. Mill is going to come close, but they should be aware of it. Imagine if they've done this with 4.
Norcus will land a little bit of damage. Songyang going to find out. Marcelic, though, as he peeks on the edge of the smokes. Orcus just going to keep those smokes cycling as long as he can, but unfortunately, Mill is just ready and waiting right there. Polish Power taking out in 4th place. Meanwhile, Leo for SGD, he's just hiding behind a vehicle, collecting placement points.
And that's Mill on the off angle down the hill, spotting PO halfway up the mountain. That could have been the death of them, but fortunately Mill, off of that off angle, able to get one down long now, spots Leo. This should have Petrichor written all over it, unless if Begopar pulls off something absolutely insane.
I mean, there's not really much they can do. The Petrichor boys are just, I mean, absolutely surrounding them from all sides. And yeah, they can't even spread out. It's just utility being sent in. DG98 will be the last one to go down as Petrichor Road. Oh my God, Toby, how long has it felt like this was ready to happen?
Well, finally does. They get a 2nd place in the last one. This time around, they come out victorious. As I said in the earlier stage, they had 4 kills. They end up at 11. Solid finish up. Yes, they get the final circle up towards long, but they were set up there right from the get-go, and they punish every team trying to make their way towards them.
They fought their way into Chumacera. They did get, as you said, that circle luck there. They kind of allowed them to hold on to that high ground. But at any point in time, I mean, Polish Power could have caused the problems. Begopar could have caused them problems. SGD, I mean, they had eyes and ears on every single part of that lobby. They knew exactly where everybody was, and at the end, it was just a matter of time before they just collapsed.
I feel like one of their main threats could have been Polish Power had the upwards play it slow out, because they could have contained Mill up on the hillside, but because Mill gets down, that makes it harder for the other teams to push out. Well, that's going to be the end of this one. We have one more game to go before we finish off day number 1 of Losers Bracket, so let's go back to the desk and see what they have to say.
Petrichor Road doing what we expected of them here when it came to the tournament as a whole, and here in the lower bracket they are feasting to get themselves some wins. Joining me, Cameron, as well as Xenox, to talk about this one. Xenox, Petrichor Road looked great at the end.
Better, so much better.
Yeah.
You know, match 1, I was a little bit worried for them. Again, that lack of firepower was quite evident, but as the day has gone on, it has started to show itself a little bit more. I also like the survivability, really good ending for them, really nice 2-2 split wrap, and they're just bringing some of that really good late game execution that we're probably used to seeing from them.
Yeah, we're also, just this game in general, though, I think a lot of teams struggled to make it into the late game, partly because of all this open area that we're currently spotting. We saw, I think earlier on, there was that Entropic versus GEX that we saw in the very beginning. FaZe then chased Entropic out into the blue, and so it made it very difficult for a number of these teams to try and control their spacing here on the south side. Whereas the north, the more industrial area where Petrichor ended up winning from, the fights were a lot more complicated in the sense that the close quarters, a lot of cover, you gotta check every single corner, but it did mean that Petrichor Road were in a position to keep everyone alive as late as possible, and they racked up a good number of kills while doing it.
It's a good point that you make. It's kind of an uncommon finish location. Don't see this too often, so yeah, you might pass this on a rotation or something like that, but it's a very different scenario when it's in the late game, when there isn't much cover to work with. But Petrichor Road will get themselves the victory here for game number 4 of the day for the lower bracket. Well done to them. Xenox.
Well, not necessarily hard cover, but you can play off the terrain, and that's really what the best teams are going to be able to do, especially on Miramar with these southern circles. A lot of that terrain becomes a big factor. Really, really massive game for Petrichor, but moving away from them very quickly, what I have also noticed from this game, the bottom teams finally just getting involved, getting some points. That really does sort of even up that total leaderboard.
Yeah, Begopar moving on up. I feel like there's not been many games we've seen Begopar wake up in this whole tournament.
Yeah.
But now they've got something.
It's very strange watching Begopar play because their success in PCS 7 was big, greedy edge splits, edge holds, and they've been punished for that. Exactly. They were hungry for spacing, but they get punished by that time and time again, and even in their own group stage, they tried to play a little more central, and it didn't work out then, but it did seem to work out now, 2nd place. In fact, if they were to win that fight at the end against Pero, the points would have been completely swapped.
And let's look at Petrichor Road's stats across the board. A lot of contribution from everyone, really. Of course, Ixlef taking that top spot here. Xenox, even though he's not on our teams.
Yeah, I got Ming. Why is Ming on the right-hand side of that one?
Me too. Ming, get on with it.
But look, team effort, like you said, really the best way that you can sort of phrase that, and that's really what you're going to need from pretty much every team in this lobby, pretty much every team at this tournament. You need to be contributing evenly. If you're not contributing evenly, you're going to probably find yourself closer towards the bottom of the standings. But, you know, those teams that were at the bottom coming into this game. You look at Tiamba, they had 11 kills, right? Quickly touching up. We saw them on that last graphic. Obviously, Luminosity, they picked up 5 kills. Finally better from them. Good positioning. They had a nice 2-2 split in the middle portion of that game too. That paid off for them. And Gen G too having 5 kills. So it's really starting to even up towards that middle of the pack.
Okay. Yeah. The total leaderboards at the moment, 1 through 8. The Expendables take number 1 at the moment with Petrichor Road seizing second.
Very, very close behind, however, Petrichor Road, and with the rate that they've been improving game by game by game, TE might be sweating if it is number 1 that they care about. However, we all know it doesn't matter where you finish in the top 8, it's about getting into the top 8, but looking on the right side of the leaderboard, 9 through 16th, yes, Tiamba are up in 12th, they've gained a couple of positions, Luminosity still in 16th place, however, that gap that I was worried about growing has shrunk to just 2 points, so it is a pretty linear distribution of points all the way through the end.
Very close indeed. FaZe Clan moving into the top 8 as well, as you say, but with that kind of tied position that is so narrow. Polish Power, you know what? You said they were last at the beginning of this. They're moving on. Thanks, Marcelek. They're moving on up as well as the rest of the roster.
Yeah, no, great for them. I do want to quickly bring up, though, obviously there's a lot of happiness here, but Luminosity still no placement points. That's still something that needs to change.
Yes.
All right, well, gentlemen, that is, with only 1 game remaining, in fact, here, who do you think on the right-hand side might have a little bit of a boost? Any thoughts?
Honestly, at this point, any of them can. It's what I said at the top of the show.
So
everyone here, a lot of teams are either so good, that's how they got here in the first place, and also many of them are incredibly experienced as well. It's just hard to call. At any point, someone can have a flip of the switch and completely go nuclear.
And not the most conventional Miramar to start things off. So let's see how our next one is going to handle here. PGC 2022. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. And when we return, we have 1 more match remaining here for the first day of the lower bracket.
For the team. And that's with the Bolt. Ooh, come on, Tiger, get him.
And as we're heading into phase 3, not a single death yet. I think this might be the first time in the winner's bracket. And might be just first Quetbar. It's 3 versus 3 currently with Zipia knocked down, so it is a fair fight here for Danoa. But I sense that they're going to need this first knock. Flash, as Mingming's taken low.
Angle is held. That is good heads up, good game sense there to force Mingming away. He's down to essentially single-digit HP.
It's all knocked. He went for the flush. He'll get punished. HS gets both of them. Lambu can't answer back.
Multiple different fronts while New Happy can just sit and wait. They're able to get here first, cross the road, which I'm sure was a very dangerous move, but they're able to be surviving for now.
Is not going to help anyone for them. No.
They roll up.
This is rough for Kwangdong Freaks.
All in one vehicle. Akan tries to peek, but takes a lot more damage in return.
Well, Kwangdong Freaks have made it rough for Yahoo.
The Logos is dropped very, very low. Throws the frag grenade out, and the rest of 17 have followed up behind. They want this stack of buildings. Show with the knock on the CP.
New Happy didn't get much time. They got the revive off, but since then, 17 have got all 4 players at the position now. Made in hand for Lil.
Now PBL pushing into Twisted Mind. Everyone's sending for each other. Logos pushes on it. He wants more.
Shotgun just goes into the back of the chair. Does not go. They are not going to go to the grand finals directly. Losers bracket will have to be their path for the defending champions. It's only HS that remains alive. 17 have been able to deal with them really quickly. They're gone. They're out.
improvements to the folded shield, some spawn rate adjustments for vehicles, and a collaboration with one of the best footballers in the world. All this and more as we dive into the Update 20.2 patch report. First up, the folded shield is getting a few changes based on community feedback. The inventory weight has been reduced, weapon durability increased for both guns and grenades, and it now installs in half the time. You'll also find it a bit harder to run over than before, with a vehicle now needing to be going at least 10 kilometers per hour, instead of the 1 kilometer per hour it was before. In addition, the shield can now be placed back into your inventory, and deployment can be cancelled before it finishes. Let us know what you think about these requested changes. Next up, vehicles on Erangel and Miramar are getting a slight adjustment, with some spawning more and less frequently. You'll now find more UAZs and Dacias on Erangel, and more Murados and pickups on Miramar. To contrast, we've lowered the amount of boats, buggies, and aqua rails on Erangel. And speaking of maps, this update's rotation will now include Erangel, Miramar, Tago, and Destin for all regions. Regions with map select enabled will also have the option of playing on Sanaa, while regions without will instead drop into Karakin. As usual, the ranked rotation will remain Erangel, Miramar, and Tago. This update also features a collaboration with one of the best footballers in the game, Neymar Jr. For a limited time, you can pick up several Neymar-themed items in the store. Gear up and score big. There's also a reduction in the number of multi-care packages on Tago, some MMR adjustments for normal games, new workshop skins, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 20.2 is here, so fold up your shield, pack up the Dacia, and go catch a ball game. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final match of the day here in the Losers Bracket 1 at the PUBG Global Championship 2022. I'm Toby, joined by Poro. And Poro, if last Miramar game is anything to go by, we are once again going to be in for an absolute fiesta of crazy pull-ups, of crazy plays, of crazy circles, and of crazy end games, because that really has been the name of the game for today.
It really, I mean, to be honest, I feel like it's been Game 5 scrims just all day, and like now all of a sudden we're in Game 5, so who really knows?
Maybe that's the
what's
counter.
Gonna happen.
Maybe like minus times minus makes plus, you know, and then all of a sudden it just plays out perfectly.
I think we've just prestiged on dumbness.
Maybe that's
weirdly.
what's gonna happen.
I don't know, maybe that's what it is.
Last game sure was a show, and I think, again, going back to what they said on this coming to stay, there were a lot of things that teams usually have kind of sorted out coming into that first day of games, but because the servers over the last couple of days have been reset, like the lobbies have been reset so many times, we're just reaching a point now where you can't really prep in time for these things to happen.
Yeah, they never really got a chance. I mean, it's all stuff that's being done within a Discord, right? So like they didn't have a chance to kind of like sorted out in scrims and all that. But, you know, they just kind of say, okay, I'm going to drop here, I'm going to drop here. Yeah, well, we'll do that. We'll see how close we get. Well, either way, we are finally entering into our final game of the day here on Miramar. Now, we still have 5 games left to play after this one's all said and done, Toby, but I got to imagine these guys would love to be top 8 going into tomorrow.
Oh, definitely. Oh, definitely. Of course, it's still close. Only 4 games played so far. We are seeing some teams starting to at least try to separate themselves with the Expendables up there in the top. But even then, we haven't had that one team that has just dominated the day. So everyone really could still both make their way in and also fall out of it by the end of tomorrow.
I'm losing my mind right now. I'm looking at the kill top 5 and the damage top 5. Yeah. Marcelic, #1 in damage dealt.
He said, I mean, that's why I have him on my fantasy team.
What the heck? He's going bananas.
Polish Power, actually a pretty decent team when they don't instantly die every game. Maybe it took group stage for them to find that out. Now, well, they're out here trying to prove it as best as they can. They are still outside of the top 8, but of course there's still plenty more games left to play for them to try and make their way back on in. Last game, we had a bit of an early game skirmish up by the crossroads east of Hacienda, but seems like that's all done with, as Donuts, the team who were the ones losing out on that one, are currently not headed in that direction.
Getting a little close to Canaxi, but it should be okay. Luca Rux, you shooting at, sir? It might have been Levi's. Okay, 100% playable. All types of room available here in this one. So maybe, Toby, just maybe, we'll have a normal
Don't jinx it.
Game.
It doesn't happen. I mean,
the
I
wheels
feel like
won't completely fall off of this thing.
No, it will. They will. This was a car that like, it couldn't even drive when it arrived on this service today, and that's how it's been throughout the throughout this one. It's been crazy from start to finish. Last game was no different. 8 kills on Curry 71. Not that much damage to boot, but again, I mean, just goes to show you gotta steal those kills. You gotta get the kills in, get them early, get them when you have little to nothing to risk for yourself, because they sure as hell do come in handy by the end of the tournament.
You know, we were talking about fantasy squads yesterday, right? And we were talking about our winners bracket strats versus losers bracket strat. And my strategy going into the winners bracket, I was like, okay, I'm gonna take Kickstart. Stick with my captain. You know, he got me so many points in group stage. But then, as the group stages were ending, all the Asian teams, like, you know, we talked about the Chinese teams coming into this, how a lot of them had never been to LAN before. It started looking like they were kind of getting their feet under them. The Korean team was starting to look a little better. So I picked all the players from the Asian teams, thinking that was absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing from those guys in the winners bracket. But now in losers, they're starting to pop off. Petrichor Road in particular.
Viewers maybe not know this, but the other talent tend to ignore me when I'm talking. So now is the one time I know everyone is listening.
You talk all the time.
That's part of my job, though. I just want to tell all the talent out there who's watching this right now, I'm currently in first place in fantasy, so I got that going for me, which is pretty nice.
I'm sure that'll be the last that we hear about that.
Yeah, because it's probably also going to be the one game that I'm in first place, and now next game I'm going to be in 8th again, where I usually am. So, well, 777 peeking on over. Does hear the footsteps of Shrimsy, but not too keen to maneuver further. He is in the, well, in the Sonic's terrain of the map, and I think he's well aware of that. That's why he's not exactly in a hurry to maneuver.
100%. Yeah. Now, that being said, he's got his boys coming from behind. Now, Savior getting real close to Checksang. Immediately taking shots at Checksang, and none of them going to hit, but he's just going to just dip, just run.
United is coming right past this as well. I'm not sure if they're opting to stop. Seems like they're going to continue forward. They've been through enough crazy shenanigans in the early game. There's no reason for them to go for it.
Look, man, I think Atropic has been screwed so many times by trying to third party on fights that they're just, you know what, let's just play our game.
Nail up has PTSD from shots fired before 10 minutes ago. No, get away from me.
100%. 100%. Well, looks like Checksang will get out of there, and actually Naradra going to go ahead and leave as well, as Entropic going to pull into Junkyard. They'll give that one away. Burram, kind of big wide split, and they're getting pushed from all sides here.
Yep. Who would have thought that the one area of the map where you can see the entire circle would be the one that multiple teams are trying to claim? And Burham now realizing that maybe trying to maintain a 2-1, like a wide 2-1-1 split over Minas Mountain, maybe is not the safest bet in this circle.
Didn't seem to work out too well. Well, they got out of it alive, and that's credit to them. That's about the best you could hope for here. Meanwhile, we see the eastern edge of this Sonics 2-2 over Minas. The western edge, H1 and Shrimsy, they still have 777 on their doorstep, and they did watch the rest of of the Expendables kind of come in on the southern side of that. So they know that there's a squad over here. They know that they've got neighbors. As SGD looking off, scouting out a compound, nobody there, and we'll take a few shots from Duckjuice from the church, but should be okay overall.
Yeah, everyone's still maneuvering the way on in. Again, I mean, other than the split that we're currently seeing, continuing to be maintained, I should add, by Burham, we aren't seeing a whole lot of teams opting to split, and I think this is going to be something, I mean, obviously we're seeing it now, but also coming into lower bracket 2, and especially coming into Grand Survival. Yeah. The further down the line we go, the more, like, the bigger the chance you get eliminated, essentially, and therefore teams just don't want to risk it. It's kind of ironic because there's also the idea that the more, like, you spread out, the more control you have, the better is your chances of winning, but it's just so dangerous, especially in lobby where all the players are so filthy good.
Yeah, these guys are too cracked, man. And then you also have the additional factor of that there are some teams where they do not care about crashing a part of a 2-2 split. Like, they will send it.
Yep. So there's enough of them in this lobby in particular.
And it's been proven time and time again during group stage and winners bracket. So definitely something that these guys got to keep in mind. Looks like Alo will survive. LG get to push on a little bit forward here. Sitting in 16th place right now. Obviously not where they were hoping to be at the end of this day. But that's now 2 back-to-back days if you look at all of LG's play that they have very much underperformed in their own eyes and the eyes of pretty much everybody else. So I would not expect 3. I expect these guys to pull something together tomorrow to come on out of this because they're just too experienced to be doing this.
And the thing is, look at the leaderboards. Usually we have one of those gaps where, oh, there's like 10 points between 9th and 8th or between 5th and 4th or whatever it may be. Sure. Looking at the leaderboard, now I know we're only 4 games in, coming into the 5th one here, but no, well, we'll let 777 interrupt us if he does have to go for the shot.
Too, isn't it?
But look at the leaderboard on the left-hand side right now. There ain't that gap nowhere. Like, it's a pretty steady climb all the way up. No one's been able to separate themselves, and I feel like with the more time that 777 spends here now, the bigger the odds that he's gonna die.
Ooh, okay, the whole squad here now. Yep, 777. Just take your finger off the trigger, my man.
Pop the tire. Pop the tire.
Don't pop the tire. What are you talking about? Oh my gosh. Steady trolling here as
get that vehicle.
He'll see H1 picking his little headsy up there, but now Shrimsy's still off on the south side. So H1 just kind of scouting, pre-scouting out for the rest of the boys, and they're actually going to make landfall at their new spot. Luke 12, very low here.
If pre-scouting is what he's doing, what is Luke doing? He's post-scouting. Just driving away, trying to stay alive. Trying to make it way out safely. Fortunately, able to do just that. It's never fun coming up in a compound going, guys, I think it's free. Never mind. There's an entire team here.
Guys, they are everywhere.
Yep. Fortunately, he's still alive.
He is. And 777, the sneaky lad, still by himself here, still listening for those footsteps. H1. He was waiting for him to get on the bike, and he just didn't happen to be looking.
I think he was going to take the shot. He was going to take the shot had that cactus not been then blocked off the ankle. Because he wanted him right when he's, getting on the bike, getting ready to accelerate. But,
it's like a horror movie right now,
777, that didn't work. It's not fun being a tempted assassin when you don't get to kill anything. Then you're just a lonely person.
It's okay. You know what? When we talk to him at the end of this, he'll be like, no. I was just playing a crime. I knew there's another guy. I didn't want to give away my position.
I've been told by the other guys that I get too many kills on my own, and because they don't get highlighted enough, I feel like now it's their turn.
See, always a team player.
Always a team player. 777. And that's most definitely what they were agreeing. Because you wouldn't want your main fragger to go out and actually do what he's good at.
No. It's all about gotta share the clout, man. Gen G coming in from that western side. They got all this area above San Martin to themselves, so they will spot up, look around, and admire the view as we have managed to make it, Toby, almost 10 minutes into this game without a single kill.
I love that you mentioned it because I was going to say the exact same thing. We talked about how if every game is crazy, maybe the game 6 of scrims is going to be the normal one. And so far, it has been. Of course, we are waiting for a potential hard shift should it come, and there you, oh my God.
Okay.
Well, there you have it. That's your hard shift. Everyone get ready, get set, get going, because there's little to no room to maneuver. Keep in mind, the current center of the circle, the mountain, will be unplayable by phase 4. So as much as it's info you can use right now, every team, Poro, every team coming in from the west here, come in blind. They're going uphill as soon as they enter the circle, and they have done no scouting in what they're running in towards right now.
Man, oh man. Of all the times to strike, that is when 7-7 picks, and he gets absolutely nothing off of it. So Sonics...
He did do like 6 damage to Shrimsy.
Hey, you know what? Sonic's getting away with that one, and they don't know how lucky they got there. That could have been an easy knock and flush right there for 7-7-7, but we'll pull away from it. Meanwhile, Gizera finding shots on the Ranger X on the street. Will do a lot of damage to the truck, but not so much to the man. Rossiden now pulling right into it. He's going to find him immediately. Now 22. Vinny by himself. He's going to pull out. Come around the side of the garage. Finds one. Still squatting around.
Nice timing on the flanker out there. He saw him throw the first net, probably expecting him to lock more utility forward, and that's exactly what happened. First headshot comes through on the receiving end of it, though, but nice shots from Vinny using the vehicle for cover. He is very alone here, though, and the more shots will be coming through. Polish power driving by this, but it's gonna be Pathum Pong to find the final kill. The 3-piece goes in his favor, and 22 Esports eliminated.
Oh. Not a great day for 22 as Korn will fight. He peeks around the side, sees an entire team. He'll get Gustav, but immediately pulls back away as Kynes was his running partner, but he is dead. You can see Shave and Americano on the way, but Korn giving him everything he can handle. Finds Specs. They immediately crash back onto this. FaZe has to be ready to defend.
Diggory currently sat alone, trying to hold down the fort. Shots are being fired from the side,
Oh,
though.
no.
It's Tianba who is helping out FaZe in this one here, fortunately. Shiva not quite through the smoke just yet to get the angle on towards Diggory, so he gets to stay alive. And now, peek around the backside, can't get the angle there either. Little does he know, he was looking the wrong direction.
Oh, the worst time for a third party to come in, and Chewy was more than willing to do it. Shiva, here's the footsteps, lands a shot, but the smoke not going to be able to save him there as Diggory and AZ pulling that one off nicely. Again, 7-7-7. How does he keep getting this close?
He's just everywhere, man.
He's so sneaky.
He wants all the kills, and he's going for them. This time around, it's Savior. Snake versus Snake. Trying to see who's going to come out victorious. We're getting the replay here of Therodon 5 getting the kills again. I mean, they commit to the crash, they pull up on it, and it's again a situation where they're the first mover on it. They're coming into a position where they have no chance to scout forward, but now they've made landfall. Now they've secured a position. From here, they can try. Even though it's uphill and it's hard to see anything, they can try to now get more info as they maneuver on in. Had they just driven past or tried to drive around, they would have been backfilled by 5-6 other team, and that fight they ended up taking now versus one team in the compound would have been them fighting 3 other teams north or south of the circle.
Yeah, we
Gotta
saw...
pick your poison.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's tough out here. Therodon 5, we saw them have a phenomenal game in game number 1 here today. And it's kind of slowed down for them since then, so this will... Little signs of action, signs of life, picking it up in the last game of the day. Taking a few shots over towards SGD as New Circle does pop, and it's going to center up once again on Buriram's compound.
Well, yet another circle we've seen multiple times in this tournament already. Nothing new under the sun or Junkyard.
Ooh, they found him. They know he's there now. 7-7-7, you got to run.
Yep, trying to make it out. Does he have a vehicle here? Hope so. If not, then at least the cavalry is arriving.
He's got a squad.
2 more players pulling up in this position. Levi's still a little further back. Savior does find Smell. First one to fall. 7-7-7 instantly trades him in return.
Oh, beautiful shots there from 7-7-7. Getting Zenon down. Savior now having to reposition. It's a 3v2. Levi's in vehicle on his way here. Savior and Yanli holding the line right now. 7-7-7 gets spotted out. So now Gex turning the tide of the battle. And nice grenade will find Levi's. Only one up now, and it's Duck Shoes As he peeks the window, he spots him, but he's getting shot in the back as well. That's Sonic's mime from range.
And I'm surprised that Sonic's ain't actually committing more to this. I know it's kind of out in the open, but it's inside the circle. And right now, I mean, while they're turning their back to this fight, they're trying to fend off against 3 teams towards Minas. Might be a good pull-up opportunity for them in this one here. But so far, smart plays coming through from GEX in a very tough battle here.
Duckjuice doing his best. He can maybe find one. Ooh!
This sawed off.
So close, but Savior with the sawed off. And Yanli gets Savior the knock and the flush with the molly.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunate for Gex, but man, he's going out without a fight. He's going out taking one with him, Toby. He's not giving up easy.
No, well, I mean, if it had been a teammate, that would have been probably better. But he goes up, now finds one. Again, able to wrap underneath the third on rotation. Sets up, finds one on the camp. Or the roadblock, so to speak. Third and 5 will try to continue their push up the hillside, but
that was
I guess right now they're just feeding info to FaZe really in where they're being shot from, because FaZe is a team that's probably bound to make this exact same rotation a few circles from here.
Path and Pong somehow still alive, but that was always going to be a tough rotation uphill. It's slow. Yeah. It takes forever. You're just so exposed while doing it. You will survive, fortunately, so T5 not out of it just yet.
I just noticed Purdy is playing Kar98 M249. I'm not a Purdy expert, but, well, I mean, it's working right now. Finds the first one, gets the flush on him as well, so Petrico in trouble as they make their way towards the Bako Park compound. Taman has been taken down. It's the only one, still in a 3v1. PO is a little off ankle, though.
Yeah, I like this. DG98 from one side, PO from the other. Song, they're just collapsing on top of Ixlet from every direction. Even if Ixlet spots one, they just got to be able to. They got to be careful with it. They got to time it correctly, as SGD will get finished off by Polish Power. It's a nice little stack of points going for them.
You hate to see it when one of your players knocks another one, and then it's stolen by a third player that wasn't yours. In case Ixlet taken out. Speaking of being stolen, Petrico will fall to the hand of Luke. So while Bako Power is ready for the fight, a little bit of help comes through from Luminosity. They get to stay put. Luminosity off of that kill will get to rotate further forward as well.
Touching on your point from earlier, as somebody who considers myself somewhat of a Purdy expert, the Bolty surprises me. The M249 absolutely does not. So I'm excited to see a Bolty in the hands of Kurt once again, as well as the bullet hose accuracy through volume. That's what we like to say here. Sonic's finally leaving Minas Generalis. They had Checksing right above them, and it looks like they might be pushing right into the faces of GEX as they're leaving their compound. A little bit of a 2-2 split here as you see what Checksing's looking at.
Yep. Second pull-up to follow. H-Win falling down. Yan Li sitting strong in the compound. There are still 3 up above, so seems like H-Win was the only one really sat down here. They've caught the rest of GEX in the open. They only have a tree for cover. That nade is going to be good. Bounces off the player as well. Second one does too! And that's going to be all of them dead. You don't want to catch nades, because, well, you're going to go down because of it.
Absolutely beautifully placed by Sonics. Now, unfortunately, they will lose H-Win, I think. Maybe just a misread on Yanli is...
That's a strat.
Easy. Easy. You don't need an M249 if you got a car.
No, they do more damage too.
Yep, there you go. Checksing a few more shots in as Polish Power trying to make their way through. Takes... lands. Oh, they're just going right in front of Sonics and Mime and the boys, and they are ready and waiting to get fed here.
Finds the second on the headshot as well, and now Nork is in trouble. Shot at from behind as well. This is going to be tricky. I don't think there's any way out for live from in this one.
Oh, he's going to at least have enough time to get the heal off as the mollies come through.
There should be no way that he survives this.
Out the window. He's waiting for it. Tig waiting.
Oh, he's getting placement points.
Oh, there you go. It's door is open now, so the mollies are coming through, and Nork is going to try to do it. Yeah, that's good. Tiggleton will take him out. Meanwhile, Theraton 5 have also been taken out. PO, rest of Begapop. Big wide split on the south side here.
So off of the hard shift towards the east, we lose half the server. After having just said that 10 minutes in, no one had died yet. We get one crazy circle, and all of a sudden, we're pretty much down to, well, we are down to 25.
Turns into clown shoes, just like that.
And now no one's able to play the east side because of the way that both Tianba and Luminosity has opted to set up. So everyone right now is being forced to kind of play on top of one another, up towards the north, towards the west, and now towards the east in the open valley. Again, no one can really utilize it. Good for them is they won't have to, because we're headed back up the mountain. Entropic, so far uncontested inside Junkyard proper. We'll see if it remains that way.
Yeah, this feels like one of those games where Entropic just gets to hang out. I mean, God, we're in phase 5 and there's 25 alive. Entropic's just going to get to hang out in there as long as they want. Buriram's got a big wide wrap on the northwestern side. They've sent 2 to the north, but haven't been able to find an angle onto FaZe or Tianba yet. Meanwhile, Big Opa on that south side had that big wide split. LG also down in the southeast. They've got to make a decision about where they want to go. If they want to try to mess around with Entropic and Junkyard, it's but they've got options, Toby, because there's just so much real estate available.
Yeah, it's about anticipating the threat potential. It's about figuring out where are we going to get pushed from, if we get pushed at all. And the way they're set up right now, not having anyone in the warehouse, I'm actually kind of liking that split. 2 in the brick, 2 playing the southern side. I think they have a pretty good read on where potential pushes in could be coming from. We're seeing here Shen finding the first 2. Nice spray comes through, of course, prone with the barrel. Wouldn't have it any other way. And the coming in return.
LG did a long wrap on the south side. Got a little bit of an angle on the Big Opa, but didn't get the knocks. Meanwhile, Tianba starting to screw up here. 8C going to get spotted by 7-7. Gustav had a nice little angle. Oh, 9 finds him, though. Tianba, quick eyes, quick triggers. Now it's all down to Diggory. Now keep in mind, you still got the duo of Buriram that are up there. Shooting over here as well. He's going to shoot the toesies. He's going to find them, and that's FaZe Clan going down in 7th place.
I like the idea of what FaZe Clan were trying to do. They knew they had Tianba in the valley below, so they wanted to wrap in front of them and try to be the ones to get to contain them from the other side. But little did they know, Buriram still had 2 players up behind. Became more of a threat than they thought it was going to be. That allowed for Tianba to push forward, get into close range, and take him out.
Ooh. LG doing a little inadvertent defense of Sonics there. Some shots into PO just as he was about to pop Tig in the back of the head. Songyang got the smoke wall laying down. LG kind of stacked onto each other here. The grenades coming from long range, not going to hit anything. But this is good. This is LG that we have not seen a lot today. First of all, late game. Second of all, 5 kills, being proactive, pushing in to teams trying to take these fights. Meanwhile, Entropic's starting to kind of stretch out a Junkyard here.
I'm liking that they're not just full-on turtling inside the compound. Not only do they want the kills, they're an proactive team, but look at how much pressure they're now applying to Luminosity. If they can force Luminosity into Bagopa and then in that way essentially clear out the entire southern half of the circle, that would be absolutely insane, because there should be no reason at this point for Tianba to push into the compound themselves. So if Entropic can go out and make this play, even just take out Penta and force that fight on the southern side, eventually when they'll have to fight them later on, they're going to be in a much better position. Especially now with the circle shifting away from them.
That's a big circle shift there for Buriram Sonics especially. But Big Opa, they've got a nice little spot. LG in a little bit of a pickle here, but again, still a lot of real estate that they can work with. Entropic, they've got a decision to make here. They've got 2 heading towards the south and 2 looking towards the north. Now you got Tianba and a very wide split Buriram. Edie and Kanaxi kind of half focused on Tianba, and now Lukaruk's going to find the opening knock on a Penta. That's immediately knocked and flushed. So LG down 1.
That's exactly how they want to start things off. That was the contained player. Now LG has been forced to make the play on forward. They know, great, at any point now, Entropic could be backfilling us. Now we must take the fight before a third party comes in from behind. So forced to make the play on forward, maybe earlier than they initially wanted. So Luke is going to stay behind to try and get the overhead angle, but right now, it's looking to go in the favor of Bagopa. DG38, or DG98, sorry. Good off angle, takes Purdy down to low HP, slowing them down.
Util is landed for Luminosity right now. Meanwhile, Cheksing also coming over from Buriram on the Overwatch. Immediate knock onto Alo, trades onto PO. DG98 going to go down as well.
Cheksing.
So LG down to 1v1, I think, against Songyang here.
Buriram is fighting all the teams at the same time here.
Yeah, I mean, Buriram is everywhere. Songyang, okay, there you go.
They knew eventually they had to go
Entropic had to come back from behind, and they do so. And now Sonic's starting to stretch out a little bit here, but Entropic, it's a 2v. Oh, immediately get the knock on the 9, so 2v2.
They knew they had to get it over with fast. The slowdown, or the forced slowdown from DG98, forced them to pro down, heal up, and that was all the time Entropic needed to push up and become that threat from behind. Sonic's still alive with 2, at least for a little while longer, as Tianba gets himself eliminated. I mean, while we're seeing great plays from Entropic, Burram right now are doing the exact same thing from the other side of the circle. They're applying pressure to literally the entire server as, well, fights are happening before their eyes.
I mean, Burram is doing absolute work right now. They clean up Tianba now, again, with the help of Entropic. I'm not sure how many of each went to each, but, I mean, you look at the map, you see just how much. I mean, Cheksing is keeping track over everything on the south. He's going to find the knock on a Tig. Naraja will get the, Naraja gets the knock. Cheksing gets the flush immediately. Mime and Shrimsy back into the shack. Songyang still alive for Begopa. And, okay, there you go. Knock on to Luca Rux. They can easily get that res. So Entropic back up to full strength. But look at Buriram. They're using this time to take more of the center of the circle over.
And for Buriram, a team who's got close to nothing done today. I mean, they started this game out in 14th and now set in the limit. But again, we have a 3-way tie at 24 points. So one more kill here should essentially boost them up into 8th place. Yeah. It's so insanely close. No one's been able to separate themselves from the pack on the overall leaderboard. Maybe Entropic will be doing that by the end of this game. But coming into tomorrow, Paul, this is going to be absolutely insane. Circle goes north. On paper, favors Buriram, but Entropic should have a pretty easy access into this one, especially if QBE can find Edie.
Yeah, favoring Buriram in the fact that Canaxi can still hold on to that high ground, that hill right there. Cheksing starting to make his way over as well now. Sonic's shack just outside of the zone.
Edie has to focus. I was just going to say, Edie has to focus on that ridge line, but that means that Sonic should be able to wrap west around.
We'll see what they decide to do. They're taking their time with it, and Entropic taking their time as well. They're still back in the junkyard, still maybe, I don't know if they're looting up and seeing if they can find a few more throwables, more smokes, whatever they need to play this thing out. But this is going to be rough. I mean, Cheksing and Canaxi with that high ground, it's pretty big.
It sure is. Still got Songyang as well. Might not become a threat to Buriram, but sure could be for Entropic if they leave him unnoticed. 4v4, v2, v1. This is the new issue for Buriram. Look at this, 18 bullets in the mini, nothing to spare. They've been shooting from a distance all game long, so I haven't really had the chance to kind of resupply. Fortunately, some of them, as we saw just before, do have ammo, and you can see Entropic. They're waiting for the last player, Begopa. Songyang peeks on forward, will be revealed. Does he deny? At this point, there should be no way. He's just taking a bit of blue to try and wrap around. Maybe you're spending a bit too much time in the blue now, Songyang.
Yeah, he's
Did you see? Did he just cancel his medkit?
I think he might have. I think he was thinking about it, ends up denying. Either way.
That's a strat.
Begopa going out in fourth, and you can see PO just kind of looking at him like, what are you doing, dude?
This is not the PO way.
Well, Sonic still have a few smokes left. They're going to try to lay him down and see if they can maybe get out of this shack. But unfortunately, Edie has Mime dead to rights. Nice little shot from him. Shrimsy the last one up. As slowly but surely, Entropic's starting to creep up on that ridge line.
The benefit from Buriram not having had to fight early, while the ammo might not be in their favor, is they haven't had to use a whole lot of utility either. So lethal's still available on the side of Buriram. Noadra spots one behind the car. I don't think you can lob a nade all the way over to nade. It was pretty impressive if you could. But with Mime and Shrimsy still alive, he can't really overcommit to that ridge line. They gotta get the kills onto Sonic's first. Shrimsy first one to fall. Mime, one more bullet should do it, but Noadra, no more 5-5 available. Fortunately, Cheksing is there, ready and waiting forward. So now, high ground, low ground, who comes out victorious? 4v4 between Buriram and Entropic.
I mean, I'm still shook as to how that grenade did not take down Entropic as it landed right at his toes. But 7 kills now for Entropic, and they have Naraja pinned. They know where he is. Why are they not looking in that direction? Naraja, the Groza doing work.
Plenty of angles to worry about. In the second they look around, that's when Naraja peeks over. As if he knew. Able to find the first, instantly backs off either. Exactly. I mean, I think he's running back because he needs more ammo from his teammates. He's got 1 mag in the Groza, nothing in the mini. He needs something now. As you can see, he has found something inside the shack. The mini went from red to white, meaning that ammo has indeed been put in the gun. But that's a perfect punch. Come over, find the first one, instantly back off, and now they're back to having 0 info to go off of. They're sat low ground with practically no vision.
This is so tough for Entropic because it's just... to put yourself at a position to peek anybody from Buriram, you're going to get spotted by everybody else on that team. So it's just really, really tough for Entropic right now. They have to wait for Buriram to try to make a mistake here. QB.
And it's the hill. I mean, the fact that Chexing is still inside the circle, so that means they can't just fully focus towards Noatra, because as soon as they pull over on this ridge line, Chexing has a perfect angle to take them all down. So Noatra is being a really big pain in the pooper to them, honestly. Peeks over, damage done, backs off. Peeks over, damage done, backs off. He is doing exactly what needs to be done, buying the time for his team to get into a better position and forcing Entropic to make the aggressive play forward.
I mean, it's just really smart play on the part of Naradra. Just stick and move. Stay in one place any too long. Naradra, there you go. Chexing will find one. Chexing finds two. Can he get all three? He's going to spray it down. He gets all four. Oh, nicely done. Chexing Buriram with their first victory.
What a hell of a game as well. Solid performance all the way through. They didn't have to do much in the very start of things. They had the compound locked down for a while, but once they pushed out, they took full control. And while Entropic was dealing with the east, the west side was a full-on Buriram show.
I mean, Buriram... they had an influence onto pretty much every single fight in that end game from about, what, 9 teams left on? I mean, they had so much real estate and so much control from that high ground. Now, you know, credit where it's due. Entropic, they do hold on to Junkyard. They do stake it all the way to the end, and they actually got a nice little stack of kills for themselves as well to really wrap up what was already a really nice day for this squad.
And while we're not seeing too many smiles on their faces, they know it's still a long journey ahead, but what a way to kick off day 1 of Losers Bracket. Let's go back to the desk and let them break down the first day here of Losers Bracket 1.
Bam! They get themselves the victory here. I just wanted to do it because Poro was on the desk, on the casting desk. Yeah, it was great. We have ourselves them getting the victory here. And it was a great one at that. A strong hold at the end and just absolutely oppressive play against Entropic that had no room for movement.
Yeah, honestly, Entropic, we were just talking about this. In Junkyard, they were chilling, they were hanging out. They were pretty proactive in going out and defending their spot. I really like the flank that I think it was Nayla, but one of the members did on Luminosity down for the south. But once that circle shifted away, they had to climb literally uphill into Buriram's surrounding position.
Really good space control. That's what I liked from them. Their discipline as well. We saw it a little bit from Nordra at the end. The peek over, get one kill, fall back. The kind of gameplay that it has sort of elevated, I think, the entire region in APAC, especially the really good teams, right? Yeah. That crazy run across aggression shift W, it's not as prevalent for these top teams, and we saw it there from Buriram.
Yeah, the stronghold, and as you say with Noatra, I loved the scorpion-like stab, and then, as you say, just a little back off, because it's perfect. It really causes them extra problems they don't need to deal with when they're in a tight bind like that.
Exactly, and ultimately, it's also to not get traded, right? Even if he gets the kill, gets the confirmation, but if he goes down, especially with the wide spread that Buriram have, they would need to put more resources to try and get him up. And so essentially, at least for a good amount of time, in a 3v3, potentially even a 2 versus 3. So you just want to play your life with the position that Buriram had with the circle, with the high ground, with everything. You don't need to rush things. Wait for Entropic to make the mistake.
That's the final game of the day. Buriram will get themselves the victory here and push themselves up nicely on those leaderboards. It's been a good day for APAC. 23 points go their way, but likewise at the same time, been a good day for Entropic, who have actually shown up compared to the groups.
And a really consistent day as well. Good finish. Obviously, Junkyard copped a couple of circles. It is what it is, but they were still in a position where they could push out, get a couple of kills, and really benefit and drive home the advantage that they got from a couple of circles. Still got to do the work, and they did that. They've been performing a lot better, and so much so we were kind of speculating what are some of the reasons for that. And James, you were kind of saying how maybe the actual lobby just sort of fits for them a little bit better, just gels, and then they maybe have a bit more freedom than they did not have in the group stage.
I also said they're actually shooting this time. That helps. I'm allowed to say this, all right? It's my reason. They're good guys, but yeah, they're actually shooting compared to group stages, and they're very proficient when it comes to that, and they will find themselves in first place here. Will Entropic maybe back to some form, but they've got encroaching on the potential first teams like Petrichor Road, teams like Sonics, who are also showing better form here, Cameron.
Yeah, but again, just because we're looking at top 8, wherever you fall, I'm starting to look at that bubble, and while teams like Luminosity have gotten up from 16th to 15th place, Jamba continue to have a good latter day resurgence as well. It's starting to get a little tight here, right? We're looking at 28 points that FaceCon is currently holding down in 8th place. It's already a 4-point drop to Donuts, and it's a 3-way tie there. I don't know, I'm just starting to get a little worried.
We compare it a little bit to sort of the winners bracket that we had Obviously, over the last couple of days, it was, what, 29 points after 5 matches, so pretty much exact same kind of cutoff that we've got after 5 matches here. Does, for me, estimate it will be somewhat similar by the end of tomorrow. So for those teams, and it's not too bad, they're all pretty much close at single digits. It's not looking too bad for a lot of those teams going into the final 5 games tomorrow. They're all still in with a really good shot.
Well, all 50% of you that picked Ixleft as your captain out there going to be happy with the results he brought in today and finding themselves in a safe spot at the moment. Entropic pickers as well, getting themselves some nice points on the board. And the Expendables, you know what? They racked up a lot of kills.
Again, though, this is something they did in the group stage. The kills is very much their strength and their micro play. It's just a matter of, can they start to convert in terms of placement points?
All right, well, any thoughts here, Cameron, before we finish things up here?
It's really exciting to see how any expectations, I don't think anyone could have called what the leaderboard looks like now. So expectations completely out the window. Teams like Entropic, who might have fallen a little flat in groups, they're performing well. Para's also picking it up.
I think it's a good start for the lower bracket, ultimately, and I'm excited to see how it's going to conclude tomorrow for lower bracket 1. However, before we do finish off the day, let's head over to an interview with our number 1 for the day.
I am here with the number 1 team for today, the first day of the losers bracket. It is Entropic, and Nalip is joining me now. Nalip, second place in the final game. You actually came over here and said to me you were quite happy with that. So walk us through that final fight.
I mean, we knew that first we have like 1 solo guy and 2 men of Sonic, so we needed to wait for them to die or something so we can fight other team. But like after they died, it was really hard to manage to do anything because they had like top hill, he can see everything, and a guy on the right like all the way east edge, and we basically couldn't move, and like we just tried to do something with the car, but it didn't work in the end.
Didn't work in the end. You're still in the top spot though at the end of the losers bracket, day number 1. Why are you in the losers bracket though, Nalip?
I mean, we definitely didn't deserve to go to winners bracket after the showing of the first 2 days. I mean, we just didn't play our game. We played very scary. We didn't do anything as a team. We kept dying, doing some weird stuff, and just not playing our game, what we do usually.
This is your first ever LAN as a team, which is huge. I mean, it is the global championship. So do you think the lack of LAN experience has maybe been a little bit of a hindrance for the team?
I mean, probably yes, for these first couple of games and these first days, probably that was one of the reasons, but still, you cannot blame that we played bad.
I've been following you in the European scene. Why do you keep breaking all your fans' hearts? You go, you do extremely well. I mean, I've been on broadcasts where we've painted you as the next superstars, and then the next time, you just don't do very well. What is this inconsistency happening with Entropic, and what is going on?
I don't know, something is weird with this Europe region. I think we are assigning like something like Heroic or someone from Europe, so we have like those struggles in some tournaments because like we basically, I don't know, shut down or something, and we just play totally different gameplay, like we first launched the game or something and don't focus on important things.
Stop focusing on important things, Nalip. We want to see you move in to the grand finals. Well done, though, on day number 1 of the losers bracket, and we'll see how you perform tomorrow. Thanks for chatting to me.
Thank you.
And there you have it. We've had the first day of the losers bracket go on. Entropic sitting in that top spot. Will they be able to stay there and potentially make their way through to loser bracket day 2? Who knows? You will find out, though. Make sure you come back tomorrow, same time, same place for the PUBG Global Championships 2022. We'll see you then.
Yo. I don't think they're ready for it. On the loose, on the loose, on the loose, on the loose. With the beast, on the loose, say the truth, on the loose. Off the chain, it's all the gauge. Yeah, getting wild, shot me out the cage. It's getting wild out here. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. But I'ma be the last one standing. Can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. Come in, come in. It's getting wild out here. and they so useless. I'm so ruthless. Who foes? Who lives? No blind excuses. Got no right, man, I'm toothless. Even a lion, the truth is. It's power, bringing it. Play my anthem, singing it. Every mountain, bringing it high. I soar, I rise, reborn. Strapped, I'm back like never before. Taking our final four. Nothing we can't overcome. Running, so as we rise with the sun, we will arise and become stunning. Watch for the revolution. You can't stop what's begun. It's coming. Wait. Coming. Wait. Coming. Just be ready. Yo. I don't think they're ready for it. On the loose. With the beast. On the loose. Say the truth. On the loose. Off the chain. It's all the rage. Yeah, getting wild. Just shout me out the cage. It's getting wild out here. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. But I'ma be the last one standing. You can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. Coming. It's getting wild out here. It's getting wild. Eating them, feast. Fire the most, tire the least. See them admitting defeat, and they so useless. I'm so